That was loud. Oh no, I forgot to say. My ears, dude. Follow the concert up with the Kirby blasting. Holy moly. Okay, Kirby. You scared me. You scared me, you little pink blob. You little pink stinker. I was trying to set up the on the screen, but I turned up curb too loud. Holy moly. I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back, okay? BRB. I love y'all. All right. Hi there, everybody. How y'all doing? What's up? Calico, you said that you're gonna go. Your dad bought a tractor. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Tractors are serious business. They're big boys. They're big boys. You got to make sure that. Did you say that you gotta? Oh, you gotta go check this thing out, see if it runs. Are you gonna give it a? You gonna give it a little? Start it up. You gotta start up the tractor, test it out, see if that engine's working. Well, good luck with that, Calico. We'll see you in a little while. We'll see you in a little while after it's all been checked up. Linz, what's up? You're like here at the very beginning. I'm Linz. Welcome back. Welcome back. How are you doing, Linz? And also, Anne's here. Hello, Anne. Bugs from Safeway. Hello, hello. The King of Squirrel is here. Arisa's here. Shiny. Oh, Shiny. I can always hit that. Shiny. I can almost hit that note. I can't quite. Ah, Danny. Hey. Hey. My voice. Hey, Danny.
Hey,
Thank you so much for the 17
Stopping by
bucks.
to say hi.
Ow, it's me. It's Tiny Me inside of a big room. How are you doing, Danny? Oi, 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 oi. Thank you so much for the 17 months. Could we put some hype in the chat for Danny with the big support? I appreciate it. Ow, and I see Beowulf is here. Hello. How are you doing? I hope y'all are all doing fantastic today. It's another Monday moment. It's another Monday moment, you guys. I got my coffee. We got our games. Our friends are arriving. It's time to vibe, you guys. It's time to have a good Monday. Good Monday, you guys. Let's end it strong. Let's end it strong. Also, hi there, Savvy. What's up? You said your roleplay character just got put in prison for sneaking, thieving, and disturbing the peace. It's Middle Ages theme, to clarify. That makes sense. I mean, disturbing the peace back then doesn't seem too bad, right? The peace must be disturbed. Where are you, some sort of a rogue or some sort of a wild character that wants to cause mischief and mayhem? Oi, Tayaki-san, how are you doing? What's up? Beowulf, it's Manic Monday. What makes it a Manic Monday? What's so crazy about this Monday, huh? What's happening? What's so crazy about it? I've been working on my background. I'm working on it. I'm not done yet. I'm still, in fact, I think everything would look better if I just go like, if I just zoomed in, it looks a little bit better, but I don't care. I want to show off the whole room for now. Yeah, because I'm working on it, and I don't mind looking like a little tiny bean. Kenny, this is my last week at work for the summer, so I'll hopefully be able to stay longer next week again. Hey, Shiny, that's awesome sauce. Shiny's almost free. I'm so glad to hear that. Fantastic, Shiny. I'm so glad for you. You're gonna be loose. Shiny's gonna be on the loose yet again. I can't believe it. I'm excited to be able to hang out with you more. It has been a bummer that you've always been going to bed on time, taking care of yourself. Oh, can you imagine taking care of yourself and going to sleep at a decent hour? And no, we'll have none of that. It is raining heavily. It was raining yesterday pretty heavily for me. Just imagine. I don't want to. Let's not imagine. The concert seems to have helped my voice a little bit. Oddly enough, I kind of screamed a lot during the concert and like yelled and like, woo, you know, and yeah, more music, like lots of yelling. And I think that it kind of cleared up my throat. I don't know. It warmed me up. My voice is still a little bit weird, but it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Yeah, I know. Getting sleep and waking up early for work. Oh, no thanks. Waking up early. Kareem, how are you doing? What's up? Kareem, it's nice to see you. How was your Monday? I hope that it's still going fantastic. I mean, Monday's not over. It's not over, but I hope that yours is going good. Woo! Heal the voice confirmed. I mean, I'd rested my voice for 3 days and then I gave it a workout. So I guess that's the move. The move is giving it a lot of rest and then destroying it. How was the concert? The concert was fantastic. It was lots of fun. And I didn't sustain any serious injuries, so it was a good time. What was funny is that the person, the opener was really good. I was totally hyped for the opener, and then the second band came on and it was no good. The second band was like not really my style. I think that the people like enjoyed it in the crowd, but I didn't. I've run into this problem before where it's like you have two local bands and then one is like, I don't know. The first one, the guy was like wearing pantyhose and he had on overalls that he had like taken the straps off of so that the overalls were like hanging down and he was just using them as pants. He had like all this makeup on his face that was obviously done very horribly. So he looked crazy and it was awesome. I loved him. He did fantastic. Such a character. What a character. And then the next people were just like, you know, just generic metalheads. They were just boring old generic metalheads and their music was like it was the kind of music that like it has all the people are going like this. Yeah, but the other music was sick. The other music was awesome. And they even had a person with a saxophone for the final act. The final act had the saxophone that was in the music that I love so much. Apparently the guy flew from Mexico up to Dallas so that he could play the sax, and he freaking killed it. He killed it. They even let him have like a solo at the beginning and the end to just make it so that we could focus on that saxophone without too much music in the background. I recorded that whole performance. I loved it so much. Yo, Darren, what's up? How are you doing? Hey, welcome, my friend. I hope you're doing fantastic and having a good Monday. We're just vibing. I went to a concert yesterday, so I was people were asking about it. Hi, y'all. Gotta lurk while I talk about geoducks with people. Oh yeah. Also, I know that you can't tell, but over at the in the coaster, I've essentially fixed it. I've essentially fixed the weird parts of the coaster. There was like an extra component that was somewhat unnecessary, and I don't think that I built anything wrong either. I think that the coaster has like. The coaster had an extra piece that I think was supposed to like align the track or something. I'm not sure because there's already something that aligns it. I don't know what its point is. I hope I didn't break it, but I removed like a good piece. I removed a good piece out of that coaster and it still works, and it works way, way better. So I'm guessing I did it right. Hey, real-time bread. What's up? How are you doing? Best bud. Oh my gosh, Best Bud, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. It's nice to see you, real-time bread. What's up? I'm showing off the room that I was working on. Y'all interrupted me from working on my room. Thanks a lot. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Well, I'm not gonna be 30 degrees or, oh wait. It's not going to be 30 Celsius or 87 tonight, so I might be able to do some stuff in my room during the day. Darren, are the horrible temperatures still plaguing you? Holy moly, that stinks. Oh, you're getting ready to go out? All right, Kareem, we'll see ya. We'll see you later. Enjoy your lurk, and then also enjoy wherever the heck you're going. The room looks stellar. I'm working on it. I have more lights back here. Look at I did this part, but not that part. I should have done this part. Why did I do that part? That part's covered by me. I'm in the way of this. I'm sitting directly in front of this. This should have been done first, because you can actually see that all the time. You don't need to see this. This is behind my head. My big head. My big head is in the way. I don't know. Also, I think behind my head, you move a lot, no problem. Yeah, I kind of go, wee, 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 wee. It's true, but I think that I'm gonna put a big heart right there. I think I'm gonna put a heart because I've got enough stuff. I've got enough pieces that I think that I'm gonna put a glowing heart exactly like this. And exactly like that, but it'll be in a heart shape. And I think that I can put it right there and we can make it flash red whenever we like do stuff. That would be cool. That would be cool. I do have the lights for that. I can totally do that. Super Bread, hey, what's up? How are you doing? We've got real-time bread and super bread. Oh my gosh, there's so many carbs in the chat. Slimy Salamander, how are you doing? What's up? Nice to see you. Hello. We're about to get started on some sweet Skyward Sword, but we're just hanging out. P.S. Awesome shirt and room so far. Oh, why, thank you, Darren. Yes, sriracha. I just purchased some sriracha today. I eat so much of it. I can't help it. I love sriracha so much. Is Pikachu still squished? He's right there. He's right there. He's not that squished. Should I squish him? There we go. Now he's squished. Now he's the squish bean. You made me focus on him, and now he suffers. He suffered because of you. You're good. You just came back from a doctor checkup. I hope that all is well. I hope that all is well, Super Bread. Pikachu head pats. That Pikachu is so squishy. He's the like made out of the little bean material, so it's super comfy. And then this Pikachu. I just noticed this today, is that it's the perfect size for hugging. It's a perfectly huggable Pikachu. Look at it. It's the exact right size. This is the size that a real Pikachu should be. Big, because it I don't know. It fits, it like cradles right into your shoulder. It fits particularly well. Moy, how are you doing? What's up? Absolute Chad Pikachu. He's big. He is big. I honestly would like a bigger Pikachu. Can I get a bigger Pikachu somehow? Is there one purchasable that I can put in this room? Maybe I can put it right in front of the closet whenever I'm not doing workout breaks. But he's so cute. I know, just baby. Sit. I do have like a little thing underneath him so that he can actually sit up. Oi, Gonda, how are you doing? What's up? Oi, 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 oi. I bet Alchemic knows exactly where to get it. Oh, wow! A gigantic Pikachu. I could totally put one. I would fit it in the room. I'd make it work, okay? We can make it work. Why so squishy? He's so squishy because he's just a beanbag, essentially. He's a little baby beanbag. How's Alchemic? I didn't see him for the movie yesterday. I know that he was feeling sick, so I hope that he's feeling better. I think that school starts tomorrow, so he might be a little busy setting things up. I don't know. If he doesn't show up in chat tonight, then I'll send him a message. I was gonna play a Final Fantasy with him anyway. You're doing perfectly. Tomorrow you get 2 new piercings, and a friend got a 200 pound? Is that what that is? 200 pound gift card to a tattoo place? Whoa, that's awesome sauce. I love the idea of a gift card to a tattoo. Oh, that's €1. Whoops. I don't know what that is. It looked like it looks like a strange currency. I tried. I was relatively close. A gift card to a tattoo place is amazing. I think that more places should try that. I do. I was thinking it's a real bummer that these headphones are gonna cover up all piercings that I ever make. It's the strange E. It's the weird E with extra things. It looks kind of like a musical instrument. It looks kind of like a harp. A harp with only 2 strings. Y'all school y'all school around here doesn't start until September. That does not look like heh. That does not look like that. That is way too tall. Who uses like capitalized E's? That does not look like heh. Okay, that does look a little bit more like it because it's all capitalized. Weird. Oi, A-Star, how are you doing? What's up? Welcome. Hope you're having a great day. Have you been enjoying Don't Starve Together, which I know that you've probably been playing obsessively with your character? A-Star, how are you liking the game so far? Are you enjoying it? Sparkle Nerd, what's up? How are you doing? Oi. Monday vibes here. You get Monday kisses from the baby. Focus. Monday kiss. The baby. From the sweet baby will sit directly in front of me. Your internet was bad, so you couldn't play today? That stinks. I'm sorry to hear that. Oof. I hope that it's not broken still. Oh, Kenny, I was at a wedding yesterday. I was the maid of honor for my childhood friend. We had a shotgun wedding. Beowulf, that's amazing. That's amazing, and I'm glad to hear it. I think it's time to buy a new one. It's time to buy a new internet. Can we get a new one? This internet is just not working out for me. I wouldn't mind buying a new internet myself. If A-Star, if you actually buy an internet and you figure out like a good one that can be shipped to the US, a good internet, please just go ahead and send it my way because I need it. I need it. Can we summon Felix? What with the I hope that Felix is asleep, so it better not summon Felix. And besides, he's supposed to be doing school or something. I would also like some new internet. We could purchase, maybe we could buy it as a bundle. Maybe there's a Costco deal that we could all pitch in, and then I could send pieces of the internet to each one of y'all. Yeah, a family pack. That's what we need. Floggy, what's up? How are you doing? Floggy, what's up? Calico, roommate's wedding is on Thursday. They moved her stuff out today. Oh snap! It's Calico's home again. Calico, what are you gonna do with your beautiful space? What are you gonna do with all your beautiful space? Have you got any plans? Are you gonna move it to a smaller place? Are you gonna turn it into an office? What are you doing? What are you doing with it? I vote a cat room. Yeah, a whole room for cats. Can you make it like an entire, gigantic maze? How are you doing, Cannon? What's up? Thanks for the follow. Just kidding. It's Cannon. How are you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Oi, my internet's acting up less today. I'm sending all the love. I don't know how I can jump in. I'd stay until I get this thing connected again. Kim, I don't know if you can hear me. Don't know if you can hear me, but I hope you're having a wonderful day. Ow, 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 ow. Kim, I'm sorry that your internet is busted. Hey, Felix, how are you doing? My eyes, Megane. I was asleep. No, what? Where are you? Felix, are you waking up or are you going to bed? Which one is it? It could be either one. Could be either one. Which one is it, Felix? Are you waking? Oh, you just woke up? Do I believe you? I don't know. No, Felix, a little bit suspicious. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, but I'm gonna choose to trust you, even though that face is extremely suspicious. What? You just woke up, you fell asleep at 12 a.m.? Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Yes, he even said it on Discord. No sus? All right. Roriku, how are you doing, by the way? What's up? Felix, I'm glad that you're getting some sleep. That is good. He even said it on the Discord. It's true. He said it on the Discord. It must be true. Also, I just noticed that this light is off, but that's okay. We're gonna leave it off for today. I didn't have time. I didn't have time to set up this stinking room. I tried my best. Is your throat feeling butter? Yes, it's feeling as smooth as butter. I went to a concert last night and I was like screaming, like, woo, like that. But for some reason that cleared up my throat, and yes, I'm doing better. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Calico, you're gonna turn it into your craft room and put the streaming stuff in there too? I wish that I could do that. I was running into problems with this bed. This bed is the issue with my room. It's very frustrating. I'm glad that you're being able to set up your own room. That's what I want to do, Calico. Listen. You're living the good life. You're living the good life, Calico. You have some data. Much love to you all. I hope that it'll be better tomorrow. Oof. Kim, I'm sorry that your internet sucks. I would slap that internet for you if you wanted me to. Sometimes you gotta scream the sickness out of you. I mean, there's something to that, right? No way Calico's gonna stream her cats. What? That means that you could just put a permanent camera in that room with all the cats and just make it a 24/7 stream. Why not? Why not? Hi, I feel like garbage. I'm sorry to hear that, Blue Jay. I'm sorry that you're feeling crummy. Oi! I got some good vibes for you if you need it. It won't do anything for you, Blue Jay. Unfortunately, the vibes will not heal your problems. But I mean, at least you're with us. At least you're suffering with us. It's nice to see you. Oh my God, I knew it. A baby cam. Longest stream ever recorded. Calico Kitties. I'm pretty sure somebody's already done that. It seems too easy to have not been done before. There was a concert. I know, right? Felix, I can't believe it. But concerts are opening up in Texas. I'm fully vaccinated. I'm guessing that they were fully vaccinated. I'm now isolated. I even ordered my groceries, which unfortunately they gave me something with cheese on it whenever they replaced it. Arrgh, don't give me stupid cheese. I'm gonna have to sell it to Garrett, or I'll have to return it. But yes, I am now hiding. I am now hiding since I went to a concert and with a bunch of people that probably coughed on me and rubbed their gross skin all over me. Ew. You were finally able to get your first COVID shot today. Hey, awesome sauce Taiyaki. I hope that it doesn't give you big bads. I hope that it doesn't give you big bads. I mean, it wasn't too bad for lots of people. So hopefully you're one of those lucky beans. Hooray! Ew, skin contact. Felix, there were shirtless people that whipped off their shirt so that they could run around more effectively. It was raining part of the time, so the ground is really slick. And people were slipping around everywhere. Whenever I came back, or yesterday, I guess today, Arisa was like, I hope that nobody slipped. Everybody slipped. Holy moly. Holy moly, it's true. I don't even let shirted people touch me. It was wet as heck out there and everybody was slipping around, and I did fall one time, but it wasn't too bad. I had like 3 people fall on top of me and they kind of twisted my ankle and I was scared, but nothing happened. It's totally fine. Ankle, absolutely fine, but it did scare me. It scared me because they were way too heavy for me to be able to like worm out of it. They were all much heavier than I was. So I was like, please just don't crush my leg. But thankfully they got up and there was no big deal. There was no big deal. It was totally safe. Kenny doesn't go anywhere. Kenny doesn't get to go anywhere anymore. That was too close. Gotta involve everyone. If only one person slipped, everyone else would feel left out. I know, right? There was there was a few people that oof. They had some bad falls. Oof. I watched them. I was careful. I was nice and careful, so I only fell one time. The polite thing to do was also slip. Oof. I don't feel like I should go into gross detail of some of the things that happened at the concert, but there was one girl, lady, human being of small stature and feminine proportion that was like doing this in the pit, and she I don't know if she aimed at my face, but she did punch me in the face twice. She did give me old 1-2 right in the face with her closed fist. And thankfully, there's not a mark on my face. And it wasn't that bad, but very rude. Very surprisingly rude. I did not expect that. I did not expect that. It's sometimes the smaller people that are so aggressive. I feel like they have something to prove, and the big people are just like running around. But it's the little people. It's the little people that you got to look out for. I should have. There's the one solution that you do whenever somebody's like windmilling or whatever. You're supposed to do this. Supposed to just stick your fist out just like this, and then they can't reach you. But I didn't expect it. She came up from my left. I didn't see it happen. I darn it. Small little rockets. It's a Chihuahua syndrome. It's true. That's what it is. You've never gone to a metal concert, but now I don't want to because I don't want to be punched twice. Oh, Felix, it's the first time I've ever been punched at a concert. What concert did you go see? I went and saw a group called Born of Osiris. Born of Osiris. They had a really cool song with a saxophone in it. And I already mentioned this before, but they had somebody fly up from Mexico for this concert because it was the last concert. And they had a real person playing a saxophone, and he was killing it, man. He was killing it with that saxophone, and everybody stopped just to listen and like took out all their phones with the lights and everything. And then, so we all the moshing stopped at that point so that we could just jam to the saxophone, man. It was sweet. Perhaps knight armor would be super effective. Roringu, there was one person with like a fully studded vest and like spikes on their shoulders, and their hair was like super high. So there was some people with some armor on. It's true. There normally is at least one or two people that have armor at that sort of concert. I don't know. I don't know why. Just kidding. I know exactly why. Aris is gonna throw hands. Look out. Let's try not punching people, please, right? Yeah, that's not moshing. Sparkle Nerd, you know what's up. That's not moshing. That's ridiculous. Big Brain, Galaxy Brain. They've got armor on. They're super strong and super rude. I don't like those people. They're mean. How dare they? If you're planning on being so rough at a concert that you need armor, maybe you should tone it down. Oh my God, you finished the Lego roller coaster? Yes, and it works. I even actually improved the design. In my opinion, I improved the design. It had like a strange mechanism that was getting caught, and I just removed some pieces, and you know what? It's working even better now. I don't have it motorized yet, and I didn't actually put everything together. I haven't put everything together, and I put the Lego set that we're gonna do later is that set that's right behind my head. Maybe we can keep a Lego set up there, and we can make that not a redeem thing, but like a reward or something. We can keep the rewards up there. Yeah. Yes, that's the next one, and I think that it'll fit right where Pikachu is. A studded vest is 4+ defense and 8+ during a concert. But what do you normally need defense from? I'm so confused. You saw a friend that has a Sakura tree bonsai thingy. Those are super cool, Felix. I thought about getting those. I did think about getting the Sakura tree, but I think it's small. Like very small. I think that it's a lot smaller than you would think. If it was like big. That's what I would want. I would want a big. What is that? An avatar for Felix? No, that's me. That's me. That's not Felix. Felix looks totally different. Felix's character, I should say. Oh, Felix looks totally different from his character and from me. It's true. Studded vest. How dare thee? Are those Lupus's? How are Lupus's plants doing? Excuse me? They're my plants now? Lupus gave me the plants. They're mine to take care of. How dare you? Not too well. But I'm trying my best. Like I don't know how to take care of these stinking plants. Like they're being so troublesome. I don't know why they're being so rude. You know what I meant. Well, I'm just saying, like the vines seem to be doing good. I do have like, she gave me like 3 or 4 different vined plants, and I just have them in water, and they seem to be doing good. They seem to be doing well. If they start getting longer and bigger, then I can transfer one day in here. But right now they all fit inside of one jar because they're so small. So eventually I'm gonna have to split up the 4 of them because they're gonna get all tangled. But right now they're totally fine. And if they keep growing, then I'll put them in here. We'll get some vines over here. Oh, you killed your plants? Oh no. My avocago plant is it's struggling. I don't know if it's gonna die. I think it's gonna die. So preemptive F's in the chat. I'm pretty confident the avocago tree is not gonna survive. It may have survived if it was already like adjusted to this weather, but it's just so intense around here. It's too intense, and I keep watering it, and it keeps turning brown, and I don't know what to do. Plastic plants don't die. That's true, and they don't require any water either. Makes it a lot easier, doesn't it? Oh, Floggy, did you just spend money on the black and white sips? What the heck? Also, Yatta Cake, how are you doing? Yatta, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. You love fake plants? That's just because you kill the real plants, Arisa. That's not a love for fake plants. It's not a love for fake plants. That's an inability to keep real plants alive. Plants are a pain in the butt. Minder, why? Why are you so hateful towards plants? I mean, to be honest, they are kind of a pain in the butt a little bit. What, you like how they look? You like the shininess of fake plastic plants? Why would you like something that shines? I don't get that. Why would you like something that's more shiny? Like that's a plant that looks plasticky. There's a word for that. It's a specularity of it. Like why? It's a decoration. That's all that it is. It's a decoration, but it's like extra shiny and obviously plastic in most cases. Oh, shiny! Listen, that's different. To me, shininess is not the same as like the shine on something, right? Like if stop, turn off the screen. Like the shine on. Where's my lights? Oh, I can't even find. Okay, yeah. Like if something shines, that doesn't make me think of shiny. Shiny makes me think of like sparkles. Like sparkles or like light or something that's like reflecting, not just like being a big ugly wide surface. That's different. The phone reveal. You want to see my screensaver? Sure. Let me remove this message. Why won't it turn it off? Let me turn off my notification. Stop! Turn off the remove notifications. Clear them. Okay. There's the reveal. Is that disappointing? Is that disappointing to you? It's the 2 cute little boys. It's the 2 little boys. It's adorable. I love it so much. It's and I had that at the concert too. I was whipping out the phone all the time. And I'm sure that people were looking over my shoulder like, hey, there's cute things on the phone. And then my main background is this. It's that's the art that A-Star made. Art that A-Star made. But yeah, Gentle Cat, that's the artist that made those. They're so cute. I love it so much. The sweet little babies. You're pouring all your heart into them, but they keep dying on you. Minder, these plants are no good. These no good plants They listen, they must hate us. I don't know why. Listen, we have to teach these plants a thing or two by killing them all. Professor Panda, yo, what's
Sending
up?
lots of love your way, my bamboo-filled friend.
Bamboo-filled friend. Could you imagine my bamboo diet? How dare you expose me like this? Professor Panda, I've been eating bamboo for the past 2 weeks, and people have been whining at me to make a more like interesting diet and to have like more diversity, but I can't do it. I won't do it. It's all bamboo all day. Hey, Sparkle Nerd. Thank you for the gifted sub for Professor Panda. Yo, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
18 gift subs in the channel.
It's nice to see you, my friend. I always love whenever you jump in the chat and you're just like, boom, 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 boom. What? No, 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 no. No, come on now. Professor, thank you for the gifted
Professor
sub.
Panda gifted
For
a tier
sweet
1
yellow
sub to sweet
goodness.
yellow 101.
Professor, come on now. Appreciate it. Hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate you just jumping in and being like, boom, 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 boom. Put some good vibes in the chat. You're a sweet bean, Professor Panda. I hope that you're having a fantastic day, my friend. Fantastic. Hype. Day. What's up, Frankie? How are you doing? Don't know if I've ever seen you around here. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Oi! Lilu, thank you for the 300 bits. I appreciate it. You're worth it, my near and dear friend. So sweet. Professor Panda. I appreciate it, my friend. You're such a sweet bean. Oi, Tis Waffle, what's up? Independent Oreo, you made it. You made it. After being here for like days and days and days in a row, we took a little break and then boom, Oreo's back. How are you doing, Independent Oreo? Oi, Tis Waffles, hope you're doing fantastic. It's the Suds man. What's up, dude? Already got a hype train. These beans. They're so generous. And sometimes frustrating. And sometimes frustrating. Just so generous. Holy moly. Kareem, thank you for the 100 bits and for the important message. I appreciate it. It's heartwarming. Heartwarming to hear that. Especially from Brian. Like to hear an automated voice say a message so sweet. I appreciate it. Frankie, you've been here a while ago, but you're glad to be back. Sweet. Yo, Frankie, we're gonna be playing some Legend of Zelda. We're trying to beat this stinking game. We're gonna beat Skyward Sword and move on. We're gonna move on to something new and spicy. Oi, Arisa, thank you for the 30 bits. Here in TTS say, Professor Panda. It's true. I mean, let's just say that Brian has a way with words. Absolutely, for sure. Kenny, I spent my acorns on black and white sips for 2 reasons. Number 1, Arisa's plants, and 2, you die in Skyward Sword. What? I do not die in Skyward Sword. Only success over here. Only incredible success. Holy moly. You guys, hey, your dirty dishes is here. I didn't see you. Oi, nice to see you. I'm always unprepared for how nice your welcomes are. I'm just glad to see you, Independent Oreo. I'm not gonna listen. I just enjoy hanging out with you, Beans, all right? So I'm always glad to see you. I'm always glad to see you. It's the best part of the stream is the Beans in the chat. Look, I can play games whenever I want. I can play games whenever I want and sit in my room with lights on and talk to myself, okay? I can always talk to myself. But that doesn't mean that there's gonna be like nice beans for me to talk to the entire time. But there are right now, so yes, I so appreciate you guys. You've been slowly playing through the Yakuza series, and you're now at chapter 4 of Kimiwa. Yakuza 0 was so good. I played a little bit of Yakuza 0, and it was pretty funny. I was enjoying it. The combat was not my favorite, and the story was too good for me. Listen, I need it to be like more relaxed. I can't deal with so much story, but that's not to say it was a bad game. I could tell that it was a good game, and I got why people like to dumb it on her. That's why. It's because of all the stuff to do. You have a really dumb idea for another meme-related art? Oh my, A-star, this could be any direction. Kenny would never die. He only wants to give the enemy some tiny amounts of hope of victory. Exactly. I like to keep everybody on the edge of their seat. I mean, last time that we played this game, we beat every single boss in the game in a row. Right? Didn't we? I'm pretty sure. So now we have to beat more bosses. We have to beat like 6 bosses in a row and then 4 bosses in a row so that we can get all the different goodies that they give away. You're getting art ideas too? For what? I'm so confused. What's happening? What's happening that's so inspiring right now? Kenny, what are the Lego sets next to Flat Pikachu? What, these little ones? Oh, they're just little characters. I don't know where these are gonna go. Listen. Everything over there is a mess. This whole room is a mess right now. I just got things started. I got things started. You're taking inspiration from me. I'm gonna go to work and beat all my bosses. Tiz Waffle, please don't do that. Please don't do that. And if you do, please don't blame me. Don't beat up. Don't. I just killed my boss. I mean, the final boss. The boss, I mean. Awkward IRL, how are you doing? Sounds like my life, Kenny. Much mess. Need clean. I mean, this part of the room's not too dirty. It's this part of the room that's kind of a mess. But I promise you can almost see all of the room. Okay, you can almost see it all, so it's not that bad around here. You're getting art ideas. Ooh, yeah, oof, the thing. Oh, I just randomly thinking of more emotes that I want. Okay, thanks for keeping the conversation focused. Appreciate it, Arisa. Nice stuff. Thanks for keeping the conversation nice and focused of being like, oh, I think I'm gonna go draw something. I think I'm gonna get out of here. You know what? I was thinking about art that has nothing to do with the stream. Listen. I would want you draw anything though. So just stream it again so that we can all see it. Oi, you guys, thank you so much for the support during the failed hype train. An absolute failure, you guys. An abject failure. But you know what? I appreciate the support anyway. It was a good attempt, you guys. A good attempt. The middle one was for a boss rush idea. Ooh, interesting. You're being a bit edgy. You're in class for uni and you should be working on your stuff, but you're taking a quick break. Oh, snap. Take a little break while you're getting your work done. Awesome sauce. Good luck with your work. We're gonna get started with the game. I think that we're gonna get schmoovin'. We're gonna get schmoovin' on this game. I'm ready to beat some bosses, you guys. I'm ready to beat up some bosses and play some game. Let me actually, I think we turned it on. I think that we're ready to go. All right, Zelda. Skyward Sword. Working on a whole TV show pilot. Animation is hard. What? I didn't know that you were working on any sort of animation. Oh, is that true? That's very cool. That's very cool. Didn't know that you were getting an art degree or some such business. That's very cool. Okay. I have to turn it so that I can actually hear the audio. Let me just set this up. I think that y'all can hear it, but I can't hear it quite yet. Okay, there it is. It's just wind. It's just a little bit of blowing wind, you know. It's my favorite soundtrack to my favorite game. Hey, your Mia's still bald, and I love that. the Mia's super ugly. It's so ugly. Can we see how long we've played the game yet? Played for 40 hours or more with one playthrough. Holy moly, this game is bloated. I was gonna say, I did say to some people offline, I think, is that I was just like, wow, this game sure is a bargain. Like, I mean, you sure get some value out of this game, but it's so bloated and repetitive and not very fun. But you know what? You still get your hours in, so at least you have some value. Okay, I think it's a little loud. It's probably cranked because I think that we're listening to the music. Is your shirt okay? My sriracha shirt? My spicy sriracha shirt? My delicious sriracha shirt? You bet it's doing fine. It's making me think about spicy food right now. Bald Kenny again win? Probably never again, Felix. Don't count on it. Okay, I'm looking at the audio. Is this good? This seems about right. Yeah, I do not anticipate going bald anytime soon. Sorry to tell you, Felix, but it's quite a look, I would say. You were never here during Bald Kenny. I mean, Felix, that's just such a bummer. That's so sad. I wish that you could have seen me bald, because I'm just saying, I don't think you would have liked Bald Kenny. You were okay with Bald Kenny? The eyebrows were too far. The eyebrows really did make it look absolutely insane. It really did make me crazy. Yes, you saw no eyebrow, Kenny? That was no eyebrow, completely bald, no beard. Really looking like an alien over here. 100% egg. 100% egg moment. But for now, I think I'm gonna grow out me hair. I think I'm gonna grow it out. But the facial hair is going, you guys. It might be tonight. I'm thinking that I'm gonna show. Oh no! What unfortunate timing for Shiny to say this. Bald Kitty was pretty good, but bearded Kitty is better. I think the beard's moving. I think the beard's gonna change. I don't know if it's going to mustache, or if it's gonna go to Wolverine. I'm not sure. We'll see. Something's getting moved, you guys. I don't know. Maybe I'll wait for my inevitable mental breakdown, and then I will probably adjust my facial hair. So if you see my facial hair change, then you know that the night before I had a I was struggling, and then I was encouraged by shaving. Okay, there's your that's your little bit of lore. Let's do a battle. Okay, we're supposed to defeat some. Maybe we should defeat the bosses, or we could go somewhere else. I'm not sure. Kenny lore. My dad actually has done the same thing in the past. Very strange. Very strange. I don't know why I picked up on that. It's not a habit for my dad anymore, but he used to change his facial hair whenever like something important would happen. He'd just want to change his. He'd want to change his appearance. I don't know why. It's like when girls color their hair. Oi! Yeah, it's like that. Hey, Frankie.
$3.56.
Thank you for the moolah.
Almost midnight. Please accept this small gesture from me for your amazing energy.
Hey.
Well, that sounds a bit weird. You're just an amazing and happy streamer.
You're so sweet, Frankie. I super appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's almost midnight. Please accept this gesture from me for your amazing energy. I don't think that's weird. That's not weird. I appreciate it. Thank you, Frankie. Could we put some love in the chat for Frankie with the support? I appreciate it. You sweet bean, you. You sweet bean, you. No, I color hair out of boredom. Same thing, Arisa. What's the difference between boredom and a mental breakdown? See you soon, hopefully. All right, Frankie, get some rest. It was nice to see you. I stream every day, so hopefully you can catch me some other time. But it was nice to see you, Frankie. Thanks for the support and for being here. I think we're gonna go from the beginning, shall we? You're gonna get some sleep now? Thanks for the stream. It really helped me calm down from being anxious about apartment searching. Bye, everyone. We'll see you later, Shiny. We love you, you sweet bean. We shall see you later. Shiny, you get your buns to bed. Get some rest. Good luck with the job, and we look forward to being able to hang out with you even more. I forgot that Arisa dyed her hair. I'm sorry. Trust me. Even if Arisa doesn't say it, it was absolutely during a mental breakdown. Just kidding. Let's warm up. Let's warm up with a boss battle. What do you say? Hey! Yeah, I'm just kidding. Yes, there are other reasons for dyeing your hair. It's true. But not me. Not me. I only dye my hair when I go crazy. When I go crazy. Zoom. Here. Yum, 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 yum. Eat a delicious ba-ba-ba-bamba. About to blow dry my hair and watching Kenny without being able to hear him. Let's see how funny or confusing it gets. Oh no! Kenny with subtitles is a mess. Oh wait, what? Get out of it! Oh! No! Stop! Leave me alone. Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Okay, there we go. There we go. Now we're ready to bamba. No subtitles. Living on the edge. What is this challenge? We have to kill like a bunch of bosses in a row. We're just warming up with a little boss rush challenge, okay? Because I mean it's exciting. It's exciting. Get your eyeball over here, you dummy. Dummy. Get out of here. You might be addicted to dyeing your hair. I mean, dyed hair is really cool though. It's very anime of you. But I mean, if you like anime, you probably like dyed hair. And besides, it's like customizing your character. It's like customizing the character that you're stuck with, you know? Like you shouldn't have to be stuck with the hair that you always have. Let's keep it like keep it interesting, you know? Whoop. Hang on, put this in my pocket. Just kind of working over here. Just ignore this. Just ignore the boss. Oh! No. Ah! Leave me alone. Oh, kaboom! Run after him. Okay, we gotta bomb him. First, you give him the bomb, and then oh, what? He was supposed to slurp that up with his big old mouth. Eat bomb. Eat bomb. You seem hungry. There you go. Have some. Yum. Now let me stab that eyeball. There we go. Now that's what we were supposed to do. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, he goes tall boy. He goes tall boy on this. Wait, Kenny. My favorite anime character already has my natural hair color. That's awesome. I have seen that meme where they'll be like, guess who's the main protagonist of the anime? But there are lots of anime protagonists with normal hair. It's true. Ouch. Lots of anime characters with just brown hair. Just brown hair, brown eyes. Especially in like romantic animes. Where it's just a cute couple in high school, and that's the entire storyline. We're in high school and we like each other. Ooh, stab. Oh, that was it. That was easy. Okay, we killed big Mike Wazowski. We killed Mike Wazowski. Nothing wrong with basic hair. There was nothing wrong with it until you called it basic. How dare you? Don't call it basic. Sandy, what's up? How are you doing? Welcome. How are you doing, Sandy? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Are you little Pocket Palma? It is. It's actually called Pocket Palma. I didn't actually know that. I didn't actually know that it was a pocket BB. So cute. Speaking of anime, I need to work on my character for Kenny's anime. Oh snap! My anime. We need more characters. It's true. Where's Alchemic today? I think he might be feeling sick. I don't know. He was feeling a little bit sick the other day, and then I also know that he's working on school stuff, so he might be busy at work, or he might be feeling crummy. I'm gonna send him a message after stream if he doesn't show up, and I'll check on him and see how he's doing. I don't know. Oh, big toes. It's a big toe. We're back to big toe moment, you guys. Kenny, just ignore the boss. Also, Kenny gets hit by a fireball. Listen, it's not that hard. These are not that hard. I can mostly do this brainlessly. Okay? Look, I'm gonna beat this. I'm gonna beat this guy without any trouble at all. It's because I've already done this a few times. The only thing is that you have to beat him. You have to beat these like 3 times, I think. Your time for bed. You need a lot of sleep before tomorrow. / today. So good night, everybody. Love you all. All right, Moy. We'll see you later. Get some rest. Get some rest, Moy. It was nice to see you. It's always nice to see you. Get some rest. Good luck with tomorrow, Moy. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. You were asleep the entire time. It couldn't have been Felix. Felix was asleep the entire time. It's true. It couldn't have been Felix's fault. Look at him. Look at him worming his way up here. Look at these nasty toes. They go like boy. Oi, Shin, what's up? How are you doing? Hi. How are you doing, Shin? What's up? My voice is feeling a lot better, so I can make all the weird noises. I can repeat all the weird noises that y'all are putting in the chat. That wasn't my fault. You put that in the chat, Shin. I was just reading it. And I'm grabbing hearts because during this boss game that we're doing, you guys, during this boss game, we gotta do it with all like 1 set of lives, and that's it. That's it. We only get 1 set. Not best bud. Kenny freestyling on us. Not best bud. Not best bud. Wait a second. I can't believe it. Real-time bread. We were best buds at the beginning of the stream, but something came between us during the stream. During the stream, we're no longer best buds. Shaking my head. Real-time bread. How dare you? You have to beat them slow so that we don't get jealous of epic skills. I promise that this is not very difficult. This is the easiest version of this boss. I guarantee it. This is the first time that you ever see him. And also, we've already beaten this boss. This is the 3rd time, so it's especially easy. But I promise I'm not good at this game. Whoa, he's already got flaming feet. He's already going flaming foot on us. Oi! This boss looks so icky. I know, Felix, I hate it. This is my least favorite boss in the game, but you can't ignore him. Oh my God, Waffle.
7,777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777
Waffle.
trillion 777 billion 777 million 777
Waffle, get out of here! Get out of here, Waffle, with your long numbers. Thank you for the 100 bits for that important message. Thank you so much for funding that very important message. Appreciate it. I meant like he's not freestyling on us. We are best buds, Kitty. Okay, real time. I was just wondering. I didn't know. I didn't know. Real time, you said that we weren't, but I guess I'll believe you this time. Let me see. I think that our friendo said something. Sandy, you're falling asleep. How is chat? And are you doing better? I'm feeling way better, Sandy. Thank you for asking. So sweet. So sweet. My voice is feeling a lot better, if you can't tell. Yeah, but yeah, I'm doing fantastic. I'm glad that you're gonna get some sleep. Get some sleep. Hooray. I'm glad for you, Sandy. You can just fall asleep to the subtle, gentle screams of me getting destroyed by these monsters. Unless you aren't mine anymore. Real time. But we are. I forgot. You brought popcorn? Popcorn. Yum, yum. I'll take some popcorn, please. Could we share some popcorn? Oh, good. That's SpongeBob bread. All of the bread. Holy moly. So well edited. I love the bread. The bread is important. I am going to... You him. Come here. Come here, you absolute legend. Let me kill you. No. Die. No. He's behind me. Oh, spicy. You're not allowed food in the computer lab. Oh, well, that seems fair enough, right? You can't have any delicious ham sandwiches that are confusing you. You know, you don't want the science to be messed up by a delicious ham sandwich. No, let me stab you. Here, look, I'm over here. Oh, now you see me. Now you, oops. Now you see me. Now you're stabbed. Come back here. I never understood how to beat this boss. I guarantee you this will beat him almost without me ever being injured. I guarantee you I will lose minimum hearts and I will beat him, even though I can't tell which side I'm supposed to hit him from. Okay, that worked. Ah! So far, I've lost 1 heart. 1 heart. I've got this. Watch this. Yeah. Look, it makes them disappear whenever you fail. If you fail a hit, then you still get to knock them out of the way. Get that slurpy tongue away from me. You get away from me. Oh wait. Oh yeah, he's gonna do some of that. Oh, I like this part. This is good. Oh. What do you? Oh, don't do that. Don't do that now. That's rude. Are you gonna? Oh, nice block. Nice block, buddy. You gonna block again? Oh, yike! Stop that. Come on, do a block. Do it, you coward. Okay, one more time. Ah! Wow, he's doing a new thing. It's hard to swipe these out of the air, though. Okay, there we go. All right. Stop. Let me get you. I'm gonna get you. All right, you gonna get. Come on. Do a block. No, don't do that. Do a block. Ooh. Do some flips. Link's flipping around. Come on, block. No, stop. Stop. You're tiresome. Ah, I didn't dodge right. I will stab you. There you go. All right, we win. Oh, well, I did kind of lose some hearts there, didn't I? Oof. The one YouTuber I watched calls this guy Peppermint Kisses. What? Peppermint Kisses? Since when? Do a barrel roll. Oi, Twin Mama, how are you doing? Welcome to the chat. I'll do a barrel roll next time, I promise. I promise we'll get him. That's not even setting my own record. You'll get yourself a not too shabby 100. See, look, you get a piece of heart for this. Look, for the next win, you net a fabulous piece of heart. So if I end after this battle, then I get a piece of heart. And then if I do like a few more, then I get to have another item, the shield that lasts forever. And that's full name. That's what they call it in the game. The shield that lasts forever. They don't. But they make you do the boss rush 3 times to get different rewards. I thought that like the top reward would give you all of the subsequent lower prizes, but unfortunately they did not. They make you do it again. They make you fight. First you have to fight 4 bosses, then you fight 6 bosses, then you fight all the bosses, and that's how you get all the things. I thought that they would give me the ones that I already earned, but they didn't. You have to stop at the price that you want, and there's multiple prizes that you're going to want. So, and to beat all of them, you only get 2,000 bucks. So you don't even have a good reason to fight them all. Like, it's just money. I don't need money at this point. So we did an unnecessarily hard challenge for no reason. Hey, Rave Icon, how are you doing? What's up? Rave Icon. Oh, wow, was that a concert last night? Last at all? We have so much in common. Oh, come back here. Stupid foot. Let me destroy your feet. Your toes are mine. Zoom. Don't zap me. I don't want to get zapped. Just let me... I want to run past him, but I can't do it. I can't get past him. He's too powerful. It's the magic feet, man. It's these freaking feet. Oh, I made it. Hey, not too shabby. Oh, a little slow. A little slow. Oh, stomped. Absolutely stomped. Ah, get the stone. Kill the toes. Ah, there's some hearts there, though. Definitely one of the reasons why this game isn't very popular. I would say that it's because of things like that, maybe A-Star, but I doubt that people care too much about the boss rush to not like the game. But you're totally right that it's just that sort of thing in this game that is that's just annoying. That just makes you not want to like the game. Is that gonna hit him? Like, it's gonna go right in his mouth. Eat it! Aw, it didn't fall in there. Dang it. Could have shot him in his weird belly button of a throat. In his gross throat. Nom. He did. He nommed the bomb. That was the classic bomb nom. Very nice. Whale bear. He does kind of look like a whale bear. That's very true. He's long like a whale, but he's furry like a bear. Even though they're scales, they do look kind of like. They look like low quality hair. I mean, what can I say? What can I say except for we cannot go up that spot. But yeah, he does kind of look furry. It just looks like low quality fur. Let's go. I hope I have time. Eat him. All right. That sounded like a poem. It was rhyming. Oh, a poem. No, it was a rap. It was a rap, Felix. I was trying to rap. Oh wait, we gotta get in front of old 4-ball. Wee. I'm having to mute Kenny because I have to edit audio. I feel you, awkward. I used to watch streams and edit audio at the same time, and you really do have to turn it off. Just go ahead. Just go ahead and turn it off, and we'll see you in a little bit. Oh my goodness. Don't ever apologize for that. You really cannot edit audio while watching a stream. It's impossible. He's crawling. I know he's creepy. He's a creep. I do not like this boss at all. He's the grossest part of this game. Though there are some other weird, gross parts of this game that I'm surprised are in a Nintendo game. It's definitely, it looks like one of the colorful Zelda games, but it has things in it that are gross like Twilight Princess. It's very strange. It's very strange, like middle ground. Oh man, I'm struggling. Get that foot. Okay, I got the back of it. Oh, I've got Groose. Go, Groose. Get him. Die. All right, he's stunned. We can run in front of him and get his... Maybe we should hit the back of his toe. Here. Get that one out of the way, and then get this front one. Ew, and yeah, there's liquid inside of it. It's so gross, man. I hate it so much. I don't know why they had to do it. First the Wii U, and now this. Shaking my head. This boss looks like a living acorn. An acorn? I don't know if you're thinking of an acorn. Oh, did you see that slick move? Did you see that slick move, or was it too slick for you to notice? Did you see me pull out the sailcloth at the very last second? Did you see the sailcloth moment? All right, we beat him. He's dead.
All right, tell it's time for you to die. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. So sad. See you later, belly button.
He does have a gross belly button throat that I do not like.
Bye-bye, pinecone bear. Pinecone whale bear.
Man, they really let him suffer at the end. They really let him suffer. Ooh, that reminds me. Maybe Arisa, I should add. Oh, we should add Nom. Why don't we add Nom to the stream? I've got a few extra bit emotes. Why don't I do it? Why haven't I already done that? It's so cute. And also Peek. We've got two more. There's two more emotes that have not been revealed that I totally should add. For no reason have I not added them. I don't know why I haven't already done that. There's two cute emotes that we have right now that I could add. Quit now and you'll get yourself a not too shabby heart. Let's quit. I'm gonna take my heart and run.
Thank you for the heart.
Oh, more emotes. It's true. Nom, Pete, who are these people? My great uncle Nom, and my aunt Pete. Ooh, look at that. We've only got one more. Why are you taking hearts? Because you have to. Because the last reward from this boss rush is 2,000 coin, and you only get 2,000 coin. So we've already gotten the 2,000. We just got a piece of heart, and now there's one more item that we have to play again. So the thing that I want to get, this last thing, is a shield that doesn't break. So I need to get the shield that doesn't break from the big guy himself. So we have to fight some more bosses so that I can have the shield. If we don't do this right now, then what the heck am I doing then? You know, if I don't just go ahead and get the shield now, then it'll be like worthless later. Let's fight Scaldera again. Should we just do it in the same order, I guess? Oof. Link loves collecting organs. Yes, he has ones that are designed by Yamaha. Link thought about purchasing an entire church just because it had such a beautiful big organ inside of it. It's true. Link is rather obsessed with the pipe-based instruments. Who's Moldarak? Who is Moldarak? I forget. I forget which one that is, Floggy, but we'll probably have to fight them. So the question won't last for long. I could go for this right now, but I should probably collect some bombs. So I'm just gonna knock him out. See you later. Is he the big sword boy? Oh no, that's one of the later bosses, I think. Moldarak looks like it's the first boss that you ever fight, and I can't remember who you fight first. Who's the very first boss? I don't remember. It was quite a while ago. This is a really long game. Like I showed before, we played this game for 40 hours on stream. On stream, no less. Because I haven't played any offline or anything. Oh, you can fight him while up here. I didn't know that. He's actually a rather convenient boss to fight, TBH. Oh wait, I thought he was gonna go long legs on me. Hey, where's the long leg moment? Excuse me, where's my long leg moment? Get out of here. Get out of here. I only like long leg Wazowski. Eat. Consume. Ah, yes. You are no longer hungry. I take good care of. We slaughtered him. We slaughtered him in 1 minute and 12 seconds. We just cut it. We just cut our kill time in half. Wow. All right. Good deal. Wow. Wow, he gave me 50 rupees for beating the record. It seems like you should set really horrible records and then slowly defeat them so that you get more money. It seems like I should have gone easy on him. Should have gone easy on him the first time so that I could make an easy 50 bucks next time. Okay, I promise you guys, we're never gonna have to fight these bosses ever again, okay? This is the last time. That's the last time I'll ever have to watch that lick animation. And then we're gonna have our fantastic shield. Oh, he's a scorpion thing. Oh, okay. Oh, oh. That's something he did not do a single time. Oh, I think that this is a different, this is a different stage of Gearharim, because you fight him a few times. You fight him a few times. Oh, it's so tricky to hit those. Hey, Bellblue, how you doing? Trying for the shield, I take it? Yes, indeed. Bellblue, we even already got the, we already got the heart piece. So we're just cleaning it up. This is the last time that we gotta fight these bosses. How you doing, Bellblue? Hope you're doing fantastic. But yeah, we're beating these bosses. They don't stand a chance. You're getting stabbed, sonny. Wow, this is record breaking. We're breaking our records. 52 seconds, very nice. Very nice, very nice. All right, chop chop. Now, small treasure, we don't need that. No small treasure. We can get a fabulous 100 rupees if we can win again. The same boss in a different room. Let go. Let go of my sword, so rude. Oh. Come here. Not bad. Long day. Hopefully good show yesterday. It was good, Bellblue. It was a good time. Even with the rain. The rain actually made it nice and cool. Nice and cool. Actually, I wouldn't mind if it rained at more concerts, to be honest. I think I enjoyed it more for the nice chilly rain. I was kind of waiting on a Skyward Strike, but you don't need one. Let go. Let go of my sword. Sorry, sucker. I hate that he holds it between two fingers. The absolute disrespect. The least you can do is look like you're struggling. Get over here. Stupid, stinky boss. That's why it takes forever. Because I can't. No. Stop. You have to like point it. Stop. Exporting takes forever. It's only 5 minutes. Ooh, how long is the export gonna take? I've exported a lot of videos. I use, whenever I was using Final Cut with my sister's business, it was pretty quick. It's gotta be like the best part of Final Cut, right? So quick. So fantastic. But I use, now I use, what's it called? Ooh. I'm using, Premiere, I think. Premiere's what I've used the most recent videos that I've done, and they're pretty chill. You just got Iron Lights? Really? Iron Lights? Do you mean Iron Wolf, Floggy? Iron Lights VR. I've never heard of that. I don't know what that is. He needs to properly reach out first? Okay, yeah, maybe I'm rushing him. I hit him with the Skyward Strike as a bonus. Ah, no, we saw the lick animation again. I promised. Sorry, broken promises. That's why they call me Old Earl Broken Promises. What the heck is that lick animation? He's a lizard. He's a lizard person. Did you see him? He blinked the wrong way. Oh, great. This part stinks. It's so difficult to time that. No, come on. With this control scheme that's complete. Oh! A complete cacophony of noises. Come here, Buster. You about to get wrecked. They're just following me. What? How are you mind controlling his sky knives? There's hardly any lead up this. This is like a Dark Souls boss. This is literally Dark Souls in The Legend of Zelda. Look at this. You have to dodge roll everywhere. Come back here. Yo! Hi, Aria. Aria's a pretty cute name. Lupus, how are you doing? What's up? Oi, oi, oi! It's the Dog Whisperer. The Dog Whisperer returns. Oi! Lupus, I hope you had a fantastic day. I did hear that you actually got sleep recently. Oh, wow. Lupus actually taking care of themselves a little bit. I can't believe it. I'm so glad they're dead. Oh, he's dead. You can look up their channel on Twitch. You just search Iron Lights. Wait, what? Wait, what? Look up their oh, are they people? Oh, they're a person. You got Iron Lights VR. And it's a lot of fun. Wait, is it a streamer or is it a game? Iron Lights on the Oculus Quest. Oh, it looks like it's maybe a Quest exclusive game. I don't have a Quest. I don't think I could play this. Oh, it looks like a swords game. That looks kind of cool. Hey, yeah. Okay, I see what it is. I see what it is. Sword game. Sword game. Sword of interesting. 200 rupees? Sounds good. Let's keep going. Listen, I'm trying to double my money. All is okay. And yes, I got the sleep that I needed. I crashed real hard. I'm trying to get better at crashing. That's what that's one of the things that I'm gonna try to do in my life. Is that I'm gonna try to get better at like crashing after a big day. Like tonight. Tonight I'm gonna do a challenge for myself. If we stay up late or I play games really late, I'm gonna practice just like falling into bed and going to sleep, because too often I'm like watching YouTube videos or playing like a mobile game or something. A waste of time. If I'm gonna stay up, then I should be doing something that I love, not like wasting time watching a YouTube video while eating slowly. Instead, I should just like go straight to bed or keep playing games. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Not this stupid lily-livered YouTube watching, snacking, long bath taking business. That's no good. I don't need any of that. I need to sleep earlier. Yeah, we do be popping toes. We do be popping toes like bottles out here. Gross. That makes him sound like an element. Who? You put on streams and then you try to sleep. That's good. My phone likes to call him alchemical. Alchemical. An absolute force of nature. Pop his toes. Pop them. Popping. My lad do be popping off with his little squeezy toes. This is little gusher, little weenie toes. His little hot dog feet. Little hot dog feet. Felix, what? Your internet died? Oh dear. I honestly am glad that it died right now, Felix, instead of during one of your streams. I'm glad that it died when it's not so important. Off-brand alchemic's just chemical? No! Off-brand alchemic cannot hurt you. Off-brand alchemic doesn't exist. Chemical has entered the chat. Ow, ow! Oh, this suddenly made me think that they look like Mario Sunshine teeth. Yes, they do. They do look like Mario Sunshine teeth from that, from the dentist part. Yeah, they do remind me of the dentistry. Both are kind of like body horror. Body horror in my Nintendo game? Okay. Okay, sounds good. Is this game for kids? Because it says E10 and up, and I'm pretty sure that my 10-year-old ran out of the room crying whenever he saw this guy's feet. It's basically claws. What do you mean you're important? Felix? I'm always here, though. I'm always here. Ow, ow, ow. I'm here to entertain you. Whenever. Okay, hang on. Right away. Quit saying ways to describe its toes. Oh, I'm just using English, Loggy. I'm just using my incredible vocabulary to explain what I'm seeing. I'm trying to be a good communicator. Now I think we're going to kill him. Now we will kill you. Now you die. Don't kids like gross things? That might be true. You might be right about that, Blue Jay. I don't know. All of my viewers are people that are older than 30, so I'm not sure. Maybe we could ask some other chat sometime. Fifi, how are you doing? Welcome. Fifi, I hope you're having a fantastic day. Hello there. Welcome back to a Sweet Monday stream. Sweet Monday, dude. If he has problems with his toes, would he go to the dentist, though? I don't know about that. I'm not sure how. Maybe the dentist would encourage him to floss between his toes. It's possible. It's possible that it's some sort of an infection. I'm not sure. You could get 200 rupees. No, I want to go for 300 rupees. 300. What's next, chum? What? No! What? It's just the set. Oh, come on! Don't make me fight him twice in a row. Come on. You don't get to fight subsequent fights after. You don't get to pick subsequent fights after the first one. You only get to pick the very first one, and then he picks them himself. And apparently he's thought it would be great for us to fight the imprisoned twice in a row. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Shaking my head, man. Shaking my head. Nintendo. More like Nintendo. 30, but I just got out of high school. Oh, Blue Jay, I was only teasing. I was only teasing and lying. I was lying. Kinley lied as easily as you breathe. I do love his big noodle arms. He does look like a little baby version of Godzilla. And he can't even see. He has no eyes, so he's just like blah, 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 blah. Just running forward blindly. Oh, Godzilla. More like demi-Godzilla, you know what I'm saying? Oh, come, give me that. Give me that. Give me that heel. I'm not a heel. You're a heel. Let me in front of him. He's too fast. Oh my gosh, he is most speedy indeed. Most speedy indeedy. Your toes are mine. Ah, nice. Now that's what I call efficient swordsmanship. Ooh, is this the one where he floats? I think that this might be the floating one, if I'm not mistaken. This might be the one where he tries to fly away, oh glory. I'll fly away, oh glory, I'll fly away. Mm-hmm. It pains me that you never did the sword spin during this boss fight. Oh, torture! Torture! Arisa, it is kind of still a pain in the neck to make that sword, the spin work. But when it works, oh, it's so much better.
Hey! Hey! Come on, Link! Let me blast this guy! Boy, yo, 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 yo.
Oh, I hit him right in his left bun. His left cheek has been removed. Surgically removed left cheek.
Come back here.
This boss does have a cool pattern too, but wow, I do dislike fighting it. Yeah, I mean, it's an alright. It's an alright fight, but the fact that you have to fight it 3 times, and if you want to get all the items, then you have to fight it 9 times. No, wait, you don't have to fight it 9 times. You have to fight it 6. Wait, no, you do. Yeah, you have to fight it 9 times if you want to beat the game. That's tiresome. Come on, Nintendo. Come on, Nintendo. Here, fishy, why are you sleeping? I'm a piranha. They live in the Amazon. Oh, piranha's a fish, just like your present. Ah! Dollar. Dollar. Fishy, why are you sleeping? I love the music cue whenever Darla shows up. It's like, hee, 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 hee. So frightening. They live in the Amazon. You have an Amazon coupon. Felix, not that Amazon, you silly. You silly dum-dum. Oh, you sweet, sweet summer child. You don't even know that the Amazon is real. Jeff Bezos can hurt you. He is real. Stab. Yes. Yeah, he's got kind of a cool little spike on the back of his neck, though. It really gives him some kind of dino vibes. Slight dino vibes. Zoom. Are you gonna stream live from the Amazon? Ooh. Felix IRL stream in the jungle? That sounds like fun. Camping stream. First, we're gonna set up the bug net. Oh, is he dead? Did I kill him? Is that it? I think it is. All right. Maybe, Felix, you could just get a 3D set and you can just do your avatar in there. How about that? You gotta bring an entire laptop. An entire laptop? Holy moly. That's horrible. Felix, don't tell me that you have to move a laptop. Oh, that was the best time that we've ever done. A 3D set is $3,000? What? Is that the undisputed price? Is there not a cheaper version? Can you get a discount one that was made in like 2002? All right, a fabulous rare treasure. That doesn't really. This not a very good zoom. You know what? We could. There we go. Yes, fabulous rare treasure. What a joy. What a joy. Give me my shield, darn it. Oh, this one's fun. This is fun. We get to Skyward strike lots of tentacles. But it is very tricky. This is one of the hardest boss fights. This is the closest that I've come to failing without actually failing, because I did fail one of the boss fights. Woo! No! Let go! Let go with your disgusting tentacles. You get your nasty tentacles off of me, Squidward. Squidward! Wait. Don't do it! Don't! Ow! Calamari. It is kind of a cutie though. I'm not gonna lie. Look at it. It's actually kind of cute. Oh, it makes a cute little noise whenever you hit it too. It's like bloop. Your hair is mine. Look at her. She just needed a haircut. Open those. Aw, no eye shot. Okay, fine. Oh, wow, Linz, I didn't know that you had a sub to my friendo. To my friendo, who I for some reason can't remember at this very moment. What a friend. Can't even remember that name. Oh, it's a gift sub. Oh, what joy. What joy. They are very cute emotes. They are very cute emotes indeed. They're very tentacool. The thing's eyeball is surprisingly durable. I know, it can really take a beating, can it? Very, very impressive eye structure, I must say. Evolution did this one good. Oh, his eye. Oh, ah. Best to just go for the eye, I've always found. The boss looks like an Escape from Monsters Incorporated. I'm saying it, Rave, it looks like Celia and Mike Wazowski had a kid. Because it's got the one eye of Mike, and then it's got the hair like Celia, and they even turn into to snakes at some point. It also kind of has the same body of a few monsters in the show as well. It really does look a lot like a Monsters Inc. character. Monsters Inc., please call. Monsters Inc., I'll connect you. Oh, shamooshy poo, Googly Bear. Happy birthday. Oh, Googly Woogly, you remembered. Hi, Sully Wully. Hi, Celia. Wheelia. Happy birthday. Thanks. Oh, no. Harryhausen's. It's impossible to get a reservation there. Not for Googly Bear. I'll see you at quitting time and not a minute later. Think romantical thoughts. You and me and you, both of us together. All right, now you died, big eyeball. Okay, phase 2. Here we go. Phase 2. Here we go. She's the one. She is the one. Movie night idea, but I clearly watched it too many times. But I've clearly watched that movie too many times. I could keep quoting it. I can just keep going because they go to the next thing is the scene in the locker room where your sweet friend Randall shows up for the first time. Oh, great, at this point. It's his audition for Monsters Inc. 2. Yes, Monsters Inc. 2. When's it going to arrive, Pixar? People are asking for it. Ever since Cars 2, I've been excited for another Pixar sequel. Ow! Get off of me. Get off of me. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I was attacked by his hair. Or her hair. Their hair. Their hair, actually. That's kind of fun to say. Their hair. Here, there, every hair. Get here. Get here and get dead. Come right here for death. I have some free death right here. Boing. Now I kill you. Now you die. Now you perish. Hey, look at all this. Hey, you stupid hair. I almost got you. Admit it. I had you going there. Oh, I really am getting injured in this one. This is a bad battle. But I think we still got it. I think we still got it. Ah, the timing's tricky. It does really make you recover. No, stop, stay still. There you go. Okay, let me kill you.
Let me kill you.
Is you're just hitting one way very fast? Yeah, that's probably right. These controls are so silly. Oh, come on. Oh, there we go. Get us. He almost got away. Now the real question is, who's drawing Kenny as Mike Wazowski? Ooh. Who can draw the most cursed Mike Wazowski? After I finally judge our current contest, that can be the next one. Whoever can draw the ugliest Kenny Mike Wazowski wins a fabulous prize. Tentaculus. Okay, not too shabby, rare treasure. That's not the shield, right? Right? Does anybody know? I don't think that that's the shield that we won. I'm pretty sure that that's not it. Right? Didn't it literally say shield? I thought that it literally said shield. Because it's not. The next one will give you 500. I'm going to keep going because I'm pretty sure. How many have gotten through so far? Not sure, Blue Jay, but there's still a lot more bosses to go, so I'm pretty sure that's a little bit further along. Oh! No, let me go. Let me go. Actually, we need to take it easy because I kind of got hurt from these bosses. I've kind of been a little bit messed up. Hopefully we get another like very. Oh no! I slashed the wrong way. Oh dear. Oh dear. Again, not doing so well this time. Oh, you suck. Oh, you suck. You stink and you're horrible. Let go. Okay, hang on. I gotta get away from these guys. Last time we didn't struggle with this boss at all. I don't think that there's hearts in the ground, but let's double check just in case. Because I really don't wanna lose right now, but I might. Ah, boy. I don't think there's any hearts. Yeah, I think that it says absurdly strong shield. Yep, me too. That's what I'm thinking. No, it doesn't. Target's the wrong one. It doesn't let you switch to targets. Stop moving around, you stupid camera. Okay, should I just let him attack? No, I'm just gonna try to keep him on the run. All right, there's one arm. Ooh. Okay, now I should be able to focus because now there's only one target. Okay, thank goodness. Oh, you're lurking because of Genshin? All right, enjoy your game, Felix. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. I'll be singing in the background while you're playing your sweet Genshin. All right, thank goodness. Okay, now we gotta hit his eyeball, I think. It's another eyeball moment. Oh, where'd you go? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Yeah, get out of here. Get out of here. Let me stab you in your eye. Ooh, I'm getting tired. I hate the blinking red. It's freaking me out. Oh, get him. That's right. That's right. All right. I hope that there's free hearts at the beginning of the next boss because we are doing very bad right now. Honestly, I would prefer if we can pick anyone, I would pick the Forsaken or whatever it's called so that I can get some more hearts. Oh, boy. Okay, this would be 500. Yep. Oh, it's the next one. We only have to fight one more boss, and we're so close to dying. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, number 8. 8 bosses in a row. Oh, my God. No. No. Not this one. Oh, this one's really hard to not take damage. Ooh, this one's very tricky to not take damage on. Oh boy, but there are hearts. There are hearts. It's just really hard to get them, and they only happen later, I think. Because I don't even think that these things can. Oh, stop. Oh, what's my run button? Okay. Okay, we got one arm. Nice. Okay, we can only get hit once, I think. Unfortunately, I think we only get one. What's up, Nardivel? How are you doing? Absent advance, please no. Please no. We have fought this boss like 5 times. Hopefully my skills will kick in wherever they are. Oh, where did my little skills go? I just need to get to the sword part. And then I'm gonna run and I'm gonna try to pick up all the hearts from the, Does it go straight to sword? I hope it does. If it whips out the swords and gets spooky with it. Oh, no. There's more. But wait, we'll double the offer. I think we gotta chop off all 4 of its arms now. It's too bad that doesn't break the walls, though. Oh, what? Oh, it didn't slam its hands. Okay, there's one. Now we gotta, oh, there's no swords yet. Oh my gosh, that was so close. That's not good. Oh, what was that? Oh, you definitely can get him here, but you don't have to. It's much easier to not to. Just get him in his heart like this. Stab. All right, sword time. Now we just gotta be careful. I'm okay waiting to rush hour to end so that I can get pizza. All right, nice, pizza day. That's a good way to spice up a Monday. Monday doesn't feel like a Monday if it turns into pizza night. Pizza. Yes, please. Okay, now if we can just get him to break some pillars, and we're really careful. Ooh, I'll take that one heart, thank you. And I'll take some of these arms off. Oh, the sword! Oh! Yeah, I remember Nintendo. I remember the sword. You don't gotta do that every time. Okay, we're no longer doing so bad that our... Oh, wait, our life is still blinking. Oh, wait, oh, crap. Can you break one of these, please? Thank you. This right here? Yes, break that. No, you missed. You did miss, though. Oh, now I have to get the sword myself. Maybe we should get him to come over here, yoink that sword, and then we can break the pillars ourselves. Yeah, that's right. You stand there for a while. Give me a minute, okay? Give Link a moment. Yeah, thanks. Oh, what was that? What just fell on me? Did he just throw something at me? What the heck? What the heck was that? Oh, it looks like something falls whenever you hit the pillars. Yikes! I did not know that. Yeah, something does. Ooh. Yeah, you just stay there. Yeah, the pillar can fall on you. I did not know that. Like the ceiling. Well, the ceiling's not all falling down. No need to be so dramatic. Cut his legs off. Get him. I've got my hearts. I'm feeling strong. All right, now we're just gonna fight one more phase, and then we're done. Then we're done with this whole boss, and we can leave. We can leave forever. Ooh, he do swinging it. Look at him swinging those swords. He's so strong. He's so strong and beautiful. Please break these. Please break these. Nope. Okay. Okay. Let me cut some of those arms off. Okay. Oh no, that's not an arm thing. That's a mignon moment. I shall defeat your minions. Thankfully, he can do team damage. He can do damage on his own guys. It's great, to be honest. And immediately after the sword, can we just get him? Can we just get him? Yes, we can. Yes, we shall kill him. No. Ah, there we go. Is that it? This is so long. Cheese? That's not cheese. I don't think. What part of that is cheese? I think that this is kind of the intended way. You can just do it quickly, but I think it's too risky. I don't normally like risking it because I have trouble picking up that sword. It's tricky. The mechanics like that in these games are very, very difficult for no apparent reason. Picking up items is just a little janky. A little bit janky.
Hit me.
Oh, I did it again. He's done it again. He's done it again. He's killing him. Kill him. Awkward, you gotta go. Thanks for being entertainment during uni. Aw, sounds good. I'm glad that we could entertain you. Hey, Awkward, we'll see you later. Good luck with whatever you're, of the rest that you're doing today. Good luck. You got somebody else in Genshin Impact today, and you never use her, so you were mad. Oh, what? You were mad. I haven't played too much Genshin, so I don't actually know who Sucralose is. Who is Sucrose? That just sounds like a word for sugar. Yay, shield, yes! We just got the final thing from the boss fight. It was a good warm-up. It's a good warm-up for the game. Nice, nice. And that was a record, too. Quit now and you get yourself an absurdly sturdy shield. Yes, absolutely. This is what I should have done the first time that I did this. All right, we got the Hylian shield. Nice. Now we have the Hylian shield, and we got ourselves the sword. Now we're officially linked. Real link, real link, real link. All right, nice. So, of all the things that we need to do, let's see. Sucrose does mean sugar, and she is a Nemo character. I don't know what a Nemo means. Does that mean anemic? Okay, so we've already gotten every one of the goddess cubes, I believe. I think we got every one. Oh, it's a wind character? Huh. A Nemo. Interesting. That's strange. That's a strange word that I've never heard used with wind. It's a wind character named Sugar. That's kind of cute. That is kind of cute. Ah. Thanks for the hype in the chat. Arisa with the hype. A Taiyaki with the hype. A-Star with the hype. Even Arisa gave a big bonus hype. Just some sweet, delicious, spicy hype for the best sword in the game, you know. Just the best sword in the game. If we look around, there should be there's no more swords. I mean, there's no more chests. So something that I think that we can do. Number one, this big fish. We have to talk to the fish to continue the main story, which is probably a good idea right now. And then we can also go to Bug Heaven because I think that he might have stolen Beetle's bug, and that might be where you get the last key item. That might be where you get that final item. So first, we're gonna go pick up my shield. You think pneumo means air, so it has something to do with that? Yeah, that's strange, because pneumatic, yeah, but that's spelled with a P, so that's not even a Nemo and pneumo. They should have spelled it with a P if they were going for that, right? Well, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's just a silly game that's everything's been translated anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's all been localized. Oh boy. Anything that you want me to hold on to or anything you want to pick up? Yes, please. If you're not in a hurry to go, sweetie. Don't call me sweetie. Let's get rid of this empty bottle and let's swap it out for... Oh, look at that. You can just keep loading up items. She's got the hard hand. It's kind of cute. Okay, we got the Hylian shield. Got a bunch of good medals. Seems good. Seems good. Maybe for the final boss, we'll swap it out for something else, but I don't even know if we're going to face the final boss. I would like to beat the game today. We could beat the game today, and then we can move on to Ocarina of Time tomorrow, maybe. Or take a little break in between. But I'd be really excited to start Ocarina of Time again. What was I going to do? I got my shield. And I think that's all. We already got the maximum pumpkin prize. Let's see if Beetle has anything on his person right now. Because I think that we bought everything. But we could just double check in case he's got a little extra goodies for us. Just gotta find him and ring that bell. Come on, ring that. Oh, there we go. Bullseye. Hey, Calico, welcome back. You're home. Welcome home. Welcome home, Calico. And you got some food. All right. Some noms. Delicious noms. What's for dinner? What's for dinner? Did you bring enough for everybody? Ooh. I think that he's already all sold out. Yep. Just double checking. Just double checking. Poor fella's toiling. He's got no stock and he's got no bug. What is Beetle even peddling for? He should just give up and stay on Bug Island. and I believe we've done just about everything in town. We could always sniff out some extra gratitude crystals, but you're really supposed to do that at night. And I think that I even went at night and I didn't see anything on the douse, which is strange because there are supposed to be more. There are more gratitude crystals, but I don't know what you do to activate them. Maybe it's later for maybe it's later after some of the story. It's possible. It's possible, pig. But we can jump off the edge and let's take a little visit to old Bug Island. And see if he's hiding the precious bug. Precious bug from my friend Beetle. Nuggets are what's for dinner? All right, nice. Nugget time. Delicious. Delicious chicken. I did get some I did get some french fries to go with my chicken sandwiches that I make. I think I will be eating a chicken sandwich this very evening. Shouldn't they randomly spawn? I think so, Blue Jay, but that would only be at night. But wait, no, I don't think so. I don't think so because none of them are appearing randomly, and they all seem to be in tailor-made spots. It seemed like it's a challenge, Blue Jay, to like reach different places at night. That's what I think it is. I may be wrong, but there was a lot of them whenever I first started, and then and now there's like none. There was none the last night that we looked. So I think that they're placed. I think that they're in certain spots, but they seem like they're just spawning randomly, don't they? But I think that they placed them. Because there's a limited amount. And you obviously would not have to do side missions if they were unlimited. So it kind of makes sense to me why they wouldn't want to do that. Because I'm sure that they want you to do all the side missions to get everything. Instead of just being able to farm gratitude from just the bushes. The bushes are like, thank you so much for finding us. Kenny, the Anemo characters use the power of wind. And think of how you say the "and" mine for the "and" part. It's what? And put it with Enmo. Anmo. Well, I'm just gonna call them wind characters. I'll make it easy. I'm sorry. I've made a mess of your favorite characters. I'm sorry. Don't worry. I probably won't ever have to say the word again. Emo. Like emo? Okay. Well, it's Lenny. How's life? Okay, so this guy definitely stole the bug. Oh, you think I look happy? Well, I guess I can't help it. I mean, I did discover an insanely rare insect after all. Discover? You stole it from Beetle, you monster. Who cares? How rude. I mean, he deserves for me to say, who cares? But instead I'll say, tell me. You want to know? Let's just say that I managed to land a legendary horned colossal beetle. I think I've crossed the line again. Uh-oh. A-Star, you've crossed the line from cursed? Did you just make something so cursed again? Oh no. It sure is a miracle that I found it. I can't stop laughing or smiling. Is that you laughing or are you smiling? It looks like you're barely even cracking a grin, dude. I don't know. What? You're saying that it's Beetle's pet bug, the same beetle who flies around the sack? Give it back! So you really think a sob story like that is gonna work on me? What a joke. I found this bug and it's all mine. I suppose it would be kind of mean to keep somebody's favorite pet bug, but at the same time I don't feel bad, so I'm not gonna give it right back. How about this? If you can pull off a time in my game that makes me, oh my gosh, we have to do the bug catching thing again? But I already did the bug catching thing. We already did this. Aww. But we do have a bigger net though. If you somehow do it, I'll get you a horned colossus beetle. For what? What did he say, 10 minutes? Did he say 10 minutes? No, we didn't say 10 minutes. That's way too long. 1 minute? We've done this in 1 minute. It's gotta be that, right? Let's grab that. You're gonna go to bed? I'll see you around, kid. All right, we'll see you later, Felix. I hope you enjoyed your Genshin. It was nice to hang out with you while you were playing games. It was good to talk to you. We'll see you later, Felix. Get some rest. Get some rest. Sleepy time. Sleepy time. Always good to see you, my friend. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo. We don't even need that bug, but I'm just going crazy. I'm going crazy. Take care of the throat. I promise I'll try to take good care of the throat. I'll do my best. All right, we got one of the hard bugs to catch. Nice. We're back over here. Let's keep going. We need a praying mantis, the ants at the top. Oh, we could get this right now. There's that. We need this poop roller right here. Oh, poop roller's head down. Had to go down here anyway. Now we just need one more grasshopper and praying mantis. There's only one praying mantis on this map, I think. It's down here. Get out of here, bugs. I can't deal with y'all right now. I gotta get this rare bug. Hey, Vanny Wonderland, how are you doing? What's up? Welcome to the chat. It's nice to see you. Hello. Hello, hello. We're playing bug hunt. We're aggressively hunting for these bugs, trying to protect or we're trying to retrieve rather a stolen bug from our friend. We're doing it for their honor. In their name. Oh, I forgot the ant. Oops. I had to come back down here for this, but I forgot about the ant up top. I think I got distracted by those bees. They scare me. I don't like them. I wonder if he said 1 minute. He couldn't have said 1 minute. 1 minute's too short. I don't even know if that's possible. Okay, now there's one ant over here, and then we win. Nice. Okay, so what was the challenge? I'm confused. Oh, you're done. Heh. Who would have thought that it would be so easy for you to break the record time? Okay, okay, it was 10 minutes. Hey, we got the bug. Okay, it is the bug container. I knew it. I knew it. It is. Yeah, we got it. We got the bug container. Nice, nice. All of our inventory's filled out. We got every different item. Ah, yeah, baby. Nice. Off to pick up the Twinkies. Have a great stream. All right, we'll see you later, Twin Mama Gamer. Good luck. Drive safe. Drive safe. We'll see you later. It was nice to hang out with you for a little bit. For a little bit. You had a really boring day. Oof. At least it was boring and it wasn't bad. I'm sorry that it was boring though, Vanny. Maybe we could make it more interesting. How about you get yourself a delicious snack or something, or play a game, or just be, I don't know. Or you could just watch the stream. I'm not sure. I'll try to make it more interesting for you. I'm sorry that today was boring. All right, I'll look at what A-Star made. It's pretty clear that that everybody wants me to look at it. So I'm gonna look at it. Let me see this. Oh jeez. That's not Mike Wazowski. That's not Mike Wazowski. Oh jeez. Where's my Oh dear. Oh dear. A-Star. A-Star. What have you done, Kareem? Oh, you're gonna head out for dinner time? All right, have some dinner. We'll see you later. Bye-bye, Kareem. It was nice to hang out with you. We'll see you later. Enjoy your din-din. A-Star, could you give me one that has alpha on it? Could you repost that with an alpha, please? Or send me one directly. I am surprised. I am surprised that that's what you made. I didn't expect that. I did not expect that. I expected something else. I didn't know that it was gonna be that. Oh dear. Oh, thank you for the sip. Good. All right. Yeah, this is the first sip of the night. I should have made it cheaper. Did you ever see that pack squirrel thing that I made a while ago? I'm not sure. The pack squirrel. I'm pretty sure that I've seen it. I just don't. I don't remember it directly. I do not remember it directly. Send you what? Yeah, a PNG with alpha on it, or the alpha channel or transparency, a PNG version so that I can use it on stream if I want to, or in the overlay. Yeah, if they're not PNGs, then I can never. But you can send it without the background. Oh, it is. Yeah, without the background is preferable. It is preferable. I could even use it because I was gonna just show it off on stream, but it have a big white area on it, so that people don't have to join the Discord to see it. Where am I? Okay, so we got pretty much all the items, but we need to go to Beetle and give him back his bug. We need to give him his bug before we continue the main mission, because he might give us something really good. We're almost done with this game. We're right on the edge of defeating this game. We're so close. We're so close. Zoom. Yeah. So I wonder what Beetle's gonna give us. Let me see. Leave this alone. Sorry, I was messing with junk. Apologies. Pack squirrel. So what are you describing, Blue Jay? I'm slightly confused. Pack squirrel. Was it submitted for the fan art competition, or was it an extra image? A Star has made something. A Star really did make something. It's true. Wee. Zoom. Let's see how happy is Beetle gonna be whenever we find it. How happy is Beetle gonna be? Is he gonna thank me profusely and give me some rare treasure, or is he just gonna be like, "Oh, thank you, thanks a lot"? Ooh, happy Beetle! Yes, we finally get to give Beetle his bug back. I think that we might have to do it at night, and I'd rather do that anyway. So we can go for a ride on Beetle's house. Zoom. Let's see if he's as happy as all that. This is definitely one of my favorite songs in all of the soundtrack. Is just the relaxing music while you're in town. It's nice. It's nice. It's cozy. It's good for intro music or for chilling. Big rope. Go for a ride. You submitted real art for the competition, but after that, you made an animation of Squirrel as Pac-Man. Yes, I think I did see that. I think I did see it. Now I want to double check, though. Now I want to see it again. It's pretty easy to search for things inside of Discord, by the way. Whoops, just dropped my controller. By saying from, and then I can say Blue Jay. Let's see. Do I need to... Oh, boy. I might have to look at it later. Because it's not pulling up the name for some reason. Yeah, it's not. Okay, can I just search by clicking? You can't copy paste names. I might have to do that in a second. I want to look at it now. Now I'm curious. I hope I didn't miss it, but I also kind of hope that I get to see new squirrel art. That's the difficulty, is that I hope that I appreciated your art immediately, but I also hope that I have a new surprise. Hopefully, I also have a new surprise. I was a little bit sad whenever I got the ending date wrong, but I did have fun working on Squirrel. You need to finish the other now that art fight is over. I saw the, I love the art that you submitted, though, Malice. Didn't you submit a full piece of art? I thought that it was wonderful. I thought it was wonderful and beautiful, and I love it. And I would definitely ask you for an alpha version in the end, so that I can add it to the I'll probably have to bother some extra people about it too. There's a few of them that will be difficult for me to fit in the header. Yeah, the finished version you posted in the art channel. Oh, I need to look. I'm about to look through all the channels. I will admit, I was kind of putting it off because I've been putting off judging the contest, but I'm about to do a big roundup of all of the art. I've just been feeling so lazy recently that I haven't gotten it done. I'm sorry. Yes, can I help you? Pray, do you have something to show me? Oh, you really did find my precious horned colossal beetle. You really did. I love his big poochy lip. See, it's cute character design. I think he's way cuter in this game than in the next one. Maybe you just get to see his face better in this one. I like the model in this one a lot, with his big poochy lips and his cute eyes. Ow! You found it, my dear bug. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Next time you enter my shop, I demand that you take one of my items for half off the listed price.
Thank you!
But I But I already bought all the items. Are you telling me that I could have gotten that $600 item for only $800 if I'd done this mission earlier? But... Dang it. Dang it. Why? I already bought everything in the entire shop. Dang it. Beetle. Beetle, you dum-dum, don't give me discounts. Oh, look. Oh, there's one on Pumpkin Island, it looks like. Ooh, hang on. Nighttime on Pumpkin Island's got one. Okay. So we just need to go to we got to go to Pumpkin Town. Get that gratitude crystal. Is there any others that we can spot on these islands? Well, there's none on the main island, it doesn't look like. I'm not getting any activity. Okay, so you gotta point it pretty. Oh, nice! There's some right up top. I didn't know that you could climb up there. What? Ooh, hey, Mushroom Gal, how are you doing? Emerald Artist, what's up? Oof, F's in the chat. Rough. That's all right. Hey, let me up. Was it just me or did I get kicked out? Oh, maybe Twitch is being dumb. Oh, yeah, you can yoink them with the beetle. I forgot about that. That's how you get that. You just yoink it. Okay. Nice. Okay, let's douse. Okay, there's the one. I just wanna make sure that we kind of cover our bases pretty well. Yeah, so Pumpkin Island has one. You have to point pretty precisely. Get nothing. It's on the moon! The moon is nothing but a big gratitude crystal sent by the cosmos herself. Don't screw it up. Hey, Palm Diggity, what's up? How are you doing? It's nice to see you. Hi there. Palm Diggity. You know that I was checking out your stream the other day. It's true. It's true. Oh, wait. Oh, no, you can't fly in this. I forgot. It's nighttime. It's nighttime. Palm Diggity, I was so honored to have you in the chat that I accidentally threw myself off the edge. It's nice to see you. You found the animation and you immediately lost it. Oof. Oof. All right, we're going to bed. I gotta go to sleep. I'm going to bed. Okay, A-Star, you just sent the art. How are you doing today, Palm? I hope you're having a fantastic day. Hope you're having a good day. Fantastic day. Oh boy. Oh boy. We just got some lovely art. I'm gonna call this Chung. Alright, there we go. I've got it saved. We've got some beautiful fan art. Beautiful fan art. Oh my goodness. I gotta say. It's the real fans that will make such cursed art. Where is it? Where did I say? I just saved it. I even saved it with the name. There it is. Chung. Okay, sweet. There we go. It has now replaced temporarily the ah. Let me see. Can I need to flip it horizontally and then it should be good. Okay, there we go. You tried to make a clip, but you have no idea how to make them? Oh no. Floggy, it's a mess. Did it work? Did it pop up? Did it work? I didn't see it. Oh, it did. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, man. That's horrible. That's horrible. There's no reason for that. There's no rhyme or reason for you to do this to us, A-Star. That's horrible. Nice. I love it. Beetle just sits there, watch you throw yourself off the island. He's like, thank you, as you jump off the edge. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so we're supposed to... Oh, we need to go to Pumpkin Island. Okay, let's fly our buns over to Pumpkin Island, grab the gratitude crystals, Boyan, and then... Oh, should we try to do that music again? I'm so bad at it. I'm so worried. You're the one who wanted the PNG. That's why I needed it. I needed it so that I could work on the stream. Okay, Pumpkin Town. Pumpkin Town music, you guys. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is the mission that we've done like 7 times because I really don't understand how to do this. I don't know how. I'm gonna just fail and embarrass myself again. Hooray! Hooray for embarrassment. Keep the embarrassment going, Earl. I really enjoy it. Whee! All right. Get a little extra boost. There's also a gratitude crystal outside, I think, that we'll probably have to grab with the old bug cam. The old bug cam. Our little bug drone. You can't get any gratitude during the day, just like in real life. Sneaky sailcloth. All right. Nighttime. Nighttime, everybody. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Go to sleep. Everybody. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams on your pumpkin bed. On your spooky pumpkin bed. I like it. I want a bed like this. Where's my pumpkin bed? Is it reasonable to buy a bed exclusively for Halloween? And then I guess to give it away. Kind of want to buy a pumpkin bed. Want to buy a pumpkin bed and then give it to Goodwill after the season's over. But it'd have to be a little bit more cush than that bed, because holy moly, Link just jumped on a plank of wood. Link, excuse me. Link, you just jumped onto a plank of wood like it was comfortable? Does pumpkins look like cookies? How big are the cookies in your life, Blue Jay? Because that's a colossal cookie. If your life is filled with cookies that size, I wanna be close so that I can get those cookies. Wait, what? I thought it'd be up here. Oh, is it not in the chimney? Oh, okay. Where is that? Where is it? Thought it was on this island. Is it in the house?
Hey, what is that?
Oh, it's in the pumpkin cellar. Ah, it's just sitting over here. Right, that's enough chaos for today. I'm going to bed. All right, we'll see you later, A-Star. Thanks for the beautiful art. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate the exquisite art. And get some rest. I hope you enjoy tomorrow, whatever you're doing, my friend. You're probably working. Good luck with work. We will see you later. Okay, let's double check. There could be another one, you guys. There legitimately could be another piece of gratitude on this island. You don't know. You don't know. Don't tell me what. Don't backsass me. It could be here, okay? So stop complaining. I don't see it. Hey, Fate Mate, how are you doing? What's up? Welcome. We're about to play a beautiful song on the harp. We're about to whip out the harpsichord for a sweet jam sesh. For a huge audience of 2 people. We've got 60 gratitude crystals. I think that we may have actually reached another tier. I think that we can get something else from old Spooky down below. Okay, we're gonna try to do this song. We're gonna try to do this song again. All right, at least it's a jam, as I've said many times, because I've struggled with this. I hope we win. Let me win. No, come on. No, come on, man. I hate this song. I don't want to do this anymore. Come on, man. Oh, I'm never going to be able to do this. Dude. Oh, they have no indicators of how to do this. They have no indicators of whether your notes are any good. At least in the fee segments, they make it like the flower slowly unfolds as you strum correctly, so I can easily get into the groove. This one has no indicators. It has no way to anticipate and no indicators as to whether you've actually done it properly. Oh my gosh. You're moving outside of when they're waving? Blue Jay, you're supposed to go slow, it said, but it might be wrong. You might be right. You might be right that I have to do it faster, but they literally say to do broad strokes. And I was told previously that I was going too fast. And now I'm being told that I'm going too slow. Look, he says they start waving their arms so that you can just follow them if you need a guide. To the rhythm. It's only the rhythm. It's not even you're not even supposed to follow the motion. Strum with them to sing on the right tempo. Supposed to make sure that you're not playing too fast or too slow. Nice. See, it says nice, big, sweeping motions. So I'm supposed to keep up with their tempo while doing broad motions and not caring about which direction it's in. With no indicator of like, it's just a guide, but it's like live. They don't give you any anticipation. Which is why they go like, it's impossible to follow because I don't even get why they're moving like that. It doesn't even go along with the music that well. Who does like la 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 like they switch it up? Who does that? Nobody waves like that. If you're ever I just went to a concert. Nobody does that. The only thing that they do is just left and right in time. That's all. The whole time, even if they do dun 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 dun, you still do the same motion. You don't go dun 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 dun. You don't wave your hands with extra motion. It doesn't make any sense. I'm sure that so many people do this first try. I'm convinced of it. I'm convinced that people just do this automatically and that I'm just being dumb. Guarantee you, there's like all these people that just boot it up and immediately do it. And I'm just struggling over here. Oh no, they tricked me again! To be fair, kind of different music. I'm just 100% trying to mirror this guy's motions to the... No, too fast. Oh, God! No, check me! Dang! No, they slowed down! No, nobody does that. No! I always fail at the end. I could have swore that it's just at the end. Oh my god. It doesn't make any sense. No! It's an... Let me see if I can say this right. It's an... Asna? It's lasagna? How are you doing? You said it took you a couple tries to beat it. I'm struggling so much. It's hard. Okay, this time I'm just gonna try to copy their movements perfectly. I'm just gonna do my best. Okay, I'm just gonna try to copy it again. You followed the old guy and you got it? I read guides online that said to follow the young guy. You did a hard mode. No, too fast. I'm trying, dude. It's an asna, I think. Oh no. I don't know how to say it. I'm sorry. I don't know how to speak English. Come on. Ah! No! Don't do this to me. I don't know how to do the end. Dun, 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 God. Cripes, this is hard. Come on, just accept me. Just accept me for who I am. Oh, you, come on, you can't treat me like this. I'm doing my best. You can't accept me for who I am. This is how I see music. Accept my, just go crazy at the end. Oh, I just go nuts at the end because I don't understand it. Just go crazy and play your heart out. All right, just jam out, yo. I'm trying here. I hate this freaking song. I could throw this cartridge in the trash right now because this game sucks. It really does. I don't know how to do this part. La, 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 da 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 da. The worst Zelda. It is clearly the worst of the franchise ever, which is not saying much. God. 24-year-old man tries to defeat child's game. Oh, that was better. No! Okay, think that was the best. I actually calmed down. I calmed down a little bit at the end. It was better. You can whine it. You can whine at me, but that was better. That was a better ending. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. We probably got like 10 extra points. Skyward Sword has broken you, Kenny. Broken? How dare you? Nobody's ever broken. Nobody's broken. Still alive, but I'm barely breathing. Praying to a goddess that I don't believe in. Da 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 da. Don't worry, no one can pronounce my name in the US. I'm sorry. Oh no, I'm pretty sure that we could figure this out, right? God. Ah, I messed up the Indian. Now it's a mess. Dang it! Come on, dang it! It's how speedily they drop their arms in the middle section for me. Yeah. It's such a mess. Okay, I think I'm getting it. I'm gonna turn up the volume. I'm turning up the volume so that we can jam out like a real. It's probably because I'm getting confused, you know. Don't worry, we got it this time. Oh! It just hurt! Help! I can't pay attention to this game. I can't pause. I can't pause. Kelsey, no! Hey, thank you so much for the raid. What's up, everybody? Let me finish this stupid song. I'm struggling. There's like a rhythm section of this game, and I'm struggling. How are y'all doing? Welcome to the party. Ah, I can't do it. Hi, everybody. Hope you all enjoyed the stream over at Kelsey's. It's always a jam over there. No! It's like Rock Band hard mode. No. God, this game stinks. It's driving me crazy. No! Of course it didn't work. Of course it didn't. You guys, welcome to the stream. Hey, what's up, everybody? How are you doing? Anti-Dark Heart, I hope your stream was fantastic. What the heck were you doing? Kato Pokey Nerd, welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Let me see if I can welcome anybody else. Oi, Benny Armadillo, how are you doing? Welcome to the party. Pivots is here. What the heck? Is that the real Jordan? Is that real? Oh, you were doing your first boss. Nice. Hey, Zigzag. Thanks for all the, look at all those beautiful biddy emotes. Heavens above. Look at all those bits. Those bits are looking incredible. You're big supporter of my friendo Anti-Dark Heart. That's very nice of you. And also, I don't know animations. How are you doing? What's up? You don't know animations, but you sure know good animators. That's what I would say. You may not know how to animate yourself, but you know some good animators. Oh. Hey, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Zigzag
gifted a tier 1 sub to mythical
thank you so much. I appreciate the gifted sub. Hey, thank you so much for the generosity. Look at that cute. Oh my gosh, look at that. Look at the cookie baby. Oh my gosh, fire dragon. That's so cute. I've never seen that before. Zigzag, thank you so much for that gifted sub. Boom. Enjoy your sub, Mythical Water. Having you deal with this challenge might earn you a follower after stumbling into your streams. I don't know animations. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Yo, I appreciate it. Welcome to the party, my friend. Hope you're having a fantastic day. If you've never heard of me before, my name's the Earl of Suds. I play games every day. Just trying to have a good time. We just basically hang out. This is just the hangout zone, you guys. This is just the zone where we just hang out, play some games together, talk about whatever. I hope that y'all have a wonderful day so far. Ashley Rose, thank you for those doggos. I appreciate it. 10 beautiful dogs. Now, which enemy did you, which boss did you defeat? You said you beat your first boss. Was it a boss from was it one of the giants? What kind of boss did y'all fight? Dragonfly? I've never seen it before. I don't even know what that is. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm gonna go back and try to read this name my very bestest. In fact, okay. I'm gonna read what your message sent. You send a message saying it's Anasna. I really want to say this right. It's Anasna. Anasna? Dang it! I really want to figure this out. It's tough. But it sounds like a cool name. Just from looking at it. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Kenny, if that monster's here tomorrow, I will not use the until it's gone. I'll switch it to something else. Okay? It's only here today because that's what A-Star drew. Do you see that picture that's popping up? Anti-Dark Heart. That's what A-Star drew during the stream. Oof. You're popping in a few saying that there's a hot tub calling my name. Hey, hang out in the hot tub. Sounds good, Ashley Rose. Sweet. Nice. Cozy. Zigzag. It's Sansna? No, it's not Sans. You shush. There'll be no Sans in the chat. There'll be none of that. Okay, you guys, we're trying to play this stupid song right here. This song is really making me mad. It's turning me into a salty boy, an absolutely delicious salty lad. Yum yum. Peeks in from the Outback drinking her strawberry mojito. Hey, Ivy, what's up? Welcome to the chat. Welcome, Ivy Rose. You got some drinks? It's not a Monday without some drinks. Wait a second. You said Outback though. Ivy, are you at? Oh, Outback Steakhouse. I was like, you're not from Australia. What are you doing in Australia? Okay, from Outback Steakhouse. Nice, sweet. Hey, Benny Armadillo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Mystic Water, thank you so much. I appreciate it. You're still waiting for your pre-Mr. Potatoes Steve bit count? Oh, hey, Murphs. Hey, Murphs. What the heck? It's nice to see you, Murphs. There's a party up in here. Hey, thank you for the support.
Murpiest of Merps gifted
Murpiest
a
of
tier 1 sub
Merps.
to Iviros061.
Merps, it's nice to see you. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. For Luda and for Ivy Rose. I appreciate it. Hey, Merps. It's nice to see you. How are you doing? Now I will curl up in a ball, crying of happiness. Hey, Ivy Rose, you can watch movie night with us. Nice. We watched The Red Turtle this week. We watched the what the? It looks like the positioning got switched. Okay, let me move where the is. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Revealing my true identity. Big Chungo, dude. Okay, there we go. That should be about lined up, so that if there's any it'll look like I'm accidentally turning into Big Chungus. I made it misaligned. Okay, that's better. The Lego setup looks sick. It works. It's a working roller coaster. It's so cool. I will totally show it off soon. I will totally show it off soon, especially whenever I can get it like automatically running. The motors that are supposed to be inside of this roller coaster are back ordered at the moment, but once they can work, they'll work. Also, I put in lights today. I put in these lights instead of these lights. Genius. These are behind my head. You can't see these. Those are just for me. Yeah, that's for nobody else. Merps! Hey! Thank you for the gifted sub from Benny. What? Merps!
Murpiest of Merps.
Thank you so much for the generosity. What the heck? What the heck? I appreciate it. You're just making it rain. Making it rain, Merps. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Benny, I hope that you enjoy that gifted sub. Marissa's here. Hey, I didn't know that Marissa was here. Nice to see ya. Oh, yeah. Ivy. Pay it forward the sub. What? That's so sweet. Ivy, thank you so much.
Iviros061 gifted a tier 1 sub to McMains.
Iviros, is that your actual name? Thank you so much for the gifted sub for McMeans. McMines. That's awesome. Thank you so much. That's your dad? Yeah, boy. Anti-dark heart dad? Is that true? Anti-dad heart?
A tier 1 sub to Lil T, please.
Hey, Kennard, I didn't know that you were here. Oi, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Lil T, please. Just got a gifted sub by our friendo. Thank you so much. Oi, what? It's McMeans. I see McMeans here, but not really. Taking a small break between drawing sketches for new tattoos. Cool beans. Yeah, I'm just glad to see you even for a minute. It's been nice to see you in the chat, hanging out a little bit. It's been nice to just hang out, just a little bit. Kennard, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Kuya Cat, thank you for the 100 bits. What? Kuya Cat's here too. Awesome sauce. Oh, I was gonna say, I've got a shape that I can put right here. I'm gonna move this painting to the right. I'm gonna move the painting, the prints by Arisa are gonna go up a little bit, and then in the spot of that is gonna be a heart that's made out of the same panels as this, that we can have like blink whenever somebody follows. That's what I think I'm gonna use it for. I can also, maybe during hype trains, like right now, I could turn on the heart as well. It'd be very cool. It could be very cool. I figured out the shape of it, and it's a little jank. It's a little bit of a janky heart shape, but I think it's gonna look cool. It's gotta look cool. You can make better heart shapes with these panels, but you have to make them way, way bigger. So it being small, well, because then if it's small enough, I can fit it in this view as well, which is what I want to do. I want it to be visible all of the time. And then I have the lights for under here that I need to do. And then I don't know. Maybe I need more lights here. I'm not sure. We're just gonna make this room nothing but a big LED show. I'm gonna turn it into I just gotta put LEDs everywhere, and then I can animate them. It'll be very cool. It'll be very cool. But yes. You guys are so sweet and so generous. Thank you for adding more friendos to the friendo list. If you got a gifted sub, enjoy your sweet emotes. Enjoy your sweet ad-free viewing. And if you want to watch a movie, every single week we watch a movie over on Discord. I'm just gonna keep playing the song because it's cute, and I just need to practice. All right, because I can't beat this level for some reason. I just can't do it. Merps, thank you for the gifted sub. For Kurtz, Hey, appreciate it. Merps, why'd you choose violence
Murphyst of
today?
Murphs gifted a tier 1
What?
sub to Kurt as trophy.
What's with the violence on a Monday? You're gonna be arting soon. Just stopping by to send love and positive vibes. Merps, I so appreciate it. You're so sweet. Thanks for all the love and the good vibes. Merps, can we get some hype in the chat for Merps being so generous and crazy? That's the secret. I always choose violence on Mondays. It's just another Monday. You're like the opposite of Garfield, sending good vibes on the Monday. Thank you so much. Merps, this can't be healthy. Hey,
Let's
Ivy,
party.
thank you for the 100.
I dropped my wallet. Here's some bitties.
Oh no! Somebody pick up those bits! Hey! Bell Blue, thank you for the gifted subs! Oh my gosh!
Bell Blue 84
For Apollo
gifted a
and
tier
also
1
for a new
sub to
friendo. What?
Itzana.
Oh my gosh. For our new friendo. Let me see if I can read this again. It's Itzana? It's Asana. I think is how you say that. Hey, got a gifted sub
Bell
already.
Blue
They just
84 gifted a
followed.
tier 1 sub
They
to Apollo
just
underscore
followed.
Vidra.
Mondays, huh? Yeah, Mystical Water. Oh wait, you said that you were an Aussie, right? So it's Tuesday for you, right? Monday makes everybody a little bit violent. Hey, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Keep the hype train going. The hype train is still zooming. It's zooming by. Yeah, that wasn't even close. Do we just wait to do this? Should we just do this later? Oh, Darkheart, are you gonna go get some food? Gonna go get some noms? All right, get some food. Hugs and kisses. Get some food. Get some noms. Sounds good. What's up, Dana? Hey, what? No, more violence. Hey, thank you so much,
Murphyst of
Murphs.
Murphs gifted a tier 1 sub to X Straight.
Careful,
They have
you end
given
up in Twitch
36
prison.
gift subs in the channel.
We should make a prison on the screen that I can put any users that are being too supportive. Shaking my head. The absolute violence. Merps. Thank you so much for the gifted sub for X Straight. Ah yeah, we know X Straight. X Straight's a good bean. I saw them in the chat a minute ago. I don't think that I said hi to them. Hi there. Oh, it's the very person that said that they were going to Twitch prison. This is the most wholesome stream. Vinny! We try. I'm telling you, it's the chat. It's the chat, Benny. It's not me. It's not me, it's them. They're just wholesome beans. I can't help but be wholesome around these sweet beans. You've been in Twitch jail before. I can escape them again. Again? Oh no. I should put a cage on the screen that I can lock a bad bean inside of. Normally, whenever I have the stream avatars, you can like pin one of the avatars to the screen if you want to. All right, I'm hopping off. Boyon. All right, we're out of here. I'm done. Done with this. Let's continue the main mission, you guys. We're a bird. Ah. Let's see, where do we exit? We go this way. Here we go. That's what you're gonna draw soon? What? You have to draw a Twitch prison with Merps in it? Oh no! Merps, you shouldn't have chosen to be so violent. You have to pay for your crimes. You have to pay for your crimes. I can promise I'm not wholesome. It's fun here though. It's like sharing the love. Hey, if you're wholesome in the chat, that's all that's listed. We don't have to know about the rest of them. You're wholesome here. You're a sweet bean. You're a sweet bean. All of y'all are sweet beans in my eyes. I can be like y'all's grandma. Y'all can do no wrong in my eyes. Y'all are always my sweet beans. And I'll be like, oh, I'm sure they didn't mean it. I'm sure that they're good deep down. I know that they're a good bean. I need a lurk, but I added some art in the Discord per your request. What? More cursed art? Linz, did you make the Mike Wazowski art? Linz, did you make it? Did you do it? Oh, we'll see you later. It's so good. Oh no. Does it have? Oh boy. Oh boy. Did we get more art? We just got big Chungoid in the chat, and now there's more. Let me see what this art is. Let me take a look. Oh boy. Oh my god. Yeah, oh my god. Linz. Oh no.
Murkiest of
Oh,
Murks gifted a tier 1 sub to Hate Hollow.
Lens. That's disgusting. That's beautiful. Lens, what the heck have you done? What have you done? Oh my gosh. Dude, what the heck is this? Oh, what's with the gifted subs? Hey, Merps! Still more, what? For Hated Hollow. Y'all are keeping the hype train going right now?
To Dana 007.
You're keeping the hype train going right now? Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Merps. And another one from Vonchik. What are y'all doing? What is happening? Vonchik, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Hey, appreciate it. What the heck? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. Is it popping up? Oh, there it is. It's here. In the flesh. In the flesh. No. Reset transform. Oh my gosh, it's giant. Why'd you make it so big? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, boy.
Merps, you have to
Murkiest
stop.
of
No.
Murks gifted a tier 1 sub
Are
to
you trying to
F8M8.
cement your? Are you trying to cement your first place on the leaderboard? What's going on, Merps? Thank you for the gifted sub for Fate Mate. Stop. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, but you have to stop. Merps, you're in big trouble. What the heck? You're trying to get it to level 5. Oh my god. Vonchik, thank you for the gifted sub for Dana. That's so nice. And Dana was here. I saw that. Notice me, Sentai. Notice me, senpai. You don't have to. You do not have to. You do not have to use bits to be noticed or gifted subs. I don't know if that drawing would be more or less terrifying with context. Mythical Water, there is no context. Let me assure you, as a longtime viewer of this channel, there's no context. There's no reason for that to be there. There's no reason whatsoever. Can I make a match me? This is just, it's just horrifying for no reason. Let me see if I can make it line up with my face. Okay, I think this is pretty much lined up. You did it because it was requested? I mean, it was a commission, to be fair. Vonchik! Vonchik! Thank you for the gifted sub for Narnaville. What is... Thank you for the generosity on a Monday.
Oh my gosh,
guys. Thank you, Nardavil. Thank you, Vonchik, for the gifted sub. 1 tier 2 sub? It is. Whoa, thank you so much, Vonchik, for the tier 2 sub. Holy moly, holy moly. The tier 2, that means that you get the spicy heart emote. How adorable. How adorable. Look, heart him if you got him. If you got the hearts, you guys, you got to use them. Oi, thank you for the mega gifted sub, Vonchik. Heavens above, how is your day going? How is your day going? Oi, is it already lunchtime? Smacktus, how are you doing? And welcome back.
Of Merps gifted a tier 1
I
sub
remember
to
your name, Smacktus.
9,800.
Merps, you're gonna make it. Merps, you can't do this alone. No, for DJ Boy. Thank you for the gifted sub for DJ Boy. I appreciate it. Merps, thank you so much. No, there it is. Okay, I'm trying to make it match my face just a little bit better. A little Wazowski in the chat. A little sus. Little sus was out. Oh, I wasn't watching. I wasn't watching. I couldn't see it. I can see it no better than y'all. There we go.
Yeah, boy.
Whoa, whoa,
Ashley
whoa.
Rose 2,332 gifted a tier 1 sub to Chance in Depends.
Yeah, boy.
Murkiest of
Oh
Merps
my
gifted a tier
gosh.
2 sub to Small Kiwi 259.
Ashley, thank you for the gifted sub for Chance into Pants. What? What? Chance into Pants. Thank you so much, Ashley, for the gifted subs and Mervs. Another one for Small Kiwi. Oh my gosh, it's 47% to level 5. You guys, holy moly. It is Monday. It is a Monday. You're supposed to be calm and collected. You're supposed to be relaxed. Oh my gosh, Ashley, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Ah, thank you for the 30 bits. Arisa, so cute. So cute. Look at that adorable doggo. We love those doggos. Monday, huh? All right. Hey, yo. Little Vikings here. What's up? Norwegian love in the chat, you guys. We got to get some love for Norway in the chat. Ah, yeah. Come on. Hey, another
84 gifted a tier 1 sub to
Bell Blue.
Infinity Sky Star.
Thank you for the gifted subs. Oh, what a
Bell Blue
beautiful
84
song.
gifted a
Hey,
tier 1
thank you
sub
so
to
much for the
Saventry.
2 gifted subs, Bell Blue, for Infinity Skystar and Saventry.
Can I have my Kenny Bonk hammer back yet?
and with Little Viking extending their subscription through September. Dang, I appreciate it, you guys. We guys, 120%. Holy moly! Thank you so much for the extreme support. I super duper appreciate it. I super duper. You did. You finished the hype train. This is the maximum that a hype train could be. This is the maximum for the settings that I have it at. At the easy level, this is max. You just maxed out my hype train with 120%. You guys, y'all are so sweet. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that I can scream and shout and let it out again. Can I have my Kenny Bonk hammer back? I don't know. I don't know where that is, Ivy Rose. Hey, Little Viking, Norway! Rigged. Smacked us. It is slightly rigged. It is slightly rigged, but it's a small stream. What do you expect? What do you expect? Huh? You want me to turn up the difficulty? Those are for gigantic streamers. I'm not supposed to do that. My gift sub isn't even expiring for wasn't even expired for 24 hours, and you got another one. Hey, Nardavel, I'm so glad that you got a gifted sub. All right, nice. Vonchik, thank you for the. My finger slips and accidentally. Oops, I dropped 95 bits. Oh no, somebody help me pick them up. I'll help you pick up those 95 bits. You're the same way, fella. Keep the pog at the maximum. Yes. Maximum smacked us. We gotta have as much fun as possible. You keep subscribing on Josh's account, so you end up getting double money. What? Marissa, this is unnecessary, but muchly appreciated. Thank you very much for the double money. But if you're gonna do that, you might as well get a tier 2 with special emotes. No. You heard that on the drive home that there's gonna be a couple of new emotes. It's true. I don't know if I'm gonna actually move. I might actually move the bonk, Ivy, because I have more cute emotes that we can add to it. More squirrely emotes, more adorable little squirrelies. I've got a nom, and I've also got a lurk that we can add so that we can make it more hype around here, more beautiful around here. At this point, everyone's gonna be subbed. It's been during my birthday stream, Benny. The sub count went up to like 1,200 or something like that, and everybody in the chat was subbed. Like everybody in the chat was subbed. If you had just like watched part of the stream, then you were a sub that month. You were wholesome. I'm happy to visit here. I might leave soon to draw. All right, Merps. I'm glad that you're doing something creative. Doing something a little bit creative. Sounds like fun. I'm hoping to do some kind of creative art stream on this channel sometime soon. Of all the things that I do, the thing that I'm probably best at is 3D modeling, I think. So we might, if I practice it and I enjoy it, then we might make some dioramas, some little tiny 3D dioramas that are like low poly or something. You guys, please put some hype in the chat for the gigantic hype train with 20 subs. Whoa, 20 subs. Thank you so much for the insane support, you guys. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh. Lupus, you're still recovering financially from that stream. Oh, no. Don't tell me that. Lupus. Listen, If you don't have anything to give, that doesn't matter. If you're in the chat, then I'm so glad to have you here. If you're chatting or lurking or anything, you're totally supporting me, and I super appreciate it. Nothing's ever required. Lupus, don't ever give to any streamer if you don't have it to give. Goodness gracious, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Whee! Zoom. Where are we supposed to go? Aha!
Big whale.
When you get your money next month, Vanny, you don't have to. You don't have to. But you could watch a movie with us. It's true. It's true. And the emotes are adorable. I do have to say there are some of my favorite emotes. That's just me personally. Me personally, I use them everywhere. A little bit of advertisement. I mean, I would get new emotes if I didn't love them anyway. Okay, so this is the main story. This is what we're supposed to be doing. A new emote. It's on fire. Oh, Vonchik, don't worry. The new emote it'll be a bit reward. I wish that I was a partner and that I could give y'all all the emotes, but I simply cannot. And I probably wouldn't turn it into a follower emote either, because you can only use them on this channel, which is stinky. I want them to be available everywhere.
Bah! So you've learned all the... Let me see. He's supposed to have, like, a deep whale voice. Bah! So you've learned all the 3 parts of the songs from the dragons, eh? You've done well, young one.
Cat.
True to my word, I will perform the last part of the song for you. Ahem.
That is awesome. He looks kind of like a turtle with his mouth open. Link's face. Link is just trying to soak it all in. He had to close his eyes to really soak that one in. That was good. You feel like you're in church? You're in Link Church.
You guys, welcome to Legend of Zelda Church. We're gonna talk about Princess Hylia.
Hello from America somewhere. What's up, gamer boss? Hey, it's that 666 friendo. How you doing? Gamer boss, what's up? What's up? I just went to a metal concert last night with a bunch of upside down crosses. How are you doing? All right, I'm gonna go lurk. And I'll do take 2 on tattoo drawing. Sounds good. Sounds good, Marissa. We'll see you later. I hope you enjoy your arting. Is your voice healed enough to be yelling in funny voices? Yes. I'm feeling way better. La 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 la. Sorry to bit and dash, but I wanted to pop in and say hi. Don't apologize for that. Kuya Cat, it's always nice to see you. Hooray! But get out of here. If you got things to do, get out of here. Well, we'll see you later, Kuya Cat. Thanks so much for the support and for vibing with us. I love it whenever people jump in the chat and say hi. It makes me feel like this is it makes me feel like I'm keeping up with all my friends, okay? Okay? So if you just jump in and say hi and then be like, sorry, I got a lurk. I just want to say hi. I appreciate it. It was nice to see you, Kuya Cat. But we'll see you later. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Now that you know the song, I trust that you know what to do with it. That old song opens up the door to a great trial.
It's a great trial. You're going to love it.
Should you succeed in conquering the challenge awaiting you there, I'm certain the path to the Triforce will be revealed to you.
Yeah. Yeah, great.
Okay. So what I'm thinking is that we might run into a goddess cube while we're there. Trial gate somewhere on the floating islands can be opened by the Song of the Hero. Use your dousing ability. Okay, so it's somewhere around here, though. I was hoping that it would be in an area that might have collectibles. But now I'm thinking not so much. Okay, we gotta get out of here, that's for sure. Link. Look, we having a problem with this whole skydiving thing, buddy? Why does cauliflower take forever to cook? Lupus, I don't know anything about cooking cauliflower. I have no idea why it takes so long. Maybe put it in an air fryer? I don't know, turn up the oven? I'm not sure what you're using to cook it. Cauliflower was never something that I loved as a kid. But it's not too bad. It's pretty tasteless. It's just like eating cotton. It's like eating cotton, but in vegetable form. Okay, so the dousing ability can only be done while you're on flat ground. So I have to land and douse. But I think it's this way. So maybe we should make a landing. It's a trial gate. The bamboo cutting area is over here. Vegetable. What, you can yeet them? So it's, instead of a vegetable, it's a vegetable.
Vegeta.
Don't get roasted, Kenny. What? You said don't get roasted, Kenny Bird. What, are we about to fly through fire? What are we talking about? Is there a ring of fire that we get to do trick shots through with our bird? Okay, I guess we're gonna... I'm gonna land on Bamboo Island, and then we can read house. We can read house. Boing. We already got the max prize at Bamboo Town. Skirt. Wow. What? Oh, it's on the island. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. We're hopping off. Hey, did I hear Bamboo Island? You bet you did, Professor. Maybe I should just make some money and do this. This chopping thing's really fun. I'm gonna do it one time. I'll do it one time for Professor. I'll cut you up some bamboo for lunch. Let's cut up some lunch, you guys. I'm gonna what the heck are you talking about, dude? I already know how to do this. I already got the max prize. Okay, let's chop up some bamboo for dinner, you guys. Yum yum. Also, hi there, Son of Wolf. No! I lost it. No, it's not good enough. There's not enough food. There's not enough for everybody. There's not enough for everybody. We gotta cut one more time. Hang on. I accidentally did some spins. I did some spins in there. Let's see if we can get. Let's cut up some more bamboo. The baby pandas are still starving. Ah, this is going much better. Ah, that's enough bamboo for everybody. All right, 34 pieces. That's better. Yum 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 yum. Yeah. We even got a thing. All right, that's enough food for everybody. Yes. Of course, Professor. I got you. Boyan, that's how I make my lunch. Just going and just chopping bamboo off of a bamboo branch. You know, speaking of bamboo, we actually watched a movie that prominently featured bamboo in it. We watched the Red Turtle this week for our subscriber movie night, and it prominently featured bamboo. They like made bamboo boats. It was like a bamboo island. It was a whole island where the only trees were bamboo. What did you think of it? It was really, really good. It had pretty much no dialogue in it, and it's like it was really artsy. It was a really nice movie. It was really, really good. I highly recommend it, but it is slow. So if you're looking for an exciting film, you might wait for a time where you want to watch something real nice and artsy. Huh? Hey? What's the hey? What? Did I say something weird? Whoops. You'll put it on the radar. It's good. Boing. Where do I go? Oh, that was the whole dialogue. Yeah. That's the dialogue of the movie was, hey! That was the whole movie was, hey! About 5 times. Yep. It was about 5 times that there was some laughter, and that was all the dialogue. It was like it's like the beginning of WALL-E, because I mean WALL-E was like, wow. Sometimes, right? Didn't he kind of go like, wow? The Earl of Suds looking like the Earl of Duds. What? An Earl of Dud. Did you just call me a dud? Shaking my head. Looking brotastic as always. Hey! Appreciate you. God bless. Oh, yeah. I do. I honestly should have the, I should have been putting on the link glasses. Why don't I have the link glasses? Not today. Oh, I want to be a human so badly, it pains me.
It's
Give me more.
dangerous to go alone.
Hey,
Take this.
Rosera, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank goodness. Thank you for the safety. I appreciate it. Oi! Rosera, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. We're about to give this guy some gratitude. Wait, what? Oh, he needs more. When I've gathered 70 of them. Oh, he wants... What a specific and strange number.
What an odd number to want since we have 6. He said 70, right? 70 crystals. Where am I gonna get the rest of these? I've already doused. Should we go to bed and then douse for gratitude in this town? Because I already looked, and there is none. I don't think that there's any left in here. Side missions, side missions. Is there one that we missed? Did I? No, you can't make mistakes. Boyan. Upward. Okay, let's go to bed and see if we can find some gratitude around here. I think we have already done all the side missions. We already gave the baby their rattle. We already picked up all the gratitude that was lower down. We helped out Beetle. What else is there? Maybe we should just peek in some of these houses and see if we see a mission or something. And they normally give you 5 gratitude crystals. Oh, you have to leave the stream for a bit. Did you defeat Pumpkin Song? I didn't. I bet you there's some gratitude for that though, Nardavel. I bet it's only 5 though. That's a good point. That's part of the reason why I was so upset that I really need to finish that, because it might be like one of the last collectibles. We've almost 100% of this game. We're actually very close because we have every item right now. We're missing 10 or 20 crystals. I think that we might be missing 5 pieces of heart, possibly. It might be 5. Not sure. I don't know what that thing is. I'm guessing that is the end game portal thing. Not sure. But we're really, really close to 100%ing it. I kind of want to go to bed and look for any gratitude crystals. I already looked during the day. You're probably right. It really probably is that pumpkin song. And that pumpkin song is like the end of a mission too. It's not just that. You were supposed to oops, I didn't want to hit that. You were supposed to, I think the first thing that we did was deliver soup, and then we did a pumpkin challenge, and now we have to play this song. So we've already done like most of the work of this mission, and now I'm just struggling on the song. I was way too distracted during that hype train to do this song. So maybe we can go back and beat this. And let me look up, I'm gonna look up tips. Gonna look up tips. Because this is definitely one of those challenges that I do not feel bad about looking it up, because there's gonna be no way to cheese it. There'll be no cheese. They just might have like a tip or two. Wee. What are you gonna do? Have you gone into the shed thing on the water island, on the main island? There's a chest or two. I should have gotten all the chest bell because they're on the map. They put all of them onto the map so you can see whether you've got them or not. Tip 1, getteth goodeth. Oh dear, Di made this very helpful message. Getteth goodeth, lad. I shall help thee. You gonna go grab a snack? All right, we'll see you in a minute, Arisa. Get yourself some food. Get yourself a nom. All right, I'm gonna look up pumpkin song Skyward Sword tips. This song, I might just have to memorize it. Pumpkin pull. I already did that. That was kind of tricky too. Any tips for the lumpy pumpkin heart game or harp? Thought that it was going to be the movement of the guests, their time that trick you, that move faster. It's throwing me off. Try to memorize the song a little bit so that you know when the quick back and forth parts are coming. Yep. Wave your hands like they do to try to strum it. Eventually you'll get it. Took me like 4 tries. Yeah, right. Took me 10 times. Oof, I'm the worst at this out of everybody on the forum. Follow the young guy. The old guy doesn't keep time well, says this person. Following the guy on the left is easier. Took a break. Took me around 10 tries whenever I got back. Got a passable audience. Close your eyes and use your ears to listen to the beat. That's how I did it. Ooh, that's tricky. I tried doing it with my eyes closed, but it's too tricky, man. Take the harp and hit those idiots waving their arms to the head with it. That's good. Hey, Henry Townsend says, take the harp and hit those idiots waving their hands over the head with it. That's what I wanted to do, but I just kept at it until I eventually passed. Haven't been able to catch your stream in too long. You've missed it? Hey, Duke of Glimmer. Nice to see you. What's up? Welcome to the party. It's good to see you again. Hey, Darren, you're back. How goes battle? I'm battling with music right now. We're battling all these beasts that are so judgmental to my music. Mitchie says, be a beast and do it the first time like I did. Let go of the A button between strums. Oh yeah, we don't have to do that. Cause they're talking about the Wii version. Do 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 do. Okay, is it really that hard? Yeah, the minigame sucks, but they got it on their first try. Shaking my head. Ignore the guests moving their hands faster. Just keep playing at the tempo. Okay. All right. Well, let's at least do this one more time. Let's try it. The battle with music. The only battle where you don't want to be too sharp. Oh wait, we gotta go by nightfall. I forgot about that. All right, we gotta go to bed. I'm sorry that joke fell flat. Stop! It got worse. Oh wait, no, I said till morning. Link, you can't sleep for 24 hours? Young man. Oh my gosh. 24 hours sleep, and then I gotta hit it up with another 12, you guys. That's what I do in real life. If I ever sleep for 24 hours, you know, I just gotta hit it up with another 12 to even it out. Even it out, you gotta get that schedule back. All right, Link's back on the sleep schedule. Okay, let's try it. This time I'm gonna try to memorize this music. All right, it's all about balance. Yeah,
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
disappears into the shadow to have munch on our filet mignon steak. Sounds good. Ivy, get some nose. I give these a minor rating of 1 out of 4. Oh, wow. Dakota, how dare. More music puns. Close, but I really messed up a big part in there. What? I did it! Yes! Yes! We're done with this stupid mission! Oh, thank you for the powerful ass in the chat, you guys. Oh, y'all pushed my Oz all the way to victory. Thank you so much, Tolkienny, Ivy Rose, Rosera, Song of Wolf, Smacked, Super Bread, bless you all. Y'all messed up the music enough that I could just focus on these stupid beats, dude. The only way that I beat this is by memorizing the whole song because it has there's no notes. They don't make it clear at all what to do. You found my performance a little lacking? You suck. They loved it. Give me my heart.
Can't say that it knocked my socks off, but you know, for a first try, you did good enough. With that said, we're even. You don't have to work for me anymore. Considering all the hard work, I feel like I should give you a little something. Take this.
Nice.
Maybe you could swing by later. Yep, as a customer next time.
Is there more rewards? Are there more rewards? Because they did complain. Lumpy Pumpkin Harp minigame. Let me see. Let me look on a wiki. A wiki will make it clear. Wiki. Okay, minigame guide. Okay. This is the last thing. I don't know if they give you anything else. Lumpy Pumpkin, video walkthrough, strum all the way, freestyle whenever the audience, blah, 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 blah. Heart piece as a first-time reward. Rupees for succeeding performance. Okay, so they just give you rupees. Okay, good stuff. Good stuff. It's only rupees after that. Splendid. Splendid. Skull. Today I have achieved much, and I feel proud of myself, and I hope everyone's proud of themselves too. Every small step is a big step. Hey! I'm glad that you got stuff done, little Viking. That's sweet. I got a little bit done. I set up some stuff in the background. That's all. That's all that I also ordered some food. I ordered some food that I needed. That's all. Okay, bye. Oh, DJ boy, we'll see you later. Are you headed out? Or are you saying goodbye to this? Confused. If you're leaving right now, we'll see you later. That roller coaster is something else. It's so cool, dude. Smack this. It works. There's even if you look at the VODs, you can see it running. Because I even had like I even shot it like freehand with a camera up nice and close, but I am gonna get it running automatically. And then we'll have some more like cameras pointed at it for fun sometimes. It's so cool. I think that I'm gonna sometimes I'll set up a camera behind me that's pointing directly at the coaster whenever I get my new camera. Just for fun sometimes. We'll have a coaster cam. Okay, let's sleep. All right. What dies here? Hey, what's up? Divey, how are you doing, my friend? It's nice to see you. Automated tech. Yeah, I wish that I could do that right now, but I can't do it at the moment because they're back ordered. They're back ordered with all of their sweet, delicious motors and the battery packs, I think, too. Hey, they fixed the chandelier. I want to knock it down again. I want to knock it down.
Hey, Lenny, what do you think of the new chandelier? Let me tell you, this beauty set me back quite a bit.
That's too bad. I'm sorry to hear that.
You don't think I spent you think I spent too much on it? Don't be a wet blanket. It's thanks to your hard work that I was able to buy such a stunner of a chandelier, so don't break it. Anyway, what can I do for you?
I'm busy. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. All right. So I really genuinely don't know what else I can do for gratitude crystals. I think that we might just go ahead and go to the island. Let's go ahead and go to the island for the main mission, and maybe we can encounter the thing that we're supposed to do. Oh, look, this looks like a mission. Oh, thanks for helping me carry the pumpkins the other day. Thanks to you, we're ready to plant new seeds. The only thing is plowing up the patch. Oh. Yeah, let's try to plow the patch. What is this? Okay, if you find a person, please tell them to come find me right away. Oh, here's another mission. I calculate a 90% chance that this request is some way connected to gratitude crystals. Okay, we unlocked a new side mission. Okay, somebody will plow the pumpkin patch. Yes. Let's find somebody that can plow this patch. Thanks. Okay, sweet. We got a new mission going, you guys. Where the heck are they, though? I feel like they're on the island, even if they don't make it obvious. Let's point to these beacons, though, just in case. No. Yeah, maybe it's just too far away. They're not in here. Just trying to point at each island, because sometimes you have to be super precise with dowsing. Oh, it's not dowsing for it. It asked me if I wanted to set it as the main douse, and I said yes. So where? Just trying to get. Oh, okay. It's on It's at Eldon. Okay, so it's somebody that lives in an area. All right, it's time to go to that area and find who can plow the pumpkin patch. Let's find the pumpkin master. You just realized the last time you were able to catch streams was when I went full egg in January? Duke, that's a long time. That's a lot of streams. Whoa. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. I'm here. I'm here for you, Duke. Here for you. Even if it's been since January. Holy moly, it's already August. It's August. Can you believe it? It's been 8 months. 8 months since we've seen you. No worries. No worries. I'll always be here. I'll always be here to hang out with you whenever.
You've missed so much. Oh, don't worry about it, Duke. Oh, don't worry about it.
Though if you ever hear about some fun event that you wish that you had seen, a lot of this stuff is now on a YouTube VOD channel. So we're saving the really old VODs. So if you're ever like, oh dang it, I really wanted to see you play that game, and I'm like, oh, I've already played it, then most of the stuff is saved over on that channel. Nice. Let's go to the temple entrance. Let's do that. Oh no, how is it August? I'm looking forward to August because I'm going to be able to see Arisa soon. I'll be able to see Arisa soon. Yes, yes, yes. Something that I've been anticipating for months and months and months and months. Boing. Let's go. Okay. Zoom. I'm going to be taking off in, I think November? Yeah. Boyan. All right, we gotta make our way down. Make our way down, and we'll find whoever is the. I'm guessing it's one of those big rock guys. We shall see.
We shall see who can plow the pumpkin patch.
Some way this way. We probably shouldn't have chosen this as a spawning point, but it was good for last time. It was good for last time. Boyan, I'll be able to mention. I will also be meeting Jordan and Kelsey too on the little break that I'm going to be taking. I'll be able to meet all of those beans. Nice. And I'll probably get another tattoo. I've already talked to the artist, so I should be all set up for another tattoo. Yeah, let's go here. Boyan. Meeting people sounds cool. Oh yeah. In fact, I think I'm gonna be staying with them as well. Even more than meeting. It's down here somewhere. Okay, where am I? So, I hope it's not over here. Oh, it is. It's up there. Wait, we're gonna have to do a better drop then. Okay. Ooh, a tattoo. What's it gonna be? It's gonna be on my forearm. But I think it's gonna be. What I'm trying to plan a whole sleeve for Full Metal Alchemist. I think Mustang's gonna go on the forearm. I still haven't talked too much to the tattoo artist because he never schedules this far out. He doesn't schedule this far out normally. So I'm stretching the boundaries of how he does his schedule. Oh, it's this guy right here. So yeah, I'm gonna talk to him more probably around pretty dang soon after I finalize plans. Did she get squirrel art done? Oh my gosh, I'm not gonna dedicate myself to a mascot until we have squirrel for like a couple years or something.
So we meet again. I have to thank you for your help last time. You see, I've been searching for new treasure spots, but I can't find a single bauble or bit of treasure. Maybe I'm getting woozy from working so long in this heat. Sometimes I wish that I could find a job that really played to my strengths. Yeah, something in a cool climate, then I'd be set.
I know a place.
Keep dreaming, rude.
So you know a place with work that I'd be good at? And it's in the sky? I love the sky! Where do I sign up? I'm telling you, I am in. Let's do this thing.
Contract labor. This individual's capabilities match perfectly with it. Yes, yes. Shall we call the robot? The robot's gonna carry this old man up? I would not want to be carried by this little janky looking bot with his slippery little robo hands. Oh no, I'm not going to the sky on the Robo Express. Oh heck no. He's just holding him by his little sides. Ew, he looks grosser whenever he's bigger. Ew. Yo. Mustang is, it's true. I'm gonna probably have Mustang on the front of the forearm, and I'll probably have Hawkeye on the back of it. Boyan! Whee! I'm gonna make it like a collage of characters, and probably have fire, smoke, and some things that look like Puraido.
Puraido. You know, the like the cool looking shadows and eyeballs and teeth things that that Pride has sometimes. Puraido. That's what's probably gonna go into my my shoulder. Will probably turn into Pride and look like some sort of a malignance. Okay, to this guy. When you get an Armstrong, though, that's the real question. Armstrong is probably one of my favorite characters, if not my very favorite.
Oh, the Elric brothers! I was so worried about you boys. Let me hug you with my muscles to heal you.
He's the best. The question is what pose will I give him? Maybe I could do a triple pose. I would love to have him crying. Him crying with his eyeballs is cute.
What is that, Armstrong?
That's the best approximation I could do right now, Professor. It's true. Have you seen my tattoo? Professor, I didn't know that you liked FMA. I already have an FMA tattoo. I just need to get
Armstrong. Those Elric brothers.
one of him flexing and crying at the same time, where he's going, "Arr!" but he's also going, ooh. FMAB is the sauce, my friend. I got the I've got the full thing on Blu-ray. I paid $300 for it because it was out of circulation, and then they immediately started circulating a new one that I don't own yet, but I want to have both collections. I also own the entire manga. The entire manga on the cheap triple pack 3-in-1 or whatever. Even my my Final Fantasy guild is Full Metal Alchemist. All right. Oh, I need to talk over here. You'd love to get the homunculus Ouroboros tattooed on your back? Duke, I was thinking about getting that on the back of my neck. I was thinking about getting an Ouroboros tattoo on the back of my neck. That would be super cool. Like kind of on the, kind of near, I guess the head place for what's it called? for the Matrix is a little higher up, but yeah, maybe on the back of my neck, like a brand. That would be kind of cool. I brought the old Magma. Jeez, look at his little feet. Gross. Look at those little, skipping leg day yet again. If I were a confident panda, I'd do it on my hand. Oh yeah, that's awesome. I do gotta say, Professor, I will possibly get hand tattoos, but I probably want to stream longer, essentially. I would want to, I'd probably, if I was any of the deadly sins, I wonder which one I would have. I feel like if I was one of them, I'd probably be lust. Just kidding. I think that I'd probably be envy, if I'm being honest. If I'm being completely transparent and honest, I think I'd probably be envy, to be fair. Also, the tattoo you're drawing is on your hand tattoos? Dude, sweet. Yeah, 100% lust. Oh, yes. For sure. 100%. Just wait till I put on my maid outfit and y'all will all be stricken. Stricken! You get that 100%? Yeah, Professor. It's like I wanna feel a little bit more comfortable with my employment before I get my before I get me hand tattoos. I mean, they're cool. I would get neck tattoos. I don't know if I'd ever get face tattoos though. That's a little intense. Maybe if SoundCloud rappers like go away by the time that I'm older, then you know, it might be a good idea. Office Panda's casual Office Panda. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of places that don't mind. I feel like tattoos are more and more just being like part of the normal society. The comment about OT you said, yeah, he said something about his videos, and I was embarrassed because I don't watch OT's videos. Did you watch OT's latest video a couple of days ago? No, I don't watch OT's videos. I'm sorry. I think they're great. It's just not the style of content that I normally watch. Oh, is Floggy headed out? Hey, we'll see you later, Floggy. Thanks for hanging out. I didn't even die a single time, so you didn't even get to use the black and white emote. That's what I'm talking about. Not a single death.
What you say? Oh, wait. No, he's old. I guess I could give it a try. What'd you think?
Whoa, look at that. That's fantastic.
Do you think? It's nothing really.
Keep on going, buddy. Again, keep...
I love how he's just hair. Does he even have clothes underneath that hair? Ay, ay, ay. He reminds me of, there's an old man character in Adventure Time that just has one big long beard and he has his buns exposed. And there's some point where they're jumping through a bunch of different things that are like stressing Finn out by like bouncing between all these different problems. So they're like, help, I'm in trouble, I'm on fire, he touched me, I'm hurting over here. And then that old man's just like, I'm naked, with just his beard. His beard and his little weird wrinkly buns. It's one of the best parts of the show. Maybe I can include that. I'm gonna write that down. I'm naked. It's the best. It's one of my favorite moments in all of the show. We got 5 gratitude crystals. I need more. I need more. You need to keep watching Adventure Time. I have the full set. I have the full set of Adventure Time, and it even contains it has a pop-up book in the middle. It's awesome. It's got a little pop-up section. I think that's the same episode where they have where it's Tough Guy Island with lots of SpongeBob voices. So we need one more gratitude crystal, or well, I mean one more set of them. So we need 5. Take a sip. Hey, Professor, thank you. I went to a concert last night and I yelled my brains out, so I probably should keep it hydrated. Get some bamboo juice. Man, I wish I had some aloe juice. I was looking last night for some aloe and I couldn't find any more. I need to figure out how to get, I really need to figure out how to get some of that aloe juice. It was so good. It was so good and delicious. It also had pear in it. You have an aloe plant? It had, the drink that I had real aloe chunks in it. I didn't even know that you could eat it. You can, and it tastes delicious. Aloe's good for your sunburns. Don't they sell it at the pharmacy? I want the juice, like the good juice, not the healthy juice. All right, big drinks. Yeah! I just randomly thought of this little guy. Yeah! Yep, yep. You found me. Yeah! Let's put this over here. All right, we got the drinks. Let's take a look inside of Pumpkin Town and see if there's another mission. There could be another mission in here. We just need one more mini mission. Please don't juicy plant. Please do not juice plant. I named her Fiona. Does she turn ugly at night? Is that what you called? Does the aloe plant like shrivel up at night? I won't juice your plant, I promise. I'm sure that the juice that I had was like mostly sugar anyway. I promise it wasn't real aloe. It was mostly just chowdered pooger. She is always beautiful. I'm sorry, Linz. I'm sorry that your plant's ugly at night and you're just denying it. Sorry to hear that you're denying the truth. Poor plant. Is that a Shrek reference? Yes, Di. I thought it was very apparent. But that's all right. I guess maybe not everybody's as deep into the Shrek lore, you know? Deep into the characters and everything, you know? Imagine how threatened the plant must be after that juice joke. Shaking my head. Poor threatened plant. We're like personifying plants now. Shrek for movie night win? I've seen Shrek a million times. I mean, I'd be down to watch it, but like I've already seen it a million times. That's why I wouldn't be so like hasty. I wouldn't be so hasty to watch Shrek because I've already seen it a million times. But I mean, it's a franchise. It's a franchise, and I've never seen the one with what's his name? Rumpelstiltskin. I haven't seen that one. Happily Never After or whatever. I think it's the 4th one. I remember thinking that it looks stupid, but I've actually heard that the 4th one's better than the 3rd one, actually. So now I'm kind of curious. Okay, we gotta look for somebody that's got a. You haven't seen Shrek Forever After? Okay, that's what it is. Thank you, Mythical Water. I was saying it for never after. I have not seen it, but I've seen the first 2 a million times, and then I've seen the 3rd one like 4 or 5 times, something like that. The third one, I did like a couple of scenes, especially whenever he's like, "This is lame," and he slaps him on the back of the head, and he's like, "You're lame." That's my favorite part. Ah, Lenny, welcome. So here's the thing, Lenny. My house is terribly dirty. Pippet is always telling me to do some of the dusting around here, but I can't bring myself to do it. Yeah, bruv, I don't need any of your bull crap. I can tell exactly what's going on here. You're just trying to reuse your components. BRB? All right, Callie, we'll show you in a second. We'll show you in a second. This better be 5. We could do Shrek a month. It's true. We could also watch Shrek the Halls for Christmas. Okay, could we watch? Shrek is my favorite holiday movie. Shrek the Halls. There's also a Halloween special too. The Halloween special was released on the 3DS as a 3D video, and I watched it a million times. Because it was so cool to see Shrek in 3D on my little 3DS screen. It's totally worth it. What do you mean? It's not a gimmick. You shush. Yeah, I'm breaking your pots and pans. That's what you get for being so lazy. I will destroy your home. Oh, this is pretty satisfying. This better be 5 swaggy crystals. Oh my, there's no more dust in my home. Thank you, Lenny. You brighten my day. Huh? What'd you just say? Come here and let me pay you? Thank you so much, Lenny. My home is sparkling clean again. Yes. Yes! I think that we don't have all of it, unfortunately. I will destroy your home! Die, that goes along great with the home record quote. It's been a while since we had a quote. Have I not been quotable recently? I'm sorry. I'll try to be more quotable, okay? Pinky promise. All right, let's boing our way down here. Whee! Okay. What do I get? What do I get, Mr. Monster? I've collected 70 gratitude crystals. I think that there's 80 total. So we're close to the maximum. You loving the special episode when the gingerbread man says, "I don't feel so good," and then vomits a gumdrop? I think he vomits a Hershey Kiss. It's disgusting. Oh, you've gathered quite a lot of gratitude crystals. How magnificent. What do you got? You frick. I don't need money. You frick. Don't give me $300. No. I don't want that. Ah! More! I only require a few more. 80. Yep, we need 80. Just for fun ending of that quest. You said, oh, go back to her house at night. Okay, yeah. Let's do that. Let's do that, but first let's search the town real quick. Do 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 da 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 da. Okay, let's see if we can find another mission, because I bet you there's a couple more. Because I hadn't even been to Pippet's house during the day. That was my mistake. That was his mistake. Let's go to Birdie's house during the day. I've gone during night where the baby was like being a fussy. Oh yeah, nobody's here during the day. They're all at the market. What am I in here? I will destroy your home. Give me the gratitude. Where's the gratitude? What? You're not late to the stream, Potato. You're right on time. You're right on time. NB Potato. It's nice to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You just tune in whenever you want to. It's not too late. It's never too late. Have we ever been in here? Cookie's house. Huh? Is this Mike Zuckerberg's house? Oh, what? Your hair is... It's pretty cute. It's a cute character design. We've run into her before, and then her crazy mother. Yeah, we found the child, I believe. I believe that this mission is totally done. Let's get out of here. I hate it here. No gratitude with that attitude. Oh, what? I'd be gracious of somebody that was destroying my pots and my crockery. I have good, very good news. Hey, human one. Oi. Hey, thank you so much for the
No
7
five
months
collect.
of support. What? Oh my gosh, can we push some hype in the chat for the big support? How are you doing, human one? Welcome to the chat. Oh, no. Hope you're having a wonderful day. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for the sub. How am I feeling today? How is Strim? Strim is good. Strim good. My voice is doing way better. Thank you for asking. So sweet. I am yes, I went to a concert last night and I screamed. I was going, whoa. And I think that it blew out my voice in the best of ways. Now I think that it's generally returned. I'll continue to hydrate. I'll try to take better care of my voice from now on. I've started a new campaign of taking care of my voice way better. Okay, there's nothing to do it here. Let's get out with this. But yes. Thank you so much. Stream's been lots of fun. We're pretty much done with this game. We've pretty much won. I feel like we've already won, to be honest. We need to get gratitude crystals. So we're basically just trying to like finish up all the little side missions. We're finishing up all the bonuses.
Bonus mission.
What about her? Hello, darling. I want you to visit me at my house tonight. I have something to say. Oh yes, Potato, you gotta tell us the good news. I'm sorry, I got distracted. My house is just next to the bazaar. You'll definitely come, right? I'll be waiting. Oh, and do you have something something you want to pick up or have me store? No, thanks. I just came to see you. Look, hun, it's not humane to tease someone this bored. Knock it off, okay? It's not humane. Gentle. Ooh. It was not gentle last night, but now I am trying to take it a little bit easy, okay? This is adorable. What, the squirrel? I know. Isn't it so cute? It's so cute. Look how happy that little squirrel is. How adorable. You got new meditation stones. Ooh. Are those stones that you put on your skin like hot rocks? Or are they stones that you hold? Or are they stones that you like lay on your back? I don't know what a meditation stone is. Is it a giant stone that you can sit on while you meditate? That'd be awesome. I feel like that would be like a meditation boulder, right? I want a meditation boulder so that I can sit on a giant rock in my house and meditate. No, dang it. Okay, let's see if there's any more missions before we go to bed. We gotta go to bed and then go meet up with that person in their house so that we can get whatever award it is. So that we can get the Link Goodness Award. But first we're gonna go into each one of these rooms. It's witchcraft things. Arara Potato-kun. Arara NB-kun. I don't know much about that stuff, but I hope you love them. I hope that they are fantastic in their special way. Did you do the ghost hand stuff? I don't think so. I don't know. Ghost hand. You want to steal Link's dumb hat? Oh, Dizzy, I've actually got I've got a hoodie that has Link's stupid hat on it as a hood. It's pretty awesome. The little like goblin end. It's kind of fun. It's a little goblin hat. I like it. All right, we're just checking each room because, you know, daytime, nighttime different. Oh, they're a couple.
Hey, Lenny, you're looking pretty upbeat lately.
That's the spirit. Zelda will be home before you know it. You shut up. Zelda's dead. Just because you have your girlfriend doesn't mean that you need to spread all that positivity around. You disgust me, Pippet. You can zip it, Pippet. You used to have a worry stone, but it broke. You don't know what that means? It means that you don't have to worry anymore. Nice.
Nice. You never have to worry again because your worry stone is broken.
Ah, look. Grandpappy Elf.
Oh, Lenny, how did it go? Were you able to hear what Levias had to say? I see. I was right then. There's something special about you. I have a feeling that you and that vibrant loft wing of yours will be just fine. The road ahead of you certainly won't be a smooth one, but don't lose faith. By the way, would you be willing to listen to a little request of mine as well? As I'm sure you're aware, I'm the eminent authority on plant collecting in Skyloft, if I do say so myself. But you see, I've begun to fear that I've collected everything that I can hope to collect. My plant collection now features every known species. I've started wondering if, in light of your travels, there isn't something that you might be able to discover new for me. What do you think? Would you be willing to look for a new plant species for me? Perhaps something exotic, the kind that would turn a few heads?
I'll try.
Ah, I knew that you'd be willing to help me out, Lenny. I'm truly sorry to trouble you, but please do bring back something rare, something that nobody's ever seen before.
So like?
Your dowsing ability will help you with the plant.
Yes, let us set the plant for the dowsing thing right now. Oh, it's a little leaf. It's 3 leaves. We 3 leaves of. What do you say, Summer? You just got a COVID test so that you can get a pulmonary test on Friday? I had to get the test just in case, not because I was around anyone with it. Is it all good, or are you saying that you just took that today? Do we have a result? I'm glad that you're getting tested though. That's good. That's good. Good. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm tired. Night, you guys. Night. You dyed your Zora armor yellow to be a banana man, but you were a fool, for Pippet is the true banana man. Pippet is the true banana. The one true banana. You can't listen. I understand. You wanted to be better than Pippet, but it's literally impossible. It's literally impossible to be more banana than my boy Pippet. Oh yeah, you had to do a COVID test before your pulmonary test? What the heck is... I'm pretty sure that I used to have a pulmonologist. Is that for like, breath? Pulmonary system is your breathing, right? Do you have asthma? I have asthma. All right, we gotta go to the house at night
For a secret nighttime meeting.
With my new love, for I have abandoned Zelda for another.
Okay, I think she lives here. But Papa should be home. He better be. Oh wait, whoops. Wait, what? Oh, I don't think I've ever been in this house before. Let's get out of here. Can't wear a mask. Breathing really hard, higher than normal COVID risk. Oof. I knew that mine was a little bit higher, but probably not as bad as yours. Oof. That is not good. Okay, maybe their house is right here? I don't remember. It's normally pet. It says item check girl. How rude. You can't just call her like that. That's not her name, dude. All right, here she is. She's blushing. Lenny, you came to see me. Thank you. The truth is, there's something I'm dying to get off my chest, Lenny. I'm just gonna ask you something point blank, okay? Do you have feelings for Zelda? What do you think of me? You store items? Boy, my boy. Oh, X-Straight, we'll see you later. It's schlep time. All right, get some rest. We'll see you later. Friendo. Didn't you get a gifted sub earlier? Flippin' sweet. We'll see you later, X-Straight. We'll see ya later. Get some schlep. Oh no, I can wear a mask normally. You meant that's why they require tests. Ah, I see. Oof. You had to check some lungs. Your asthma started getting worse. You know what's weird? My asthma used to be way worse, where I couldn't even go out. I couldn't even go outside after it rained, and then it got better, and then it got worse again, and it got better, and then it got worse, and now I had a dream recently that my asthma was acting up. I don't know if I was accidentally suffocating myself with a pillow while I was sleeping, but it freaked me out. And it took me an entire day to remember that it was just a dream, because I was like, I gotta go get tested again for my asthma, because I just had that huge reaction, and I was so scared because I don't have a rescue inhaler right now. But it wasn't real. It was fake. It was fake, man. It was a fake dream. So I guess my asthma's doing fine because I haven't been bothered by it at all. I like you. Can I lead her on? Is that okay? Is that moral? Is that immoral? But Zelda never expressly said that she liked us. We're not in a clear relationship. Zelda's also dead. She's dead and she's unclear. I say that we lead this girl on. I like you. Listen, I don't want to let her down. I don't want to let her down. So I have to say that I'm in love with her, you know? Anything to keep from confrontation is what I always say. You do? Really? You're not lying? Well, we already said one lie, and you know, once you say one lie, you have to say another one because it's too late now. So now that we've lied once, I have to keep the lie going, you guys. This is an opportunity for me to give up, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm so happy. I feel like I'm in a dream. I have to hear it again just to be sure. Do you really, really, really like me? Oh my God! Stop, game, stop! You're making me question my decisions. Ah! To death do you part, bro. She's not in the same time zone. It doesn't. Hey, what? Die. You shut your mouth. I do. You're not lying, are you? You do. You don't know what I do if I found out you're lying? She's a yandere. She's going to kill me. She's got a knife, dude. She has got a knife. You don't know what I do if I find out you're lying? Oh my God. Now I do like her. It's true. Thank you. I love you so much, darling. I'm sorry that I doubted you and put you through all these questioning. Hey, whatever. I like a dangerous woman. But I understand your true feelings better than you know. What? What is this dialogue? This is so that it can achieve the same goal no matter what you choose. That means that your choices don't matter, dude. Your choices don't matter.
Danger, Will Robinson, danger. Danger.
This stupid cheap game with its fake. Listen, this is why everybody loves The Walking Dead, because your choices actually matter. And in almost every game they don't. You're saying that you can't give yourself over to love just yet, that you have more important things to do right now. Do you have some kind of serious job that you need to attend to, right? If you weren't off on an adventure, you'd probably come by the item check so often. And that's why I won't that's why I won't ask any more of you. I'll just watch over you, protecting you from afar. Keeping a vigilant eye on your items.
Yeah,
What topic? Hey! Hey, one topic. Thank you for the
gifted
gifted
a tier 1
sub.
sub to
Appreciate
Depop
it.
Glimmer. They
What's
have given
up?
19
Oi!
gift subs in the channel.
One topic, you sweet bean. I appreciate it. Hey, OT, thanks for the gifted sub. How are you doing? How are you doing? Hope you're doing fantastic. OT, what's up? What's up? If whenever more important that I'll check with my dad. Okay, yes, we're completing side quest. We're doing some sweet Skyward Sword. How have you been doing, OT? I'm sure that you've been working hard. OT's always working hard, making the content that everybody loves. OT's been working around the clock. It's true. OT has no time for me anymore. Oh, he used to be less popular. I like the old OT. Not the I'm working OT, the I'm busy OT, the I don't have time for you Earl OT. You're making the same sound effects too? Are you saved for the music? For the subbies? For the sweet, sweet, delicious, spicy subs? Wait a second, what are we supposed to do? Oh yeah, we need to go to bed. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Isn't that the star bits from Mario Galaxy? I'm afraid so, Duke. I'm afraid so. They've reused sprites for the last time. I'm not too popular, Earl. Just trying to get healthy again. Oh no, now I feel bad. OT. My teasing has been turned around on me. I'm glad that you're taking care of yourself. I was only teasing. OT, you sweet bean. I'm glad that you're actually taking care of yourself and getting stuff done. Me proud. Now that things are opening, I know that you could probably do better hiking and stuff like that.
Get out. Take care of yourself. We need the mental health with the mental health plentifully. Plental. I'll work on that. Let's sleep. I'm going to bed. How the heck did you get 100K points? What? Summer, do you have, wait a second. Do you have 100K points on the stream? I already have a bunch of great ideas that Alchemic dumped into the Discord. I've got some good ideas now. I'm gonna implement some of them. It's true. There's some great ideas. We shall get out of here. Stop that. Stop atting me. Don't at me. But yeah, they do kind of look like star bits. It's very suspicious.
Very suspicious.
Zoom. I'm sure that taking care of yourself must involve hanging out with Human One more often, which is great.
Yes, yes.
Taking care of one's mental health can easily involve hanging out with who does Human One. Let's go over here. Zoom. Wee. Human One, we should watch anime sometime with Anne. It's true. We should do an anime session. Watch some anime. You hate that because you're forced to look at that drawing. But Linz, you drew that drawing. That's yours. That's all you, baby. I even think that I lined it up so that it shows. Yeah, it shows up on my face. I did it just in time. Little Miss Olympus, thank you. Appreciate it. Wee. You'd love that. All your anime recommendations come from Anne. Ah, yes. Anne is the leading degenerate in the area. It's true. It's true. Thank you, Anne. What's that? You want to see it more? Thank you, little Miss Olympus. Bless you. Bless you. I think the plant lives here. Pretty sure. Pretty sure that it lives here. It won't be here tomorrow. Don't worry about it, Linz. I'll switch it out. I'll switch it back for the old rare plant? Rare plant? What? What? I thought that it was here. Am I at the wrong spot? Oh no. No. Is it? I thought. Oh, it's too bad. I thought that I remember it being on Lava Island. I could have swore. I could have swore that it was on this island. Was it not? What? Dang it. Dang it. I'm sorry for being a big dummy. I rushed straight into this. Just like I rush into everything. You're always this way. This is how you always are, Earl. You just jump in without even thinking about things. Did you waste all of our time? I'm sorry. Oh, I'll leave.
To the sky. Yes.
Now I have to land and we gotta douse and figure out where this stupid plant is. Oh, I think the Elden Volcano is where we went last time. I guess I never doused for the plant. I think he set it automatically to douse for me though. Literally, we just gotta land real quick. Can we land on this rock up here and do some dousing? If you can land on this rock, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna land on top of this big round rock. Come on, Long. No, dang it, Link, you baka. Why won't you land on that rock? It's not that slick. Shaking my head. Is there a, well, it's not at Elden, that's for sure. So maybe we should just go this way. Let's pretend like it's in Sandland. Wait, but wouldn't it make more sense for it to be in Greenland? What do you think? What do you think? I'm thinking it might be in Greenland. Did we already catch some? Yeah, cause we got that. We doused for the wheel. The clown wheel was at the other location. In fact, I'm gonna bet it all, you guys. I'm betting it all. The plant's here. I can feel it. Sandland turns green too, though, but no clue, admittedly. Okay, we're yeah, that is true. That is true, Belle Blue. We're gonna go to Farron Woods because I don't think that we've doused for a side quest item here yet. I'm gambling. I'm a gambling streamer.
A rambler, a gambler, a backbiter. Tell them that God's gonna cut you down. Go tell that long-tongued liar.
Let's go to in the woods.
Into the woods to find my granny.
Yes. Yes, descend. All right. Is my granny here? Bye. What big stems you have, Granny. Bye. What ugly withered leaves you have, Granny. Aha! I was right. Nice. It is here. Ah, naruhodo ne.
Naruhodo ne. Hai. Hai. Wagata.
Zoom. Go, Lonk. Don't get bit by a bat. Don't get bat bitten. I hear enemies. I hear music. Music is always foreboding. Hey, where's this? Hey. What? Where is it? But. Oh, it's up. Oh, it's close. Interesting. Narujodo ne? No, not Narujodo. What is that? Did you just make up that word? Rosera, are you making up fake Japanese words again? Ooh. It's naruhodo. Naruhodo ne. Bat! Get away! Stop! I need to get up here. Okay, how do I get up top? How do I get up tip top? I need to crawl up here, but oh dear. I think we gotta do a big loop to get up there. Oh, you're typing it as you hear it? Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Rosera, I wasn't trying to pick on you. My bad. Oh crap. Oh, almost fell off the edge. Now you die. I will beat you to death. Boyan. I think we gotta crawl through here, right? Oh, Big Daddy. Run away. Don't touch me. You pick on me all the time. No, I don't. Rosera, it's because you're so whiny. It's so tempting. Die. No. Don't touch me. Zoom. Ew. I wish that I could blow up this goop. What? How dare? Rosera, it's not true. Not a word of it. It's all lies. All fallacious lies. Shaking my head. Streamer lies for 10 minutes straight. Ooh, yes. Boy, oh, I fell off. Hey, we'll see you later, Anne. We'll see you later. Dang it. Just jumped off the edge accidentally. That's what I get for picking on Rosera. I regret everything. We'll see you later, Anne. Get some sleep.
Get some sleep. Get some delicious sleep.
Salacious lies? Didn't I say fallacious? Fallacious, as in false, right? So, what does salacious mean? I don't know what that means. Salacious. That sounds. Oh, that makes me think of steak for some reason. A delicious, salacious steak. Would you like a steak dinner? It's our most salacious thing on the menu. I don't like my steaks too well burnt, you know. They taste way more salacious if you don't cook them too much. You're pretty sure that the plant isn't in there? No, it's over here. Maybe don't say that. Oh dear. Oh, bah! Don't do it then. Don't define it. I'll stop saying it. I wouldn't have thought that OT would trick me into saying something bad. I normally don't read words automatically. But OT did bamboozle me. It's true. Oh, Kikwi. Cute. Cute. Oh, hello, Queek. I've been hiding so long that my shoulders are stiff. I feel you, Holmes. What shoulders? What shoulders? Dude. No, I do not mean facetious. I do know what facetious means, though. How rude. I do have shoulders, Kikwi. They're just not very pronounced. What shoulders? I'm trying to say that I'm constantly hiding from danger. Constantly hiding from danger is a stressful way to live. Words to live by. Everyone has a happy Everyone's happy now that peace has returned to the forest, but I don't believe it for a second. Coo-ca-coo. Typical. I know people like this. I misheard you, Earl. I'm sorry. No worries. No worries. I might be saying a fake word. Am I saying a fake word? I thought it was a real word. Fallacious. I thought that means false, right? Fallacious. I know facetious, and now I hear another one. No worries, OT. It's not actually a bad word. Yeah, fallacious means a mistake. What? Based on a mistaken belief. I just took it as mostly just meaning false, but I'm probably not using it very precisely. Hey, the word that you said is real. It just means
It means a real thing. It's a real thing, Earl. Don't be fooled by your chat.
Okay, so it is a real word. No worries. I don't speak very clearly. Ow, ow, ow. The other thing is also deal, but seemed out of place in a Zelda game. That's true. That is true. It is a little bit out of place in this. Let's just say that ever since Nintendo tried, Nintendo kept any adult content out of games, and then all of a sudden they made that Miitopia game where they let like characters have romance or whatever, and people made it hilarious, and they made them sing all sorts of ridiculous things. And ever since then, Nintendo's been more and more careful, making sure that their games cannot be confused at all. I want the flower. Where's the flower?
It's fantastic news.
I can verify with only 40% accuracy that this person is a plant. However, the field of studies cataloging unidentified plant species. Oh, we can yoink him. We're yoinking the whole Kikwi. Oh. We're uprooting him. Literally. We're literally uprooting him from his society. Wow. He's really pulling a Bezos and just going straight to the sky. He's leaving all the people behind. All right, see you later. Have fun up there in space. He's out. Okay. I was so stressed that I went to the moon. Breath of the Wild lab vibes? Yeah, that music is big time Breath of the Wild. Bye, Jeff. It's true. Sounded like the cooking song in Breath of the Wild. There's literally the noise, the final sound that it makes whenever you cook something in Breath of the Wild is in this game. It goes like ba-dum-dum. That fine little jingle, it is in this game. It happened one time during a story. During a cutscene, it went like ba-dum-dum. That fine little sound whenever you cook something successfully. Okay, to the sky.
Bezos boy is up in the sky.
Now we just have to find him a proper landing in Mr. Owl's auditorium. And then I think that we're done. I think that then we have finished every gratitude crystal. We've gotten every single goddess cube. We've gotten every single item. I don't know about the heart containers though, because I think that we're at a full heart container, and that might be it. We're gonna find out after we help old Big Claws. Let's flap our way to the academy. To Monsters University. Recycled music, shaking my head. I mean, I was kind of thought of it as a little bit of a what's it called? Easter egg, kind of. But I guess you can't call it an Easter egg because it's used commonly in the second game, but it's not used commonly in the first one. So I guess it's not really an Easter egg, is it? It's like a reverse Easter egg. It's like a Easter bunny. Oh, wait, hey, we made it. A callback? No, because it's a call forward. I guess. It's used primarily in the next game. I don't know. It really is just recycled, isn't it? I have come bearing an unusual Kikwi. Please be gentle with the adorable Kikwi. He's giving him a death stare. Goodness.
This is unbelievable. You found an entirely new plant species. It's precisely what I wanted. Fascinating. Should this actually be classified as flora or fauna? I mean plant or animal?
Dude,
Flora and fauna is not like super technical terms. Like everybody knows what that means, dude. You do not have to pretend like that is some fancy word.
You know, this might very well mark the discovery of a new type of species altogether. Oh, how incredible. The world is still full of new plants waiting to be discovered, isn't it? I can barely contain my excitement. Oh, Lenny, you have no idea what this means to me. Thank you so much.
Could you give me more than... Nah, he's only gonna give me 5.
You got 5 gratitude crystals.
Bless you. Bless you, you big dummy. You big sussy baka. I'm gonna go take care of Alright. Let's get out of here. Now I can finally figure out what that final quest item is. Please, please be something spicy, delicious. I bet you it's a, hug. Or it could possibly be a token. If it's a badge, I'm gonna be mad, dude. I'm gonna be flippin' mad if it's a badge that's just like, you can get more rupees. Did you say big sussy baka? I'm afraid so. What was the, I'm trying to remember who said sussy baka. I'm pretty sure that Hank did from Breaking Bad. Doesn't he call... I think he calls Walter a big sussy baka. Somebody paid him to say that. Worth it for a hug? More games should reward hugs. Poor Di. Poor Di, I'd give you a hug if I was nearby. I'm sorry, Di, that a hug's that worth that much to you. Ow. Getting the voice actor? Feels good, man. I wish. Real-Time Bread said that he might have a voice acting gig for me. Ow. Oh my, you've gathered 80 gratitude crystals. If I'm not mistaken, that's all the gratitudes and all the gratitude crystals in the entire world. Dude, every bit of gratitude we sucked out of the world. Thank you ever so much. Please accept the final gift with all my gratitude. Final gift, here it is. What is it? It's just a big wallet, dude. It looks awesome. Admittedly, it's incredible. Admittedly, it's an incredible wallet. I mean, it doesn't even look like a coin purse, but it in the end, it doesn't even matter. This is an embarrassingly small token of my gratitude. You're darn right, man. It's oh, he's gonna change form. Whoa. He's Beauty and the Beast. Did I say Beauty? Pardon me. Well, how do I look, my dear friend Lenny? Still looking a little, monsterish. I'm just saying, still a little. I'm still getting a little bit of, I don't know that hair is giving me a little bit of a those ponytails. You're giving me a little bit of an it vibe over here. My appearance has suddenly changed so dramatically. You've been stuck speechless, aren't you? Allow me to tell you. I love his little hand motion. Let me tell you this. It works especially good whenever he has long fingernails. A little bit of. The wallet is kind of poggers. It's true. It is kind of like a burger. It's a delicious burger wallet. Ah, is that his father? His father had much cooler, gigantic horns. Now you just have hair. All right, we saved his life. Awesome. How to save a life? Where did I go wrong? You made Di seem very lonely. I can get hugs if I need them, but thank you, kitty. Of course. I've got you, Di. You can. Oh, I can get hugs, okay? Don't say that about me. Okay. Not that desperate for a hug, all right? If I need a hug, I can get one. So what about my hearts? Very suspicious. Look at this. Look at this suspiciously absent
Heart. Very interesting. This gives me much interest. Much interest I have. Oh, no, yo! Papa Smurf! Hey, thanks for the support!
Haven't been able to watch a lot of streams, but wanted to
Appreciate
make
it.
sure to
Yo.
come in a support when I can.
Papa Smurf, thank you so much for that Prime. I appreciate it. Hey, you chose me to give your Prime subscription to. I super appreciate it. You do not have to watch any streams. I'm just here if you're bored. I'm just here if you're bored and you want something to watch, then I'm here for you. But don't worry about it, Papa Smurf. Thank you so much for the support. It's nice to see you whenever you jump in. And that's the most support I could ever ask for. But then you still hit me up with a Prime sub. That's just extra on top of extra, my friend. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you enjoy it enough around here to check in every now and again. Or glad to see you whenever you're here, just for fun. I don't. So what are my hearts? Look at that. We're missing one heart though. How many hearts are we supposed to have in this game, dude? You just created YouTube? People have been asking if you have one for a while. Oh, are you gonna use it for VOD dumps? Or are you gonna make YouTube videos, Darren? That's sweet, dude. That's sweet, dude. I'd sub to that. For surezies. Okay, let's look up heart containers Skyward Sword. Let's see how many hearts we're supposed to have. I feel like we're close to beating this game. Skyward Sword review. I want the wiki. Where's the wiki? I don't want something explaining me how this works. I just want Skyward Sword wiki. Okay, so how many? Okay, we got the Hylian shield. We're already done with that. Yeah. Where's the what? These are guides. Let me go back to the wiki. Page tools. Let's go. Hi, I've already got that one. How to upgrade the wallet. Heart piece locations. Okay, so how many hearts are you supposed to get? There's a total of 24, making up a total of 6 extra heart containers. And then 2 hearts are gained from equipping life medals. Okay. Okay, so it looks like we've already gotten all the heart containers, and we just need to have another heart medal. Looks like it. Darren, no links in the chat, please. Could you post that over on the Discord? Then it can stay there, at least semi-permanently as well. It's okay. No worries. It's a better spot over there anyway, because then I can do it after the stream. It's okay. Let's so heart medal. This makes you pick up more hearts though, I thought. Looks like we have another medal that I haven't gotten. You know, for the future, no links. No worries, Darren, no worries. I did make a joke out of it with playing this game where I'd be like, no links in the chat. No links, only Zeldas. Yeah, don't worry about it. He's especially okay with streamer friendo. It's mostly just to make easier, it's mostly just for easier, what's it called? Moderating, just makes it easier. So there's another heart medal. I wonder where you get that. It says it's called a life medal, and we already have one. Where to find the life medal? There are location. Here are the locations for the only 2. There's a Goddess Cube 23 in Lenaru Desert that has one in it. So there's a chest there, and then you can also buy one from Beetle Shop. So I already probably bought the Beetle Shop one, but there's a Goddess Cube that I don't have. Is that true? Huh. I thought that I got every Goddess Cube, because we've already been on the ground, and we even doused for them. We doused for all of them, but apparently it's in Lenaru. So for one, let's go to Beetle Shop. Am I sure that I don't have it? Because I've only got one on right now. No, I've got 2. Oh no, I have both of them on. Oh, there's more hearts then. Oh, I already have both of them. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay, I do have both of them. So we're supposed to have a total of 20, but I only have 19. So there's more heart containers. It says Heart pieces and heart containers make up the remaining hearts. Oh, the final boss is probably a heart container. That's what it is. Okay. Then we'll have every heart. Yeah, that's what it is. I forgot about that. Yeah, it's probably just the final boss gives you another, which is worthless for them to give you another heart after you finish it all. Hey, welcome back, Arisa. I'm just trying to make sure that I've gotten everything in this entire game. I think that we've 100%ed it. I think we have 100%ed it, gotten every type of metal, every single heart. Let's see, Triforce. I think we've already done all the side missions. Let's see. Skyward Sword. Let me go back to this main Wikia page. I'm just trying to make sure that I don't miss anything. Wing ceremony, blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Side quests. Lost child. Missing sister and injured bird. Fledge's workout. Haunted restroom. Baby rattle. Plow. Crystal ball. Missing beetle. Item check crush. Pippett's house. Fun Island. Strange plant. Pumpkin landing. Bamboo island. Fun Island. Bug paradise. Pumpkin pole. Rickety coaster. What is that? Harp game. We've already done that. What's a rickety coaster? Oh, once you finish the sand ship, return to the shipyard and you can play a mini game called Rickety Coaster. What? Is there a whole bunch of heart pieces that I don't have? I've never done the Rickety Coaster. Is that in the... What? What? There's a coaster ride? Ooh, I wonder if that's in the modern... Oh, we missed a mini game. It's in Lunaru, it says. Yeah, I think. No, it says once you're to the sand ship. What? Oh, please don't be in this game. I thought that I had every heart. That means that I'm missing 3 more hearts? Oh my gosh. Dude, how many? Where could they be, though? I've already gotten, like, all of them. I thought. Oh, man. Oh, the central tree has many roots. Oh, yeah, because, I mean, you could pick them up on land. It says, heart piece. If you show them the thing. Fairy symbol. Huh. Weird. So are they just sitting somewhere? Because I don't know if I'm going to go hunting for them. If they don't even let you douse for them. Do I really need to go after these whenever I can't even douse for them? That's such baloney, dude. That's such baloney. Can you never douse for these? Never? Oh my gosh. Would you have to search for them individually? Oh man. Oh dude, I don't know if I'm going to do this. I don't think I'm doing this. This is too much work. Did you ever get the one in the first fire temple? Oh, I don't know, Arisa. I don't remember. That was so long ago. Yeah, they're everywhere and you can't douse for them. That sucks. Okay, wooden platform with a chest. Yeah, we already opened all the chests. That's pretty simple. Looks like you can run off the cliff on the waterfall with a goddess cube. Yeah, I already did that. Fire sanctuary. The exit leads to a waterfall with a source of water that you could douse. The frog flame statue. I'm pretty sure that I already dug for that one, right? Oh, jeez. Oh, man, I don't know if I could figure out where these are. Claw shots to get to a cube. Yeah, see, because I've already gotten all the cubes. Every cube has been retrieved already. If only they would give me information on non-cube ones. But it's all broken up. Yeah, Elden Volcano does seem to have another bonus. Interesting. Well, we can at least do that mini game. Let's go on a cart ride. That's fun anyway. That's fun anyway to get to ride on a runaway minecart. Whee! Forward and on to battle. What, Callie, are you gonna do some, what did you say? Calico is lurking. Ooh, dyeing hair. What fun.
What fun! Yes, yes!
We dye all of the hairs, every single one. What if she misses one? It'll be ruined. Wee. Ooh, thank you. Wait, what? There's a sip right now? Who did that? Oh, Emerald Artist, thank you for the sip. I appreciate it. Zoom. Down, 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 down. Oh yeah, Die arrived whenever you were gone, Arisa. Die's been here. Die was here whenever you abandoned us. Okay, nice. So, hopefully we can do this. We can descend straight onto it. There's Skipper's Retreat. There's Shipyard. I think it's in Shipyard. Let me double check, because that would be a pain in the neck if I got that wrong. Yeah, it says Sand Ship, return to the Shipyard, and there's something called Rickety Coaster. Good stuff.
Good stuff.
Descend upon the Rickety Coaster. I still wish that I could make a face plant. Okay. Rickety Coaster in here? Question mark? Yeah, because there's a mark on the map where all mini games and stuff are. Door locked. The door's locked. Nobody will escape. Except for me, I'm out of here. It says, once you go to it, you can play a mini game. It just says return to the shipyard. Okay. I'm here. I'm here at the shipyard. Where's the mini game? Where's my mini game to do the rickety coaster? Where's the quest giver? I don't want to go through this whole area again. Ah! You'd love to see the whole Lunaru area in the past? That would be cool. I would totally do that.
Hey, you, what are you doing? Hey, you're here. How about a little bit of fun?
Fun? What's that?
Got your attention, eh? Let me explain. This here is a race against time. Tilt your body to angle the...
I remember how to do this, old man. Let's go! What track will it be? Heart-stopping or scary? Ooh, I think that heart-stopping is the one that you have to do. Yeah, it says complete the heart-stopping course. Fast. All right.
I want to die. I want to die. My heart has stopped.
Oh yeah, stick bug moment. I love stick bug Link. It's my favorite part of this game. Stick bug Link, let's go! Stick bug. Whee! What an absolute maniac. There's probably like multiple ways to do this. Oh snap. I don't know which way's right. Nobody's telling me no. Oh yeah. Zoom. Stick bug. Wow, my heart has stopped. Holy moly. Holy moly. If you love me, let me ride. Go, 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 go. Mega speed.
Mega Link speed.
Wow, is this an illegal link? Good thing I have NordVPN to protect me whenever... go, Link. Speed. Bonus boost. Go! We're not gonna do this in time. We're too slow, dude. My heart stopped whenever I found out that I wasn't gonna get my reward. Come on! Boyon. Boyoyoyon. 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 My heart! 12 seconds. It was a finish! We did it! If you're a baby, you're not invited.
You finished! I know you can do better than that. You were just warming up, right? The secret is getting the right tilt.
No good. No good. Try again.
Come back. I'll come back right now. Sure, let's do it.
How you feeling today, Earl? How was your concert? It was fantastic. Somebody puked in the mosh pit. It was amazing. It was great. It was a very fun concert. I had lots of fun. They even had a sweet sax solo at the end. Man, I wish I could play the saxophone. Go. Go, go. Stick bug. I think I was super close to be fair. Go. If you love me, let me zoom.
All right, I'm just gonna try to grab some extra. Zoom. I love the speed lines. Oh! I wonder if you can lean out of that. Yeah, maybe this is the slow way. Maybe I'm being a big dummy. Maybe I slowed down at a certain part. Yeah, like this? Am I supposed to lean into that? Dude, come on, man. I super slow down there. Oh, frick. Okay, that's a bad spot. That's a spot to improve. I think that you can maybe recover out of that. Oh, that's a little faster. Well, that little song was an interesting thing to hear. Whenever you click on a stream, I got you. I got you, Independent Oreo. You never know what's going to happen around here. It's true.
You finished. You set a new record. Great work. I know you could do better than...
Shut your mouth, Gottram. You shut your filthy mouth. It says 105. Oh, wow. You really do have to go fast. Maybe we should try a different route. Maybe we're taking a slow route. Was it a mix of tracks or just the new album? Or just new album? Oh, it was a mix of tracks. It was a mix of tracks. Although that reminds me, Bell Blue, there is an anniversary tour that's coming through in, I think, November. I hope that I can go to it. I need to double check the dates. But there's an anniversary tour for Acacia Strain's one of their albums, and I'm super excited about going to that. If I can. If I can, I will. But yeah, they're doing an album in its entirety. I've only seen the Acacia Strain in full, doing full albums, to be honest. One of them was for Continent, and then now I think this one's for, I don't even remember what it's called. Arisa, are you completing some of your side missions that you missed? Are you gonna ride the rickety coaster too? Oh, you're just gonna do this? Oh. Oh, just don't watch me doing it, because I'm clearly doing something wrong. Okay. I tried to angle it so that you can land that part. I have a feeling that if I pick the other direction that I haven't picked yet, it's probably just gonna loop. I think it's just gonna loop. It's this one. We haven't ever gone this way. Yeah, I feel like that's slower, right? Come on, that's gotta be slow. We're going faster at this part, but... we're not fast enough. This is slower. This was worse. Stop leaning like that, Lonk. Jeez, dude. Oh, 13, that's rough. It was almost, honestly, it was almost no difference. I'd rather be eaten and loved than hated and ignored. What? Eaten? I don't remember saying eaten. What the heck? I don't want to be eaten. I like my body. I don't want to take it away from me. Don't take it away from me. I love this body. Awkward IRL. Yo, welcome back. Awkward. Welcome back. It's jolly good to see you. Let's try scary first. Oh wait, no, I don't want to hear the rules. Get out of here. Oh, maybe I should have just focused on heart stopping. Cause scary's just gonna make me memorize a course that doesn't matter. Yeah, I feel like there's almost like there's no sensitivity with leaning. You're either all leaned or not, you know? It's like all lean or nothing, dude. All the lean for me. Excuse me, could I get more lean with my link? This speed is ridiculous. Whoa!
Well, that was scary.
Nice.
You finished. Not bad time. You were nowhere as fast as me.
That's because you're so heavy. It's because you're so heavy. You have more momentum.
I have less momentum. The card is really finicky with the Wiimote. Might be a porting thing. Ah, yeah. It definitely has some weird things crossing between Wiimote and this. See, like the Wiimote, I would think that like it would have multiple leans. Like, look, this is like a half lean, but I didn't see any use for it, did? If you love me, let me win. I feel like you just have to keep up momentum, right? Maybe I'm just doing like a lot of unnecessary leaning. Stop! Link, that slowness there is stinky, dude. I'm always like fully torquing the lean. Fully torquing the lean does sound something a rapper would say. See, this looks like the most, dude. Lean into the turns? Yeah, I mean, I'm leaning. I'm leaning, dude. See? That didn't do anything. Surely it's this part. It's this part that I'm jacking up, dude. Totally. I mean, look at all this extra boost that I'm getting now. That part I did do a little bit better. Okay, that's the best I've done that part specifically. I don't know how to speed up this part though. It's always so painful.
You were just warming up, right?
I know, he's so encouraging. What a nice guy.
Hey, you really tried, didn't you? What a loser. But you're trying, you know?
Come on, dude. I wonder, let me listen to that. I'm actually gonna read what he says.
Up for another run? What track will it be? Want to hear the rules?
Yeah, tell me again. The race here is against time.
The race is against time. Scream across the finish line as fast as you can. Tilt your body and lean your cart. If you lean at just the right angle on a corner, you'll get a nice speed boost. Lose your concentration when you're cruising around a bend, though, and you'll run right off the rails.
I've never fallen off the rails before. Not a single time.
Your best time so far is 1:11. All right, let's get going.
So it is just boosting out of the turns, that's it. Hey, M's here, what's up? Hey, first day of work, done. You enjoyed your day so much, that's awesome, Sauce. I'm glad that you're enjoying your work. That's awesome, M. You got the job. We so proud of you. We so proud of you. M, I'm so glad that you're enjoying it. See, like I'm getting some boost out of this. But the thing is that I don't know if I need to like cut off unnecessary leaning or if I need to lean like differently. Can't tell if it's too much lean or not enough lean. I kind of feel like you can't have enough lean. I also like this route better. Yeah, maybe if I do this right, then I can schmoove on it, you know? Okay, did that part better. See, what the heck? How am I supposed to reduce this magnet? Guy's better. Still better. Your front desk associate to a nurse practitioner at a chiropractic neurological sports rehab place. That's awesome, Sauce. I gotta say, maybe I'm just being maybe I've just been pampered, but I've always found the receptionists at places like that very nice. I've never had a bad experience. The question is, you want to have some fun? And you can say, no way. I'm a no fun kind of guy. Well, that was better. Keep going, Kenny. Keep in mind that old Scottish phrase that I'm not gonna read. I'm not gonna read that. Die. I know that it probably means get good, lad, in Gaelish. Go, 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 go. Okay. Get good. Yep.
It's true. We'll see you later, Rosera. You getting sleepy? Get some rest. Get some rest. Rosera. We'll see you later. Nighty night, Rosera. It was fun to hang out with you, as always.
Nighty night. Whee.
Ooh, I should have leaned more there. Oh, that part's same as last time. Oh, I'm doing worse this time, I think. Time-wise, look at that. I lost a lot of momentum because of that weird corner. I think that you might have to run that more difficult path so that you can get the speed. It's strange because you don't have to lean with all the turns. You just have to lean with, like, the majority of it. So if there's like one little tiny left, you just gotta ignore it. Kenny, I think it's Gaelic. I know. Yes, it is. It is Gaelic. That is true. I saw an A button. Did you see that? Did you see an A button? I could have swore that I saw a prompt for an A button. Pretty sure that I saw a prompt on those jumps. He doesn't say that, though. He doesn't mention it, but I could have swore that I saw an A. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try doing a special jump. I bet you that I'm just burning time on those things. And I need to get good anyway, for sure. Gotta start pulling out all the stops. To try to get Kenny with translation.
I'll get you one day, lad. You can't escape my get good forever.
Ah, lad, so it's cat and mouse, is it? There's a button. There was a button. Did you see that? Did you see that? Maybe it was a lean. What, did it just say lean? Was that all? I could have swore that I saw a button prompt that was more than just lean. But maybe it just showed up for a second for no reason. Okay, that was pretty dang good, I think. Yeah, good for speed. Not particularly good for time, I don't think. Oh, that's best time. Ah, that was the best time. Do gotta say. Oh, you gotta listen in chat? Okay, when Link goes super zoom. Yeah, I'm sorry, Nardavel. We'll be done with this pretty soon. We'll be done with this pretty soon. We're getting better. Oh. Oh, we're done. We just beat it. We just beat it. That was it. Okay. Okay, we're done. Sweet. Oh, pardon me. We just got the heart container. We're done. No more cart ride. No more cart ride. Sorry about that, Nardavel. There we go. Now, no more anxiety. No more anxiety. We're free. We did it. So that's why it's heart stopping, because it has a heart in it. Okay, let's look at a couple of these pieces. Let me scroll up and figure out where this next one is. Fair and Woods, already got that one. Heart piece number 2. Okay, there's an arrow in repose on the sealed grounds. I think that's the thing. You're supposed to draw a specific arrow, apparently. Apparently there's a specific arrow that you draw. That's annoying. Let me see. Heart piece 3 is in Fair and Woods. You need a bomb bag for a bombable wall. I think I already got that. Possible. Already got the one in the temple. Okay. I already got that one. Already got Pumpkin Landing. Finish all the required tasks for the Lumpy Pumpkin. We got that. 10 gratitude crystals to the dude. Already got that. We already went to Zelda's room. Heart container can be purchased from Beetle's shop. We got that. Finishing Fledge's workout quest. Find Fledge behind the academy. Get a score of 600 on Pumpkin Pull. We already got Pumpkin Pull. That's good. You can't snatch it. You can't snatch it with the beetle. You have to send the beetle past it and run it into a bomb. What?
It's above the area in southwest Eldin Volcano. Okay, so maybe in Eldin Volcano there's one. Let me see. Does it show it on the... Oh, it shows it on the map. I think I've already gotten this one. Huh. Yeah, it's just sitting out. I don't think that we missed I don't think we missed one that was just sitting there. Fun Island. You gotta get the 10-time rupee multiplier and get 50 multicolored space. We already did that. We already beat Fun Island. There's a bombable wall at the end of a hidden track in the sand. Okay, that sounds realistic. That sounds like a possible secret that I didn't get. There's a bombable wall at the desert. Okay, maybe. Maybe. You need the claw shot for a heart piece once you make it through the crow's nest at the airship. There's one up there? Oh boy, I might have missed that one too. Oh goodness, I can't remember all these locations. There's too many flippin' locations. They're literally everywhere. Yeah, so maybe I'll check the sand ship since we're in this area. Since we're in the area. And instead of going to the sand ship, I'm just gonna cheese it and go to this guy. And then zoom back down. Pizza time done. Still so sorry about that before, though. Don't worry about it, Darren. Seriously, don't even worry about it. It's totally fine. I know that I can trust you posting links in the chat. So it's more just the what's the way that they would say? It's the principle of the thing. But yeah, you didn't scare me or my mods. We trust you. We trust you, Darren. And don't worry about anything else. It's fine. Zoom. Man, you need something to prevent wrist pain. Is it for drawing? Awkward. Could you get like a wrist thing? Could you get like one of those hand guards? Let's go to the sand ship. This? Oh yeah, they're really nice. I got one with the tablet. Oh, the hand thing. Oh, a smudge guard. Ooh. Yeah, can't you get like a pressurized glove or something that squeezes your hand? It makes it better. Okay, it says that it's on the sand ship, but none of these places are called the sand ship. It says location, sand ship. Yeah, where is that? Was that a location that I saw? Was it not on the map? Where is the sand ship? Is it that's the invisible one, right? I thought it was an invisible ship. This is the stronghold. I don't think the ship's over here. I see a couple of ships. See a couple of dead ships right here. This is the stronghold. This is different, I think. Right? I mean, I see that, but that's for something else. That's just to make money. There's no I don't know where the sand ship is. Do we have to find it out in the ocean again and attack it? Surely not. Is it a legit area? Oop, we almost died. Whoops. My bad. Sand ship, where are you? And we wouldn't even be able to douse it anymore. Blizzard. Shall we set sail? Yeah, even if we did, where would we go? Is the sand ship out and about on the ocean blue? Oh my gosh, we just turned around all the way around. I didn't see it on the map to like teleport to. The ship is visible from the port. What port? Yeah, because I don't see it. I didn't remember it being invisible permanently. I thought that it'd be visible again. From the port, you say? What port? The port. Off the port bow, my lord. Hit the squidge. Hit the juice. Whoa. Oh, this at the starting area? Oh. Well, now we're already out on the ocean blue. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do on the ocean blue? Goodness. Okay, let me save up my boost. Look at all these angry lads. These angry beans. Y'all can calm down. Did we just do a circle? What is this? Where the heck am I right now? No, we already went over here. This is where the coaster is. Okay, so Arisa says that I can go back to the main area. Let's try that. Let's try that. It was nice hanging out with you, but I gotta go now. Hopefully I can catch another stream in the future. Hey, mythical water. That sounds like fun. I stream every day, so boom. If you have a free day and you just want to hang out with us, I'll be here. I'll be here, except for Sunday. But most days. Hope to see you sometime in the future, my friend. Zoom. Let's go. Zoom. Okay, let's drop down at the starting area and at the ancient harbor. Descend. Yes. Ah, I see the ship over there. All right, buddy, let's boing to the sand ship. Oh, he automatically takes you there. Bless you, man. Bless you. Thank you. Thank you for taking me here. Okay. Take me home, country road, to a ship. Ah, Crystal. Excuse me, Crystal. Awaken! Awaken, my masters. Oh, wow, it even set the sails. It set the sails and it set the stage for our success. I think we gotta climb up here. Boyan, boyan. I'm gonna boyan as fast as possible. Okay, so there's a chest somewhere. Somewhere is a chest. They said something about a claw shot. Ooh, look at that blue flame. Wow. Blue flame. Says you need the claw shots. You need to make your way through the crow's nest, and you have to access the rear of the ship. Okay, the rear. Boyan. Ow! My legs. I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough. It's everywhere. Oh no. Ah, no! I don't like the sand. Shut up. It's coarse and rough. That is his most villainous moment. The most villainous moment of all of Anakin's career is that line right there. It's that line. That's whenever you knew that he was going to be an evil villain. Whenever he said that, I knew that he must have been the villain. They said something about what? You need the claw shots once you make your way through the crow's nest. So I have to go through here. The music's kind of foreboding. Slightly foreboding music, not gonna lie. So how the snakes do we get out of here though? If I go, I feel like, how do I escape? Let me out. It's this way? Oh boy, it's been a while since I've been in here. And I don't even know if this is where the heart is, but it doesn't sound like I already have this heart. Oh my gosh. I don't know if this is what I'm supposed to do. Kill them! They have all died. Poor lads, they deserved better. Oh great, look at that. I made it to nowhere. Hooray. Stop wielding thy sword, Link. I'm holding the L button. You're not supposed to unsheath the sword at this moment. What? Is there... what? Is there other entrances? What the heck is this? There's no... Stop. There's nowhere to go. Dead end? There's little babies. These little babies, we already did this. What is this? We've already done this area. And you can't get through here. How do I get to the rear of the ship? Am I at the front or am I at the back? Are we at the front of the ship? I thought that we were at the... It says that you're supposed to make it through the crow's nest. And you're supposed to have access to the rear of the ship. I thought that this was the rear. Is this the stern? Bless my soul, dude. Maybe we need to go up there and do some zip lining. That's kind of initially what I thought we were supposed to do, but I couldn't figure out how to zip line from up there. Maybe we got a claw shot. Let's go back up there and see if we claw shot around. Oh, it's an arrow moment. That's what it is. It's because they just introduced the arrow in this area. I remember this. Yeah, crow's nest is on the center mast. You're exactly right. Yeah, this is the crow's nest, quote unquote, right here, where we are. I was just confused as to where we were supposed to go. It's because you're supposed to hit these things, and I forgot that was a thing because it's been. Yeah, see the crow's nest is way up there. Oh wait, what? Oh, maybe we're not to the crow's nest yet. Well, we gotta get up further. We gotta go up. Oh wait. Oh crap. I might just be. Maybe I'm supposed to ride them. They're all set up for a ride. They were all ready. Oh my gosh, Link is not grabbing that good enough. Do you see how he's holding that? I hate that, man. I do not like that. He's barely gripping it, and it looks like it's probably a slippery mechanism, too. Look at his hands. He's barely grasping it. His fingers are not wrapped. Oh, that is frightening. I do not like that, Link. You must hold on much. You need bigger hands, man. You need bigger hands. His hands are magnetic. Is that true? Also, Silver Palm, welcome back.
Wee.
I don't like the crow's feet. They're coarse. Oh, here we go. Claw shot moment. Yeah, we definitely haven't been back here. This is definitely a big moment in Link's career.
So firmly grasp it!
All right now. Take the fishing net and firmly grasp it.
Firmly grasp it!
How do we get down here, though? Link, stop being stupid. Ooh. Boyan. Ow, my legs. My legs. I broke them both. That's why I took 2 hearts. A heart. 2 to go. 2 to go for the entire game. We've almost gotten every heart in the game. Yeah, da-da-ba-da. Oh, wait a second. What is this? Ah, a little strum. Oh, yata. Oh. I think that you're supposed to draw something else in another area. I think it was like an arrow, because that's another heart that I'm not sure if I've already done before. But there's a shape that I haven't seen before. It's supposed to be like. I'm looking at this guide, and it is looking like this might be a shape that you have to do later. Oh, that's just an arrow. that's just good arrows. Never mind. You're supposed to speak with a Gorko to see what he wants you to draw. See, I feel like we already did that, right? But there's a specific What did you say, Di? That's true. You could make barehanded jokes without pause. Oh, jeez. Good thing you needed arrows. I know, right? Yeah.
Well, it's just, it was, I did it on purpose, Silver Palm. I knew that we need some more arrows, so I thought I'd just pick them up.
Come on, Link, let's get out of here.
Okay, we've got 2 more hearts in this entire game, and then we've 100%ed it. Because we've done every side mission, got every gratitude crystal. Now we just need to get a couple of hearts. How do we leave, though? Can you help me leave? Thanks for getting my ship back. You're welcome. What about you? You gonna help me off? Once we're ready to set sail, full weep. How do I leave? I want to go home. I hate it here. And I can't teleport from on deck. Man overboard. Link jumps out. He said he's gonna swim for it. Is it over here? There's definitely a boat here, but this is part of the puzzle.
How do I leave? I don't like it here anymore. I want to go home. I want to go home! Alright, I'm gonna let you all die now. You're all gonna die now. Okay? Sorry. Sorry, I have to leave. Sorry, guys. Oh! Can I jump over that? There you go. That's a good boy. I think that this is the way out of here. Nice. And now we have to go back to a port, I guess. This port will not do. Because there's no statue there. Whee! This is probably the fastest way. This is such a short ride. I would not have minded going all this way. Get out. Good movie. Good movie. All right, Lonk, back to the sky. Unless there's something else to do here at the desert, but I'm pretty sure we already got all the... Well, actually, we could double check if it's a bomb wall, but I feel like I've probably gotten all bomb walls. Yeah, I'm gonna bet that I've already gotten that one. Maybe we should go back to, let's see, there's a magma mitts that you have to do. We already did that, I think. Magma mitts heart piece at the fire sanctuary. Yeah, we did that. After reviving the thunder dragon, you can do boss rush. We already did that. Okay, so the goddess things, we've already done probably every one of those. I would certainly bet on that. So there's an invisible wall that's in the desert, and there's a suspicious one that's in Farron Woods. Let's go to Farron Woods and talk to that guy. It used to make stuff that you were typing in the color of your name. Oh yeah, it's too bad. You can't do multicolors anymore. Yeah, Twitch removed all of that. It was a shame. I even had my that was one of the reasons why we had a custom bot. Because it was cool to have like colored text from the bot. But it does make chats much less messy, so that's nice. But that is nice. It does make it easier to read. So Twitch ruins everything. I disagree. Twitch makes some things better. It will hurt forever. Yeah, that colored text. Colored text is the only thing that keeps me going. Point to your preferred design. I think that it's over here. Let's see. Let's go. The emote library is a cool idea. Yeah, Silver Palm, very convenient. It is very convenient. I definitely appreciate that. Okay, so this Gorko will give you a heart piece for showing him how to draw things on the goddess wall by the shrine entrance. So I think it's this dude, and he asks you to draw something specific. And I don't think that I've ever drawn a specific thing.
I came across an ancient volume, blah, 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 blah.
Sure. What is it? Arrow. All right, he wants an arrow. Sweet. Let's go! Ah! Ah! Same thing. It's the same old thing. In my head, in your head, they are fighting. What's in your head?
Whoa, sweet Goron! So that's what the ancient writing meant, targeting from afar. For helping me out, I'll give you a little something.
Nice. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Thanks for holding that heart hostage for your stupid research. Yep, just one more. There's one more heart piece in the entire game. Now the question is, where the heck is it? Heart piece number 1, you just pick up. This is number 2. Number 3 is a bomb bag. Warp into the woods, run north till you see a bombable wall. Destroy it to find this heart piece. I feel like we've already done that. A bombable wall. Come on now. Come on now. I didn't ignore no abominable wall. Ah yes, the spooky zone. Am I allowed through this door anymore? Or is this totally busted? Move it, lady. Lady, you don't even have any heart pieces for me. Bologna, I say. Bologna. So there's a bomb wall there. Let's see. Heart piece number 4. We've already gotten that. Pumpkin landing. We already got that. Number 7, already got that. Number 8 is in Zelda's room. Number 9 is Beetle's shop. Number 10 is Skyloft for the workout quest. Already did that. It's Elden Volcano. That's all too obvious. I'm quite confident we've already gotten that one. Fun Fun Island. Easy. Already got that. Lenaru Desert is a bombable wall. So there's a bombable wall in Farron and Lenaru that I may have missed, but I doubt it. Sand Ship. Just got that one. Shipyard. Just got that one. Fire Sanctuary. Magma Mitts. In the north corner is a dig spot just before the river of lava. You have to catch a magma in the tunnel to get the heart piece? Suspicious. Suspicious. I don't remember getting a heart piece for catching a magma. I remember catching one, but I thought that was for the story. There's another magma mitt thing. There's the boss rush. And that's it. So it's either one of those bombable walls or it's these magma mitts. So it's Fire Sanctuary, Lenaru, or... Okay, we can double check here first. Since we're already here, we can just turn around and teleport to... It even gave me a nice little convenient teleportation spot. Ooh, whoops. Ah! It's beautiful. I'm glad that we can enjoy that beautiful Mike Wazowski. Okay, where did it say for me to land? What's the easiest place to land? We're gonna land in the woods. In the woods. Ooh, whoops. Ooh, whoops. Sorry. I can't believe it. I can't believe it that I made a ooh, whoopsie. I can't believe it.
All right, right back to it. All right, here we go.
Sip right now? Okay, fine. Thank you for the sip. Who is it? Who gave me a sip? Hey! Where? I don't see it. I see no sips. You lie. You lie. I only see A's everywhere. Where? Calico 3 minutes ago? Whoa! That's a long time ago. Into the woods. Oh, in the woods. All right. 5? Oh my gosh, Arisha's changing her story every day. Someday she'll tell me the truth. Where's the bomba? Where's the bombable wall over here? Kind of doubting that this is it. This is pretty obvious, but it's possible. I've done dumber things. Yeah. Oh, sweet, dude. I think we just finished the game. Pretty sure. Pretty sure that that's 100%, except for the final mission. I think we just did everything. Because we got every item. We got every gratitude crystal. We did all the side missions. Got every type of bug, every type of item. Got every single heart piece. We got every single goddess cube. We got all of the different items. I think we're done. We beat every mini game to its highest difficulty or highest challenge. And then we also yeah, I think that that's it. I think that that's everything. Beat boss rush mode 3 times for no reason because the stupid awards are ridiculous. So we've beaten like every boss in this game 3 times. I think it's time to keep this story going. I think it's time to discover if Zelda's going to survive. Zelda dies live. And oh man, it's getting late. It's getting late, but we can finish the game. We can finish it if we giddy on up. If we giddy up. I bet you this game's almost done. Probably just a final boss. Probably just a little bit of maybe a little bit of a boss dungeon, but I bet it's pretty minor. Here we go. She better die. I want more death. Oh my! Silver Palm. So violent. So violent. Shaking my head. I feel like the time rift is just going to be in the big temple, right? Oh, it's a trial gate. Ooh, spicy. Trial, hey? Interesting. So maybe there's some content. Maybe there's some more content to this game. If I anticipate a great amount of content, we might save it for tomorrow, but we'll see. Reese, is there a bunch of content after this? Oh, Trial Gate's right here at the... Oh, it's just floating here. Oh, it was here all along. Yeah. I guess you just had to have the Triforce. There was Maid of Parent. There's one big thing. You mean the boss? The boss that made you almost want to quit the game? Yeah. Maybe like an hour? Really? That's a lot. That's a big thing. Kid, you are a liar. No! Stop harping on about that in chat. That's the ugliest version of that song I've ever heard. I'm sorry, dude. I just gotta be honest. That's like the worst version I've ever heard. Oh, sweet. Oh, I love these, actually. Initially, I thought that I'd hate them, but I've ended up loving these. These, like, silent era areas. Very fun. Very, very fun. Scoop scoobity boo, scoop scoobity boop doo. It grows on you? What? No, I enjoyed it from number one. Hey. Why is it that whenever I give the birds seed or the birds food, they get everywhere, but if I give them Cheetos, they don't drop a crumb? Ooh. Maybe it's because Cheetos are way easier to, maybe they're way easier to see. Bird seeds and bird food, they look too much like dirt. The birds are like, seeds? Never heard of them. Oh, we gotta fill this spirit vessel. Do you have any questions before you face the task ahead? Heck no, I'm ready to rock. Okay, where's our first tier? I think we got one right in front. Man, if I was a bird, I'd go hog for those Cheetos. I'd go crazy for those Cheetos. Hey, Alchemic, what's up? Alchemic! It's nice to see you. How are you doing? How are you doing? Alchemic. Oi, oi, oi. Nice to see you, my friend. I missed you today. I hope you've been doing well. I don't... Oh, almost got me. Almost got me. Oh, man. This looks like it's going to be pretty tricky. It does not look like this is going to be easy. Lots of tricky spots I already see it at. Okay, this is a dead end over here. There's nothing over here, so we can just grab this and go back, and then we never have to come here again. Because there's nothing up top. You can't use claw shots. You can't use any... There's no items. You just got home from the ER? Oh, dear. All good now? I'm glad to hear that, Alk. I'm glad that it's all good now. I hope it wasn't anything serious. I am sorry to hear that. That is way worse than I would have guessed. That was way worse than I thought. I hope everything is a-okay, my friend. Oh my god. Stay away, don't touch me. Ay. Whew. Almost got me there. Okay, we're gonna go. Oh no. Oh fool that I was. Okay, here we go. All right, they spotted us. They spotted us. Wait. The jig is up, you guys. They found us. They found us. You guys, they're on our tail. We'll never get away. They've got us. Oh, just kidding. No worries. Oops. Oh no, they've got us again. I didn't see the liquid. My bad. Gee whiz. Oh no, they got. Oh, never mind. We got it. Never mind, we got it. A small kidney infection? Nothing some antibiotics won't cure? Ooh. I'm glad that you got that checked out then. I guess that was the side pain. Ah! Stinking internal components. Batteries required. Oh, oh. How do we get across? Is there another way? Surely. Hey, cottagecore lazy bones, how are you doing? Oi, oi, oi! Okay, I'm gonna. We got enough time. I'm gonna go. Oh, let's get this one up top. I think we have time. Let's go. Could we please put some love in the chat for poor Alchemic? Absolutely having a rough go of it. Oof. No mistake of their own. Just bad stuff. It just happens. Ah! Thank you. Oy, 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 oy. Admittedly, Jedi and Linz were right not to ignore it. To not ignore the pain in the side. That's good. That is good. That does make me more scared whenever I feel bad. That's something that I always think of is like, oh no, this might be something that I need to just get checked. That's important. Please no. Please absolutely no. Oh, look at all the hearts in the chat. You sweet beans. You sweet beans, y'all. Never ignore the pain. Oh, what? Never? Oh my gosh. Arisa is in the hospital constantly. Arisa actually lives in a hospital? I cannot wait to visit her at Norway ER. That she doesn't leave the hospital because she stubbed her toe. Boyan. Up we go. Norway ER would be great. I would bet. Yeah, with that sweet healthcare system, you bet. Ah, you gotta move the crate. No touch. No looky. Move it. No. Scoot. All right. Nice, Link. Good job, Link.
He's a good boy.
We got two more on the other side. I got scared last time that I went over there. Dang it. I should have. Oh, there's just. What? Oh, look, they're doing a little dance around it. That's nice. Aw, I'm glad to see it. Glad to see that they're having a good time over there. Too bad it's the last one and they're gonna wake up immediately. That is not a good last one, I don't think. Oh. How has the game been? It's been fun, Auk. It's been fun. The only thing that's been a little bit frustrating is that we're searching for the final. We searched for the final heart containers. That was annoying. But the rest of it has been great. Some of the heart containers were fun. And we got the stupid pumpkin thing done, too. We got the pumpkin song done. And it only took me like 10 more tries. It only took 10 more tries. Darren, you got to bounce? All right. We'll see you later, Darren. Hoping that things keep cooling off for you, my friend. Enjoy your evening. Or the rest of your evening, anywho. All right. But yeah, I'm glad. We're like doing our victory lap. It's just been a victory lap today. We've just been taking our time and making sure that I don't miss any side missions or anything. It really did take me having to get a guide to be able to search for these stinking heart containers. I thought I had all of them, but there were 4. There were 4 that I missed. There's an extra mini game that I didn't know about. There was a roller coaster mini game that you just had to know to go back there, or you just had to randomly be like, "What if you can ride those carts again?" And the answer is yes. Yes, you can. And the voice has been good today. I've been getting back into the voice. I have there's been some high notes that I can't hit right now, but yeah, I think that the voice is back. I'll have some tea after the stream. Make sure that I stay hydrated. It's going good. Good. Wait, what did she say? Speak to me. Speak to me. Oops, I zoomed past that. Holy moly, it was like one sentence. Hair washing time. See y'all tomorrow if you're offline. Ooh, go take care of that hair. Master, this stone of trials you received It's the final part. Sky Force, only close to... Okay, we're gonna go back. We're gonna go to the temple. We're gonna go to the temple. From the temple to the walls. That's not even close. Not even close to the word windows. Ah, Link, you're always so tired. You're always so lazy. All right. Hopefully the stone goes up here. We'll see. Good job, Link. You can't even run across the island without taking your stinking blueberry slushy. Oh boy, it's gotta go over here, right? Let's activate this stinking. What? Link has asthma. It's fine. What? Are you saying that it's okay to have asthma? I disagree. Asthma's not great. Oh look, we got an amber relic. This is where the mosquito DNA is stored. No stamina upgrades in the end. I know. Pain and sadness. What? She said something about Skyloft, though. Advice. Give me some advice. Some life advice. Give me a hint. Give me a hint about how to live. This is the interior area. No crap, dude. Don't tell me about the area. Tell me what to do. Master, the stone of trials you received on completion of the final trial is part of a pair? A second stone is somewhere. Finding the stone will get you one step closer to the Triforce. So I have to find another stone? She said that it's part of a pair. So there's another stone. Oh, it's probably the freaking eyeball. I forgot about the eyeball. Oh, I get it. I get it. It's the eyeball, finally. Finally. I remember wondering what that was. All this time I have wondered. But it slipped my mind. It slipped me. It slipped my disc. Boyan. Yeah, I've been bothering with this stupid thing. I was trying to hit this every time. I never did figure out what it was. Yeah, the ruby thing, the other one. Yeah, I was bothering with this a lot. Like every time that I passed it, I wanted to whack it or roll into it, and I tried all the different tools on it. I've never beaten this game before. I've never gotten this close to finishing the game ever. Not even close. I never even got out of Farron Woods. In fact, I actually confused some Farron Woods things with maybe do your research before you do that. There could have been people on there. There could have been people on that huge chunk of land. That's not a very sensible hiding spot. What's this? It's shooting more! Go for it! Lay waste to the island. What, it's just like... Is it just like a roll of paper? And then it goes boop, all from the little tiny cannon? Yeah, I feel like somebody might fly their bird into the wall and accidentally activate it. Could you imagine? They lost the bird, but they gained the world. All from a tiny little bonk. Yeah, maybe there could have been like, what if there were mining operations that they did up top? What if they did mining operations that shook the land enough, you know? Fracking is a serious danger, you guys. Fracking is no joke. Especially not on Skyloft. Okay, the final challenge. Link style. You think Ganon's hiding in here? Can't wait to fight Ganon.
Where's Ganondorf?
Ganondorf.
Really excited about finally seeing Ganon in this game. Really excited. Look, a trap chest. Ah, we're gonna be fighting a Mimic as the final boss. I'm excited. It's quite lucrative, IRL. Invest in oil. Everybody invest in oil right now. If I were there, I'd want to land up there and stay as solid as possible, to be honest. No mining. Oh, what? You don't have a lust for treasure like I do. It's the map. The worst treasure ever. Oh, it's very few chambers. Ooh, there's a little X marks a spot. X marks a spot. X. The most not treasure ever. It's like the lack of treasure, dude.
Kenny's deadly sin is lust, after all. A lust for treasure. Ooh, slidey puzzle. I love sliding puzzles. They really chap my lips. Okay, this is great. I love this. This is great. This is really good. Yeah, I'm really loving this. So you can't move this. What? How am I supposed to get this out of here? I can't move.
What the heck? I can't get the corner. No, this is not, you can't do it. It's impossible. I can't pull this out of here. Must be something else that you gotta do. Yeah, you can't move this. Oh, you're in the one that you can't move? Oh, sweet. Oh, so I can move it if I change. What's with the spooky music, dude? It's that spooky music, man. Okay, sweet. So I just need to make it into another chamber, because I can't move it until I'm out of here. Yeah. That would count as greed. That is true. That is true, Chimera. It absolutely counts as greed. I'd probably be, again, I really feel like I'd probably be envy, I guess. Yeah, it looks like I might need to line up another chamber that has one of these panels in it. I'm sure it's set on the guide which ones have panels. Ooh, look at this. Well, what do we have here? Yada yada. Excuse me? Excuse me? Who made this powerful plant? Excuse me? What is with this plant and why is it so powerful? How do I destroy the plant? Ah, that's what I'm talking about. I would be Puraido. Puraido. Arisa would be Wrath. Let's go over here. Zoom. We did it. Ah, stupid spider. Ah. Oh, jelly donuts for everybody. Yucky. Yucky jelly donuts. Oh, bird. Ah, how splendid. How splendid to see a bird. Bird flap, bird good. Bird good. Ah, bird's my skin. Ouch! I burned my skin on the stove. Whoa! No touchy. No! You suck! I hate that bird, it's ugly! It's true. It's true, it's a stinky bird and I don't like it anymore. Human 1 is still here. Oh yeah! Human 1! Human 1 bird. That pulverized that poor Grackle. Did you see that? That absolutely owned that bird. He exploded into a bag of bones. He turned into a bag of oh. Boy, oh no! Dang it! That scared me actually, just a little bit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for shouting. I'm sorry for shouting at y'all. It's not y'all's fault. That just kind of, I scared myself by knowing that I was falling off the edge. No, stop. Of course I'm still here. You just like to lurk? Oh, I feel you. That's the only way that I watch streams. I only lurk. Never watch, only lurk. fish mouth. Guess what's nice about these dungeons is that you know that everything's here for a reason. There's no surprises in Nintendo Donut dungeons. Nintendo Donuts. Do these ever stop? Or are these forever? I think they're forever. Just like friendship. So what's the point of being able to land? You gotta go up there. Doesn't look like you can get on top of this roof. Doesn't look like you can get on top of this roof. It's kind of close though. Why you gotta trick me like that? Why do you gotta do this to me? Ay. Shaking my shake. Shaking my delicious shake. There are bombas though. What's up with the bombs? Why are there bombs though? I don't know about that. I don't know about those bombs and how they exist and stuff. Yeah, that doesn't... Maybe that was to kill the bird. Let's see if we can stun these suckers. Wing. Oh, that's not it, that's for sure. That's not it. Okay, so maybe we can smack them while we're on here with the claw? But bombs. But I remember killing these guys with bombs last time, I thought. This platform you have to move with wind. Fish. Why is there a fish? Oh, you have to use a bug net. Oh, you have to use a bug net. Ah! Okay, well... Let's try claw shotting them in the face. There's bombs though. What's up with the bombs, dude? Grabby. Can I just look at this? Multiple. What were the bombs used for? That's gotta be something, right? Something to do with the bombas, with the bombs. Fire lads. What am I supposed to do with the fire lads? I don't feel like I could survive this, right? Can I whip them? Can I absolutely whip the crap out of this? Look, they get flamed up whenever I get close. No, Link, you fool. Link! Link! Oh, I get it. Oops. Oops. So funny. Mark, you always make me laugh. Mark, you're so funny. You should be a comedian. You always make me laugh. I love to shop here. Oh, God. My name's Tommy Wiseau. We perish. They sound like monkeys. Why do they sound like monkeys? Whoever met a frog that act like a monkey? Also, I thought that I had a boost. Don't I have a boost? Maybe I do. So funny. Oh, wait. What? Oh, we already got that one. Splendid. Splendid. Absolutely splendid, Nintendo. I'm so glad that I succeeded. So fun. So fun. I love this dungeon so far. Oops. Sorry. Was that me? So funny. Link. Link, you fool. You fool! You've embarrassed everybody. I think you're so embarrassing. Alright. Yeah, you're just supposed to go this way.
Yeah! That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah!
We did it. We did it. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Oh, I think I get it. Yeah, because you're gonna have to solve all these. You'll have to solve all of these no matter what. So anyway,
Let's turn on this. Yes.
I shall draw money. The one thing that we don't want, but the thing that I need the most. Oh! Yes. Money. Activate your greed. Get a save spot. Door closed. We're back to this beginning. Great. Ah. La la la. Ooh, ha, ha. Oh, we can't move this either. No! No! Dang it. Oh. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna have to loop and loop around because it only works one way. It's too bad. It really does. Dungeons like this always make me think that there's a way to outsmart them. I immediately, whenever I walked in, I was like, I'll be able to outsmart this. Ha 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 ha. These puzzles will be so easy. But unfortunately, they just force you to do all of them. There's no outsmarting Nintendo. They do not allow it to be that fun. You gotta fight a boss in everyone, or what's up with the Triforce areas? Boss area? Master, look inside of there. There is a thing. The design is the mark of Pharaoh. Detect a sacred power in the vicinity. Yes, I see that. I see the key thing. Yeah, I see that. I see that we're gonna need a key. But we don't have a key. Do I have to slide a different puzzle over here? Do I have to find the key first? Ay. Again, I feel like they're like forcing me to fail. Feels like forced failure. Because I mean, they even had dialogue for this. You do a loop-de-loop and pull, and your shoes are looking cool. We'll double check that there's not another unit that you could put there. Kenny, we need the key. Carl, that kills people. Yeah, I know, right? The game knew that I was gonna think that was the way, and they're like, haha. Haha, we'll give you the pinky finger. That's what you get. Is it just the hallway? Come on. Why would I think that it's the hallway? Carl, that kills people. Carl, The Legend of Zelda is a great franchise. Why'd you ruin it? Well, I had a craving that only bloat could satisfy. Okay, key's probably in here. I think the key's in here. That's my bet! Yes, I can feel it. I can feel it in the water. Gabagabugu. I can feel it in the land. Gabugaboga. All that once was is lost, for none now live who remember it. Me, 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 me. Wow, wow. In the beginning, there was an elf. His name was Celebrimbor, and he made a ring that created all the races of man, dwarf, and created a bunch of his own kind, elves. Oh, the cube. Ah. Cube challenge. Cube trial. Wait, if you have the map, why are all the rooms still obscured? Because the game is stupid. Let's be honest. In the beginning, there was a Cypridine. But none now live who remember it. Man. All right, I'll drink. Thanks. Frodo. Oh, my sweetest wee Fro. Oh. Oh, I see. Very interesting. Very interesting. Ah, naruhodo. So. Boy, Mr. Streamer. Yes, Chimera. What can I do for you? What can I do for you? I have power. What? You you have power of what? You have power of attorney. Yeah, we gotta drop it right. Toss that crap, dude. Play on.
I got the power.
The power of 8K channel points? Do I still have, as a young teenager, so this movie come out, and I had the biggest crush on Elijah Wood. Elijah Wood is a little hottie. It is true. Do you know what this means? I'm scared. I'm not actually sure what it means. I don't remember what 8,000 can buy you. Oh, wait, we already did this. Oh, look at that. Another the old swapperoo. The old switcheroo. Uh-huh. Zoom? Question mark? So anyway, what I was telling my friends the other day is that I don't know how to do this puzzle. There's a button and stuff. Is the button to like... Is the button just to like keep my shirt together? Like, what is it for, dude? Oh, is it just to get the... Yeah. Can I move it from here? Okay. Solution. Sweet, sweet, delicious, spicy solution. Looks like that's an arrow thing. I wonder which character I was most attracted to. I'm trying to think if I thought that like any of the characters were like particularly good looking. It's been a long time since I've seen the movie. I mean, I know what they all look like now, but I don't know what I thought whenever I was younger. Who did I have a crush on? I don't know. I don't know who it was. Gimli, no doubt. Is it? All right, boing, boing, forward, forward onto scissors. Oh no! You bought steaks and they're currently cooking. Steak night. Steak night! Steak night! Anti-Darkheart. Papa said something in chat about birdseed. Birdseed and Cheetos. He said he didn't know why birds weren't crazy about birdseed, but they always ate all of the Cheetos. Bib seed. Seed for thy bib. I don't have to put on a bib whenever I eat seeds. I'm not a messy boy like a bird. Oh. Stinky. Stinky, very stinky to see. Very nice. Very bad. Are we terrariing tomorrow? Sure. If you want to do an early stream again. Yes. I would totally do that tomorrow. If you want to do an early streamy and you stream it. That was fun. That was fun to not have to stream my screen. That was enjoyable. I would totally do that again. Okay, now we can actually slide some stuff. So we can't slide the thing that we have. We can finally slide around some of these. This was bothering me so much to have these out of alignment. I'm in this room, so I can put like alternate rooms here. So maybe I should. Yeah, look at the map. So treasure here.
What? There's bird statues? Okay, so there's probably this that I need. It's probably this that I have to move over there. If I can. No, I can't. I can't move specific rooms there because I can't. Since I'm in here, what? How do I? Because I'm in a center room. But a center room already came from here. Oh, all I can do is shake up the rooms that I'm gonna run into. That's all that I need, is to shake up the rooms that I'm gonna enter. Let me see. So like this room can be a custom room. So I can get this one down here, I think. Yeah, because I've never been in here before, I don't think. There's that, and then maybe I can unlock more rooms. What else can I run into? What is this? What are these Triforce pieces? What the heck? Oh, we gotta activate every Triforce piece, it looks like. Okay. This is probably a key, I guess. A key or something. Let's do that. Let's go there and see what it's like. Is this one of those rooms that you can like... Looks like it activates an easy way out. That's good. So what's the other side of this room, though? Do I have to walk all the way across? Oh, okay. Here's the door. Nice. I didn't unlock it yet. Oh, nice. You're off of work all week? All right. Nice. Not the best circumstances to get some time off. But nice, you had time off all the same. What? Oh my gosh. What? I have to carry this back? Where's the exit? Oh, the exit's right here. Oops. Oops. Big dummy. Big dummy moment. Okay. New room. New room. Hey, what's up, gay boy? 1230. How are you doing? What's up? Welcome to the chat. Hope you're having a great day.
Hello. Hello. Nice to see you. Very, very nice to see you.
I say, how are you doing? You said my name, of course. I'll call you whatever you want as long as it's nice. Oh, you're Mokana. Oh, Mokana, welcome back. Awesome sauce. Yes, yes. I know the name Mokana. You said I've missed you, and I was like, oh no. It's like if you see somebody that's like, hi, and you're like, oh crap, I don't remember this person. Immediately like, did I see them in high school? Where's his face? I was immediately like, oh no, what's this username? Oh no. It could have been from any time, but okay. There's Mokana. I know that. You just left for a while? It feels like you were just here. You were just here. Oh, you're in recovery from a mental break. Ooh. In recovery for a mental break. Nice. Take a little break for yourself? I'm glad to hear it, my friend. Glad to hear that you're taking a break. Taking a brain break. Brain break. Brain break, brain break, brain break. I look great. What? Thank you. You're so sweet.
You're so sweet.
I feel beautiful. Me with my poofy hair. It's very fluffy. Open up. All right. Do. Wait, what? But wait, what? Did we get stuck? Let's watch it. Yeah, that did it. That did it. Boyon. Hooray. Oh, like old family friends where you're so grown up and you're like, who are you? I mean, don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. You can't remember everything. I'm way too busy like remembering the lyrics of my favorite songs and stuff. I can't remember all y'all's silly old names. A name's just something you call something, and I call you friend. That's what I always tell them. I say, I call you friend. I don't need a name for you. Where are we? Is it dead end? Sucks. Where we go? You say you. Oh, hi there. You. That does sound like from a comedy. That does sound like a real comedy. Oh, hi there. You. Good to see you. It's been forever since we have seen each other. You could just always. Where? Speak
What the heck am I doing here? Oh, bomb pot moment. Okay. So, is this, do you have to drop the bomb and then drop it, then pick it up? Because I've done that before, but it's kind of tricky. Pretty sure that you can do this. Don't tell me this is what you're supposed to... No, that's not what you're supposed to do. That is not what you're supposed to do. There's free bombs in the other area, though. That is sus as heck, dude. What? There's bombs in the other area. Why would they tease me like that? Why would they tease me with free bombs and then not have me pick them up? Yeah, I definitely missed something. That's some baloney, dude. Look. Oh, there's an area up here. Oh, okay, there's vines. There's vines. There's vines. My bad. I immediately was like, oh, the camera limitations. I bet you that there's something up there. And then I just gave up for no reason. I did think that I should check with a tool. Yeah, maybe it's in the other room. But there's some vines somewhere. Oh, there's a diggy spot. Okay. Go. What? Rimbombi? Rimbombi? What does that mean? What is that? What is that thing that you said there? Oh, it's a fly Pokemon? Dang it. My lack of Pokemon knowledge ruined me. It ruined me. Is it in here? Where is that vine? Where's that precious sweet, sweet vine? Give me my bombs. Load up, please. I'll take a dozen. I'll take a baker's dozen of bombs if you don't mind. So what's been brewing? What's been brewing? Oh, I'm not a witch myself. I only know witches. I am, I don't know. I've been working on my stream area. I got to go to a concert last night. Been trying to improve my whole house, to be honest. There's a lot of weird areas in the house that are super ugly, and I'd like to make it look a little bit better around here. So I kind of been working on my house a little bit. Here you go. Been listening to a lot of music, especially in preparation for this concert. I was definitely jamming. I was jamming. Oh yeah, more bowling. Zoom. Best moment. Alchemic, you said you were enjoying the bombing, right? Check it out. Best moment. Nice. Super satisfy. Super satisfy. Nice, nice, nice. Hooray. Oh, we saw the Red Turtle movie instead. It's true. It's true. We did not end up watching the movie that we thought. We ended up watching the Red Turtle, and it was muy bueno. It was muy bueno. Very good. I really, really enjoyed it. Very artsy. Very artsy. It made my brain tinkle. Made me feel like I was smarter than I was. Ooh. Interesting. I guess we gotta give it the old hey That was shockingly effective. I see. Now we get to do the thing that I've always wanted to do. I've always wanted to blow up an island. Cool. Wee. I'm just gonna land this right here. Because I need to get off of here anyway. Let's go. Oh, we'll see you later, Linz. You gotta get some sleep. All right, go to bed. Go to bed, Linz. It's late. We'll see you later. Bye-bye, Linz. Get some rest. Get some rest. Puff and vest. You're the best. What is this? I had to hit the other ones with my sword.
Did this do anything? Oh crap, I was gonna go to sleep too. So distracting. It's because we're so close. We're so close to winning. Is that timed? Say it ain't so, I will not go. Turn the lights off, carry me home on and on and on. Yeah, it's either in order or... Also, I should have a boost on this bug. Because I bought the boost. Where's the boost at? Yeah, it could be an order thing or it could be a speed thing. I'm not sure. That wasn't right. Whatever that was. So we already did this. The only thing that we haven't tried is activating this one up here and then the last one. So does this stay activated or does this reset? Okay, it resets. So let's do this and then the last one. I guess. Let's just try it in that order because that's the only order that we haven't tried it in now. Might be time. Might be a time thing. Pretty weird. That would be freaking weird, dude. I'm already weirded out just thinking about it. It gives me the bad tingles. I do wish that I could boost. That would be very satisfying. I could have swore that I paid for that, I could have sworn. In fact, I'm about to swear if we don't win this game. Never mind. I'm not gonna swear. I know I promised, but sometimes streamers have to lie to make a buck. I thought that it changed your bug's color if it did. There might be another one. Let's take a little look. Let's hop over here. There's gotta be a solution to this puzzle. That is a gate. Man, what a big area. Holy moly. Oh, if it was upgraded. Oh, it changes the bug color. Yeah, I bet I didn't upgrade it. Oh, look, it's got a thing that tells you how to do it.
Seek the gemstone that sleep beneath each statue. If you strike them in order from lowest to highest, the door will open.
Aww. Oh, they told you how to do it. Boyong, 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 boyong. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Yeah. You know, lowest to highest. Well, I mean, that's what I would expect, honestly. It's what makes the most sense, of course. Of course, only any sensible puzzler would have gotten it immediately, but I guess I'm a little rusty from my puzzling days. There could be another one though. It's possible. It's possible, pig. Could be a third one. Boyoyoyoyoing. Boyoyoing indeed. Thank you for letting me through here. Hey, we'll see you later, Savvy.
Get some sleep.
Get some sleep. Get some sleep. Nighty night, Savvy. It was good to see you.
It was good to hang out with you.
Ooh. La 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 la. Zoot. I never thought that I'd get into a scenario where I had to hit it twice. Genius. Turn around, buddy. You can do it. Oh, dude. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. How am I supposed to do this? Go on, bomb. Bomb! Okay, was I too close? Gee whiz. Oh, it kind of tracks with you. That's so silly. That's so silly. It doesn't make any sense. You should have to go the opposite direction so that the bomb's forced to go the other way. But, alright. Alright. It's your game, Nintendo. It's your game, your rules. It's house rules. House rules, you guys. This is Nintendo's house, so we gotta do everything that Nintendo says, alright? Even if I personally like to play Monopoly with free space being, with free parking being a bunch of extra money,
Nintendo says that that's not their house rules, so we don't get to play like that. I'm sorry. Personally, I think that's the only way to play, but... Alright. Oh, alright. Looks like we're gonna fight that worm for the 10 millionth time. Oh, wait. Oh, this is a different fight. There's 2 worms, you guys. I'm sorry, I judged this too quickly. There's 2 worms. Wait a second. Nintendo is throwing down the gauntlet with the newly designed enemy room. 2 worms in one chamber? Unheard of. I don't even know what I'm going to be able to do in here. This changes everything. This changes how you deal with it, dude. I'm surprised that they didn't put 3 just because they like doing it in 3s. Yeah, they could have. Oh, yeah. There's 2 of them. My strategy, I've actually had to adjust my strategy very significantly because of these lads. Stop going around in circles and all of that. I know you're a worm, but there's limits to even worms. He's looking both ways before he crosses. That's a good citizen. That's a good citizen right there. No jaywalking from these worms. Could you come back, please? I've already fought you stupid worms a million times, which is so frustrating every time. Come back! I know I'm not very fast. Ah! No, he spotted me. Oh, you can stun him. All this time, I didn't even know. Oh, that is the shortest stun in Nintendo history. There you go, you sorry sucker. You and your stupid short body and your quick turns. I envy your beauty. Come here. No matter where you go, I will kill you. No matter where you go, I will always be here waiting to kill you. Let me turn my little bun-buns around and getcha! Ay, Link's coming for you! Oh! He didn't look. That's why you gotta be observant. Oh! That was it! Come back! Where did you come from? Where did you go? You stink! You stinky bug! I can smell you from here. Take a shower. Take a shower! Just kidding. Take a dead! Hey, Kayla, what's up? How are you doing? Ay. Oi, oi! How are you doing, Kayla? It's nice to see you. Hello! You and your short body and quick turns? What can I say? The Earl Schmoove. The Earl Schmooves. I've got that 4-4 Chad frame. I've got that frame that everybody's looking for. Let's go. I went the wrong way, but it's all right. Everybody makes mistakes sometimes. All right, what a great dungeon. What a great time. Ooh, slide puzzle. I like this part. Oh wait, we're in here now. Huh. Let's look at the map whenever we swap things around. Okay, so there's a chest in here. This is probably where the key is. Key's here. What are the X's? Are those where I died? No, because there were X's here whenever we started. We got to get to this chamber eventually. Feel like that key. The key is to unlock this. Okay, let's try to scheme a way to get another one of these Triforce pieces. I feel like, of course, Nintendo's gonna make me do this in the longest way possible. Yes, they're gonna make it the most painful thing possible, so... I feel like we're just gonna have to wait to be able to swap this stuff around. We're in here. We could line something up with the right side, but we can't move any of these, so I can't move this. I can't move this either. We could move this, but can I shift these within the circle? I kind of forget how slide puzzles work a little bit. Oh, you can. Oh, you can. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can work like this. Wait, that's what I just did. Didn't I just reverse it to be the same thing? Okay, I'm gonna try to do this. Yeah, that works. Okay. Nice. Nice, nice. Splendid. Splendiferous, I say. Oh, Calico, we'll see you later. Get some rest. I'm sorry for the late night puzzling. I apologize. Big brain moments are sometimes painful. They're painful. We'll see ya later. Ow. Calico, get some rest. Hope you have a good night. Nardaville, you've etched yourself a permanent area. Oh, it's this guy again. This time I got the, we'll see you later, Callie. Get some sleep. Please rest. Look at him schmoovin'. He's schmoovin' on us. What a rude dude. Silly you. I have the best shield in the game. The best teeth in the game. You're about to get pirated. Just like all those movies we watch every week. Yoink. Oh, I see a... Ooh. Let's go. Hey, good morning, Tim. How are you doing? Oi, oi. Tim, nice to see you. Hello. Pirate time. Look, he's like the pirate king. Bro, oh, wait, what? Oh, do we have to do something to get out of here? Because look, there's that target over there. Double hits. Maybe that was enough. The fact that we heard him before. But previously they had like a wall behind us that would slowly move up. But I don't see a wall this time. Yoink, yoink. Oh, it blew off his arm. Okay, we're doing it right. Hey, 10, thank you very much for the alert. Appreciate it. We'll see you later. Get some breakfast. No. You stink. You stink. You smell bad. Get out of here. Get out of here with your stinky pirate frame. I can see your ribs. Get out. Stupid slashing is not going so easy. Yoink! Off the edge! Long live the king. Bye-bye. Okay. Forward. Forward march. We've done it! Alchemic and die. Thank you for cheering me along. We've done it! We've done it! We're loose! We've been loosed. We killed that sucker. Y'all were right. The first key. And we got another thing over here. It's a new room. Tile. Tile moment. We should be able to just go through right now because there will be another area. But maybe there's something else that we need to unlock. It's past 11 a.m. Too late for breakfast, too early for lunch. I normally just go ahead and have breakfast at that point, because breakfast is my favorite meal. Master, I have detected a lot of lava. Yes, lava area. They're doing all the challenges. All the challenges. We're just doing our victory lap right now. Oh, we could have used anything that didn't have ammunition. Okay, we got bats. What do I need to anticipate using next? Get him. Get that bat. Kill that bat. What about that thing over there? Oh man, this takes forever. This is scary. This is scary. Go, 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 go faster. Ooh, all right. Lava ride. I love this part. Ooh, I think I might jump across.
I am surprised that that is a solution. We have not run into a thing like that where you just jump over a little fence. Haven't seen that. Spooky, dude. Spooky! I didn't think we were gonna make that. But you know what? It sure pays to have hopes and dreams in yourself. The triangle. We need to get the Dorito. Anyway, I fell asleep during this part last time that I played this game. Holy moly, is there a way to speed this up? Come on. Come on! This didn't work last time either. Oh. Come on! Gimme. Gimme! Oh. Thank you. Think I could hardly survive without those. Oy, 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 oy. Ooh, that was a little hasty. That was a little hasty. Uh-oh. He's taking risks out here. Yeah, we need the magic Dorito. We just need a delicious Dorito to be able to survive this. Oh, wait. Oh, these lads. Oh, these absolute sorry suckers. I hate them. Oh, no. Oh, no. Ooh. Okay, quick. Oh, the mouth. The mouth, it closed. You re-downloaded Discord to post your tattoo sketches? Oh, sweet. Sweet. I will totally look at them later, Marissa. That's awesome sauce. Tattoos are super duper cool. One of my favorite kinds of art. Oh, water. Okay, so it looks like we can jump onto this permanent one over here. Is lava wet? No. No. It's not wet. I'm waiting. I've been waiting. Uh-oh. Hopefully the timing's right on this. Link dies. Holy moly. Dipped his little toesies in the water. Link was dipping them. I'm just hopping. Is this... Oh. Uh-oh. Link dies. Uh-oh. We have to switch. We have to switch it. Ay, ay, ay. Where are we? Did I just cheese that? Did I just cheese that part? Did I... What? No, oh, there's just an entrance here. We're supposed to go over here? Oh, okay. I see where I am. That was weird. I don't know why they'd give you access to this door so quickly. Strange. Yeah, no, that's not cheese. It's just that they allow you like halfway through this challenge to unlock the door. That's strange. Yeah, there's probably another crystal on this side or on the other side. This one's already activated, so we don't even have to bother. We just gotta wait till we line up and we slap it. Slap that sweet, sweet Skywater. We could maybe smack this crystal too, if that's required. Man, it's taking so long. Come on, chop. ADHD brain. I can't wait this long. There's no reason for it to take this long. There's simply no reason. Torture. Torture. No, I was gonna go for it. Now I regret it. Yes. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. All right. Ooh, money. Good money moment. Glad to have it. Glad to have you on board, Mr. Rupee. Mr. Rupee, we're so happy to have you as part of our fundraiser. Mr. Rupee, we won't let you down.
I'm counting on you kids to take care of the village.
Mr. Rupee, we've got this. We're dedicated to the cause.
Boy on. All right, now we go for another ride. Another slow, monotonous, painful ride. Now I think we have to kill these lads. Oh, you killed my bug. You killed my bug for the last time. Now you die. Now you live? Now you get run over by my platform. Ooh. Don't you even think about it. Boing. Oh, it's a shame to see you dead like that. It is kind of a satisfying puzzle, it's true. It's painfully slow. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Oh dear, oh bless, oh tartar sauce. Nice, nice. Quick draw. Master Linny, offer your sword. Splendid. What did she say to do? She said something about offering your sword. Oh, this is a prompt. A prompt, my least favorite! Ah! No, does stealth? Oh, no, it's just a Dorito moment. Never mind. Triangle time? Everybody, look at the Dorito. And I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. BRB. This is rather unsettling music to go to the bathroom to. It made me feel like my bathroom was haunted. The spirits of unwiped pee are in the room. Look out! You might die. Emerald Artist, thank you for the I appreciate it. The more Kenny Wazowski we can get in the chat, the better. Wazowski. Can I not? Ooh. We climb. What is this? Is this a shortcut? Is this a way to cut the game short? Nice. Oh, bonus. Bonus zone. Welcome to the bonus zone where you get free Doritos with every purchase. Oh, wait. Oh. No, this is where you're supposed to go. This is just how you get out. Get out. There should be a... Yeah, right through here we'll be able to rotate everything. Nice. We're schmoovin'. We're schmoovin' on this dungeon. I'm convinced that we are outsmarting this dungeon in some way or another. Oh, I'm gonna have to look at the guide. Yeah, let's see. We got 2 more triangles. 2 more. That's so scary. 2 more delicious triangles. There's one over here. There's one over here. Either one will do. All right, let's rotate it and we can get one. Yes, yes, I know. All the doors are locked. Just gotta wait. What am I doing? Gotta go the slow way around. Doing this with a thumbstick stinks. Can we do anything to prep? Oh. We'll be able to go straight from one Triforce to another as long as there's a slide. If there's a slide puzzle in this next room, then we'll be good. It's only one entrance that's open. I guess it's this one. No? Oh.
We're still in the unit. We're still in the apartment complex that we were in before. It's over here.
This is the way out.
This is the way to the keyhole. The creepy demon room. Nice. The foreboding chamber. Open up. What do you got for me? Oh boy, we got a big boy. We got a big boy. You just have to know how to fight all the enemies. That's how you win. Hey boys. Hey boys. Don't mind me jumping on you like that now. Don't mind me. And Final Fantasy got me wanting to zoom out from all of these games. I'm like, I can't see the enemy. I just need to zoom out a little bit. There'll be no zooming for you. Ow! My thigh! Oops. Hop right off. Arrgh! Attack the buns. They're exposed. You fool. Farewell. Okay. The Dorito. Another Dorito moment coming up soon. Oh wait, no, we got more enemies. We got some combat challenges going on here. All right. Keep moving and spin. Yeah. That ought to work. Keep moving. Wait, how do I deal with these lads? I guess I do a little archer v archer. Oh my gosh, there's so many of them. Is this really how you do it? What about you, Skeleton Man? Skeleton Man, take me by the... Whoops. Uh-oh. Oh, 3 hearts. Eat your heart out. And you, sir. You, sir, with your weak blocks. Stop! You're all dead? What say you now? Did you pick a class of Final Fantasy, Final 14, or is it freeform? Oh, you can use whatever you want. You can pick on whatever class you want. In fact, you can just do all of them. That's the real deal, Dai. The real deal is that you can be everything. In some games, they allow you to be anything. In Final Fantasy, they allow you to be everything. Big bone. Ah, with minions included. But yeah, I main as a Lancer Dragoon. A Lancer Dragoon, but I just unlocked the archery class because that's also how you be a bard. I was just doing a little bit of archery leveling the other day. Whoa! He's got more arms than I thought! Yeah, whatever. I'll take the blow. I'll take the blow to kill you, dum dum. Ah, no! Get off of me! Now focus on the big boy. Oh! Oh! What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do now? Huh? Stabby. Alright, nice. Oh, he lost his hat. He naked. You can see all 3 of his eyes. He looks disgusting. Looks like the pirate captain, just a little bit from Treasure Planet. It's sitting there holding Ben's hidden memory unit. Very spooky. Bye-bye. You aiming for Bard? I didn't pin you for being a support. Oh no, the Bard is just for, the Bard just jams, from what I understand. I would like to, I do need to pick a tank and a healer to do though. I gotta be able to be all things. Yeah. Fully hearted up. A hardy lad. Indeed. There's no slide puzzle in here. We're gonna have to slide it. Gonna have to slide it all from the beginning.
Another Dorito. The cursed chip. The forbidden crunch. Guys, you mustn't take the last Dorito. If you take the last Dorito, Link, you'll never enter this world ever again. All that you love will be taken from you. The forbidden crunch.
Nacho cheese flavored. Oh my god. I'll take it.
The Triforce of Courage.
Do I have the courage to eat a whole bag of Doritos? That's my mission tonight. Have I drank enough Claw to be able to eat a whole bag of Doritos? Only time will tell.
I don't think we're allowed out of here any other way.
Yep. Oh, we gotta go back.
We gotta go right back where we came from.
Put that king back over me.
So courageous. He ate that whole bag of Doritos and he didn't feel ashamed of himself. Wow. I could never eat a whole bag of Doritos and not feel ashamed of myself. He's so impressive. Oh. I see. So. So, anywho, what I was saying is that it's really stinky to be in the center area. Maybe there's another room that we can put to our left that has another slide puzzle? Because we really need to be the further to the right, the better. Yeah, let's do this. The Holy Dorito. Yeah, this room might be best. Hopefully this has a puzzle in it. I guess we'll see, because if it does, then we're done. It doesn't show it on the map, I don't think. Let's go through there and see if we can find a slide puzzle in there. I sure hope so, because then we get the last Dorito. Then we get to get the whole bag of chips. A whole bag? Huh? Nice. Now we can yoink this last, the last forbidden chip. Yum. Hey, it's gonna be 108 tomorrow, so you're glad you won't be at work? Holy moly! 108, no! Oh my gosh, that's obscene. I've not seen it get that hot in Texas yet. Holy moly. I mean, I've seen it before, I just mean this year. Master, look over this way. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I get it. Chop. Stop giving me hints. I can figure it out. Mom, I can figure it out. Whoa, Link sounds like a grown man in this area. Is this new sound effects? That sounds way deeper of a voice than I'm used to. Chat. All right, what are we gonna activate? Some floor? Am I gonna get some solid ground finally? Got a flying bot over there that we don't want to activate unless we have to. Fan. What are we looking for here? Got a cage. Got that guy dead. So what is the fan? Oh, hang on. There do be a grapple point right there. What does a fan do? Do I need to rotate that with the... Okay, now I can kill it. Oh! Hey! Stop that! Stop! You learned that you use the shield to volley missiles back from the drone. Ooh! Yeah, we should try that. We should try that just for fun. Let's see what the heck is this? Maybe if I blow air in the opposite direction, then it'll break the fan, just like a PC fan. Yeah, let's try killing this thing, now that you mention it. Come on, come at me. Arisa specifically mentioned this and was super mad that she couldn't beat them. Because they are annoying. Oh, you even have to cut these in a specific direction? Holy moly. This is the most difficult standard enemy in the game. This is the most difficult. You have to even defeat his little minions and and slice them in the right way. No, that's ridiculous. You couldn't use the shield properly? Ah, it's janky as heck. It is janky as heck. Okay, so there's a... What the heck is the use of this? There's no way into this cave. There must be something that you activate. Oh, wait. What is this? Oh, I didn't notice that. But it's empty. But it's empty. The gate's closed. Music's jamming, though. I'm glad that the music's absolutely jamming. Can we just jump across? Oh, yada. I see. Okay. Does this lead anywhere else, or... Yeah, we could grapple this, but it's not gonna do anything. What am I not understanding? Why am I small braining this? Oh, there's another thing over here. Oh. That's cool, whatever that is. Do we have to activate this before we go to the wind zone? Like this? Do I need to do it while it's old and ugly? I don't know why. I don't know why you could do that. I don't think that's important. I really don't know if that's important. There's more jumping spots here, but it doesn't seem like you can get to them yet. This cage is always, there must be, maybe there's something through bars that you can get. Because you can whip through bars. Okay, you can whip through bars. Jump up here. This is very suspicious. You can whip, but what's the point of that? It looks like there's a door. Yeah, there's a door that you have to deactivate up there. Yeah, the gate's gonna be part of a system, I think. Let's kill this guy really quick. Maybe we gotta kill the enemies. I doubt it, but we can try. Yum yum. Let's toss an old babamba over here. Zoom. Bon appetit. Yeah, I don't think so. But there is, there's this over here that I've never seen before. It's so weird. Got machinery. Yeet! Got this fence that's all shut. And it's even got a symbol like this. It's even got this symbol here. It's weird. Put that there. I mean, it's... Oh! Oh, I forgot about how there's sand and everything. See anything through the fan blades to shoot? That's what I was wondering. I mean, that was what the solution was last time. Oh, there is a room back there, though. There's a room back there. That's good to know. That's good to know. That's good information. It's good information, but I don't think that solves it yet. Yeah, there's a button in there. Okay. Button in there. It's gotta be getting up. You gotta be able to get up here somehow. Can you bomb that brick wall? Oh, I should have checked the map. Yeah, you might be able to. That's a good question. It doesn't have any obvious marks, but this game's already cheesed me with stuff like that. The game's already pulled a cheap shot like that. You might as well check. That's a good idea. Let's look on the map, see if there's another thing like that. I see that there is something there. Maybe you gotta shoot that with an arrow or something. Seems like you've got to activate. There's no way to jump that. Yeah, you can't jump to here. What if you could pick this up with a drone? If this is a new mechanic, I'm gonna be mad. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, that's much less upsetting.
Good, good. That would have been very annoying if they didn't use that earlier. Look up. That's always a good idea. I don't know. Hey, thanks for the raid. What's up, Voral? Is that, let me see. Oh, how do I say this? Oh no, I'm probably gonna say it wrong. Hey, what is that, Vorowellan? How are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Hi there, friendos. Thanks for coming over here. What we all doing? I hope that y'all were enjoying yourself. What the heck were you playing? I see that little O. I love it. I love the little wave. It's so happy. So happy, it's so cute. I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. Oh, you were doing some Borderlands 3. Did you just pick this randomly? Did you? What? How'd you pick a sweet, sweet Skyward Sword? I hope you had a good time with Borderlands. I like the Borderlands franchise. I haven't played much of the third one, but I do own it, I think, on PS4, if I'm not mistaken. I should play more of it. I need to play more of it. Yeah, we're trying to figure out some of the last puzzles in this game. We're getting through. We're getting through. Trying to understand what to do. We're on as you can see, we're playing Skyward Sword, but I am entirely confused as to what we're trying to do at the moment. We're in like the final. Oh, I don't think you're supposed to put that up there. Hey, Kangaroo, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I am going big brain empty, but I'm glad to welcome y'all all to the chat. My name's Errol Suds. I play games every single day. You're totally welcome to hang out with us if you want to. I'm glad to have y'all here. Ooh. You finished the main story, never finished the DLCs in Borderlands 3. It was I did like how much it was like the, maybe I could throw this up here. I did like how much it was like Borderlands 1. Borderlands 1 was my favorite. I played that almost to completion. There's a couple of DLCs that I missed out on. I did really enjoy Borderlands 1. Borderlands 2 was pretty fun, but I was trying to play co-op with a friend, and unfortunately that friend rarely came over once we started the game. Not because we started the game, but basically once we started it, he got busy. It's an arrow thing to shoot there. That's the solution. Solution is that you have to eliminate this wall and somehow still shoot it with an arrow. Don't know. Oh, this is it? Is this the solution, dude? Borderlands 2 is your jam? It had way more interesting characters. Hey, K-Tronics, what's up? How are you doing? How are you doing? What's up, my friend? What a dumb solution. If you'll indulge me one complaint. If you'll indulge me a complaint or two. We've been building up a little bit of extra salt. Dumb. 2 was good. You liked it? Ah, yeah. 2 had a lot of interesting story and fun characters. I think that I was enjoying it more than 1. 1 is pretty bare bones, but it was a great kind of proof of concept, I guess. It had a lot of the great elements that made it so good, but everything's so much more streamlined and enjoyable in the next one. You are doing most wonderful. I'm glad to hear that. K-Tronics, that's absolutely splendid, if you don't mind me saying so. Ah, that's what you gotta shoot. Now you shoot through here, I think. No, wait, no you don't. No, you don't. You just leave that? Oh, you gotta get this out of here, huh? It's just activating this. Oh, I can't activate the wall, eh? Oh, it's all solid ground. I didn't realize that. Oh, oh, well, let's yeet this out of here. Get out of here. Ah. Oh, it's still, do I have to, like, run across some of the sand? I guess. We could run off a little bit. Whoa. All right, that's a weird, janky solution. And the jankiest room award goes to this one. I don't know what it's called. Whoopee! Hey, Taiyaki-san, we'll see you later. Holy moly, it's late. It's a late stream. I hope that you have a wonderful evening. We'll see you later, Taiyaki. Feeling a little bit tired, so you headed off to bed. Sounds good. Get some rest. Get some rest. We'll see you later, Taiyaki. It's always fun to hang out with you. Ow, ow, ow. Ooh. Can I throw this over here? Oh dear. Gracias. You're running out of steam? Oh yeah, we're almost done. We're almost done. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just thought it'd be fun to beat this game. Ow, ow. And we can play a little bit of a different game tomorrow. Can I leave this here? I don't think that you can grab this though. Solution must involve getting it over here too. Big brain moment? Oh, I see what to do. You just activate both of them at the same time and then you just run across the sand. It's such a lackluster solution. It's just like this weird sand running thing. Running through the sand never feels like a solution. Look at it. It's so janky. Feels like you're breaking the game because it's so slippy and strange. Yep, here we go. Running over the sand again. Zoom! Here we go. Last Dorito, you guys. We're getting the last chip, the last Spuddy, because enough is never enough whenever it comes to Triforce Doritos. Okay, we're almost there. Almost there. Ooh, here we go. How am I liking Skyward Sword? This is the first time that I've gotten out of like the Farron Woods area, which is like the first area. So I'm enjoying it way more than I did last time. I would say that the I'm using non-motion controls. Big improvement. Big improvement. Highly recommended. If you're gonna experience this game, I guarantee you're gonna have a better time without the motion controls. But as far as like a Zelda game goes, this one's really padded out. It's fun. There's lots of cool elements. There's lots of neat ideas, fun characters, good puzzles, mini games, stuff like that. But it does feel unnecessarily bloated. It feels like the most bloated of all of them. Because Breath of the Wild's definitely bigger and longer game than this, but I don't know, it's more relaxed, and it doesn't feel so, like, stretched, and you don't have to repeat things in Breath of the Wild. You just kind of, like, travel everywhere. But in this one, it feels like they have you run into the same areas a million times. Still fun. Still fun. Just probably one of my least favorite Zelda games, but I love Zelda games, so it's hardly that bad of a review. Master, I believe that at this juncture, a prayer is required. The ultimate goal we've traveled so far for is now within reach. Focus now and wish with all your might for the destruction of demise. Oh my gosh, this is turning into a real. I wish with all my heart to fly with dragons in the land of fart. I don't remember what the actual place was. You just have to wish really hard. If you believe it, you can make it reality. Link. Create your own reality, Link, with the power of the Dorito. Spooky music. The goddess is smiling down upon all of us. You did the thing! Yes, the Triforce has been put together. Ooh, spooky organ, I like it. I'm a sucker for organs. I mean, musical organs. Musical. Don't send me any extra pancreases or kidneys. I got plenty of those organs. Down we go. This does not seem safe. Link, I hope you brace for impact. Oh, are we just gonna plug the hole? Yes, please. Yes, crush him. Crush him. Oh, I see the path, the winding path. The winding path meets up with the winding bottom end of this. That's cool. I like that.
That's neat, dude. This is the first time and maybe the only time that the hero is able to wish on a completed Triforce. Oh, that's a good point. That's true. Link got red earrings. No, do not skip. Oh my gosh, I pressed one button and it's like, all right, you want to give up? You care about the story? I do. This isn't the end, right? Where's the boss? Maybe Zelda's the last boss. Do we have to kill Zelda or do we have to kill, Groose? Groose is the final one. He's like, ha, I fooled you all this time. I've been... Maybe Groose is Gearharim. Alright, who do I gotta kill? Yeah, Zelda was demise all along. She was like, you fool. Now you've gathered all of the Triforce pieces, and now I will kill you. Link, ever since I gave you that sailcloth. Master Linny, I have news. Just news. I have confirmed that the Isle of the Goddess, which formerly was part of Skyloft, has returned to the surface. Really? It returned to the surface, huh? You're really blowing my mind right now. You saying that that's where we are? Are we on the surface right now? Is that where we are now? Furthermore, I have detected the successful eradication of demise. Yeah, I'm not buying that. Yeah, I'm not buying that. You can say that. I'm glad that you think that. That's great. In light of these factors, we're clearly not in the final cutscene because you are able to still skip it and control this dialogue, so the game is clearly not done. She's maintained her age-long sleep. It's no longer necessary. My projections indicate that she'll wake momentarily. And then come out here and kick your butt, Link. I advise that you make your way to the sealed temple as soon as possible. Zelda's waiting for you, boy. I'm sure she's planning something lovely for you in there. Oh yeah, we haven't seen Gearharim in a while. He's probably just gonna be the final boss. Probably transform into some kind of giant goo monster that has attacks for every single different type of... Yeah, cause we haven't dealt with him yet. We only fought him a few times and spanked his booty, but he's back. Cool, I'll catch the end of the VOD. All right, we'll see you later, Bell Blue. Nighty night. Nighty night, Lumbago boy. How are you doing? How are you doing, Lumbago? But yeah, Bell Blue, you can watch that on. You can watch it here. You can watch it on the VOD channel. Either way, get yourself some rest. You won't miss anything. I saw Groose outside, and then he teleported in here. It's been so long since I saw my girlfriend frozen in this amber. Oh, it has been a while, Lumbago. It's nice to see you. You hit us up at the very end of our Triforce playthrough. We're probably about to fight the boss. We're about to fight the big baddie boss. Ah, the biggest mosquito. Frozen in amber. I can't wait to clone Zelda. Magically, the door opens. Literally. Magic. Cracking good Jim Gromit. The design really is so pretty. Holy moly. Her hair does kind of look like corn. Like it's the color of sweet corn. So yellow. Not buying this. Huh. This game's motion tracked. Saw those floaty feet did. Did you see that? See those floaty feet? Pretty sure that means that this is motion tracked. I mean, it looks great. It makes sense. A stream of Velveeta, if you will. It's Velveeta. Good morning, Kenny. Lenny, sorry. Sorry, it's Freudian slip. I was just imagining that Zelda loved me. Sorry. Sorry about that. Just living in my own fantasy land for just a moment. Oh, what a heartwarming scene. My immersion. My immersion. Sorry. Aw, Groose. Oh, he's crying. Groose is a good boy. He's a good man. That Groose. Don't laugh at his tears, you monsters. Bless. Shaking him up like a can of Coke. Granny, we did it. Big hug. Big hug moment. Hugs for everybody. Looks like he's kissing her hat. It's funny. What? Ooh, he's got cracks on his face. That's cool, dude. Looks like a porcelain boy.
This is all very touching, really, but I'm afraid I had to cut this emotional moment short. Yare yare. It's best for everybody if you don't forget about your friend. If you forget about your friend, the little goddess is mine now.
Ooh, look, he's cracked leg. He's got a cracked leg and a cracked face. And his arms are black now. Ooh. Yeah. Looks like he's turning into the darkness.
My master may have perished in this age, but in the past he lives yet.
I'm taking this girl back to the gate to revive the Demon King. All right. Thanks for telling me.
You've been so adorably dogged in your quest to get in my way, and as much as it has delighted me, I can no longer tolerate your
nipping. Okay, I read part of that word before, and I was confused at first, but you know what? He's been nipping at his heels. Lenny.
You know, boy, you've pushed me too far.
The moment I sweated and bled for this is at hand. The moment I sweat and bled for is at hand. My bad.
I don't even have the time to grind my heel into a worm like you. Not now.
Your teleport ability. Wow. He did just phase.
It's not a phase, Mom. It's called a phase gate.
What's happening to Lonk?
Stand down. You're in my way, and the sight of your appalling hair makes my
gorge rise? What? What? What does that mean? My gorge rise? What? What? I'm so confused. What? It means throat? Gorge? What does he mean my throat rise? Who translated this game? Oh, I didn't even read that. Yeah. You know when you almost vomit and it comes out your mouth? Ew, Nardavel, no! Oh, it's a bile in your throat. Ew. You only know mushroom gorge from Arisa. Shush. Don't blame me. That's what it means. No, it is just a little bit gross, but I'm glad to hear an explanation. Nice. All right, it's calm in here. No music. Music, calm down. Hey, Ahsoka, what's up? Welcome to the party. We're about to beat the last boss in the game. Link time. No links in the chat. Yeah, we're ready to rock. Look at that. Triforce. Try hard, Triforce. We got all the hearts in the entire world. We got King Daddy Wallet. King Daddy Wallet with a golden eyeball. Golden eyeball, it's true. We got a big shield. Big kingly shield. We got it maxed out, you guys. Look at that. Look at that. Sweet. All right, I'm diving in. Very cool gear effect.
La 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 la. Where is my Zelda? Oh. Oh. Oh, you've been bested, Stick.
Ugh, Lenny, it's Girahim. He appeared out of thin air and got the drop on me.
Why were you standing right next to the gate?
Don't worry about me. You must chase after him.
Okay. He looks like he's the kid who sits in the back of the class and pretends to be cool, but he's just antisocial. Oh, bah! Lumbago, how dare! How dare. Out the gate, he got out the gate and awakened hell itself. Yeah, he got her too. He just phased in and slapped her.
She got.
Good, God. Ooh, snappy attack. This area again. How many bosses have we fought in this area? This will be the 10th boss that we fight in this area. This is the 10th boss. Might be 9th, actually. Because I think one of those times we didn't have to fight the wretched all 3 times. They do have the moves, though. It's true. He'd make a killer cosplay. I know this magic trick. I've seen this in real life.
Hear me, my horns. The spell is nearly
Okay, I'm just gonna say what he's saying.
The Demon King returns. Until then, you will keep that whelp from interfering with my ritual.
They're just the minions. Dude. This is turning into Hyrule Warriors. I'm ready. Then Link's like, silly bokoblins. You don't stand a chance, lads. Lads, I'm a god. I am the goddess's one and only. Yada, yada. Oh, dang. Oh, we stuck. Get out of here. Get out of here. You're weak. You're weak and I am strong. Can we just ignore them? I think we just pass them. This really is a Hyrule Warriors moment. Holy moly. Just the hordes and hordes of enemies just slashing through them. Oh! I think we gotta kill them. Can he just like block me here forever?
We'll never escape. He's outsmarted us again. Now we just die
in the mosh pit. Get in the pit. Oh no, I'm tired. I'm tired. Oh, look, they can walk through the wall. What? It's hardly fair. Open up. Thank you. Little bomb guys. Little bomb guys. That's the first time I've seen guys with bombs. Finally. They got their little bombs. You go, little bomb guys. I'm gonna ignore y'all. Big time ignoring y'all. Big time just gonna keep running past y'all. See y'all later. Oh, all right. Now's where we stand. There's so many. Oh my gosh, and there's big boys now. Oh, we'll see you later, lumbago boy. Hope you enjoyed your stay, my friend. We'll see you later. Oops. I burnt their shields. Your shields have been fried. What do you think about that? Yeah. All right, you're moving. Ooh, archers, all right. Archers are really hard to dodge. I'm loving this waves of enemies. What fun. What fun. Very cool way to end the game. By just making it so that you can break the combat system. That's gotta be one of the most satisfying ways to end the game. Is by kind of purposefully breaking stuff. Spawn a million enemies and just let me plow through them. I love it. I love it. Sure takes a while to get down here though.
Oh, Big Blue.
Big Blue looking more dangerous than most. He just threw a bomb into his group of friends. Absolutely genius. Ooh, an assassin. An assassin. I want to stab him. I want to give him a ground pound. Come back here. Come to you, sorry sucker. Come here. Don't be shy. Look at him. He's running away. Coward. Shaking my head. Shaking my shake in your general direction. Ah, we got the guys with the horns. All right. Yeah, these guys with the bombs are dumb. Dumb in the right way, like I love them. All right, let me rest, guys. Oh. He just smacks me, but it doesn't count. It doesn't count. Ah, skeletons. Oh, we're almost at the bottom, though. I can see the bottom. I can see the bottom from here. Gotta kill the horde. Oops. All right, can I focus yet? Oh, the horn's gonna keep calling them back. We gotta kill the guy with the horn. Where is it? Where's that nincompoop? I think I accidentally just killed him. Yeah, is this gonna be... Oh, wait. I thought it was gonna be annoying, but that was actually pretty easy. They got some hearts? Hey, one of y'all got any hearts? Thanks. I'll take that. Stalfos are pretty sweet in this game. Yeah, the Stalfos are very cool. They so confused me in Ocarina of Time whenever I was younger. I totally didn't understand how to defeat the Stalfos. I had to look it up. I did, because I didn't know how to side. I didn't know how to jump to the side. Oh, I gotta kill. No? We get to the middle. Hey, Syria B, what's up? Syria. Nice to see you. How are you doing? You made it to the end of the stream. To the end of the game. Blast it all. We've nearly defeated it. Syria. Syria. Oh. This game just got serious. Oh my gosh. This is Hyrule Warriors. I don't even have to buy it. Never mind, Alchemic. Don't bother going to GameStop. We already got it. We already got the game. It was included in the bundle. I didn't know that it was included in the game bundle. It's just it's 7 a.m. So you're just waking up. Oh, Siri, I forgot that you were in the Asian time zone. Yes. You're far too quick, boy. I was still ruining her Reiki energy. I was still removing the charge from her crystals. I realize a simple child like you knows nothing about magic, but spells like this take time and a steady hand. Can't you wait quietly like a good boy? You petulant brat. You've pushed me too far. I've waited my entire existence for this. This is the moment. Oh, wait, yeah, it's 6 a.m. and... Oh. Ah, not Asian time zone. Ha! It's getting late in Asia. I'm getting confused with the time. You gotta... Not Siri. You have to understand. This room is just blue. This is how my time... This is how my room looks all the time. And this is where I spend most of my time. So I was confused about how late it was. It is way later than I expected. This time there will be no heroic escape. I was a fool to toy with you before and let you walk away with your life. But I won't make that mistake again. That I promise! Sick. He does seem a little bit hangy. He does seem a little bit perturbed. That's the word that I would say is perturbed. Woohoo! Hey! Didn't know that there was cake in this game. If only I'd put you in your place from the very beginning. Show a human a little mercy, and the next thing you know, he thinks of himself as your equal. Given my station, I had to maintain some semblance of dignity, so I let you ruin it. Run with your life. Twice even, such a guilty pleasure.
But instead of scurrying away like a creature with a basic instinct to survive, you kept coming back again and again and again! I've let a mere boy make a fool of me for the last time. You stand before a demon, or should I say a weapon without mercy.
Ooh, his eyes are moving. I like that. Very anime.
For you, boy, I've prepared a most appropriate and humiliating death. I even have a pet name for it. I call it the Endless Plunge. First, I will...
You're really taking me out of the game, Nintendo. You really can't explain like the mechanics of this boss fight. You can't expect me to take this seriously right now. All right.
First, I will take my time bludgeoning you, and then whenever I grow bored of it, I will drive you to the edge and deliver a final strike before sending you falling to your doom. I'll delight in casting your body into this pit and snuffing out the flame of your life. Your broken body will serve as a fine sustenance for the Demon King.
Okay. So you're basically saying, don't fall, Link. Oh, oh yeah, he's so intimidating in these other ones. But he's super intimidating in this boss fight. Look at him with his metal bod. Metal Mario. Oh, you just push him off the edge. Bye-bye. Aw, I bet that hurts, don't it? Stab? Okay. The area is smaller? No, the area is big. I don't like that. I don't like you doing that. You have to stop doing that. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh. Slashing. You just gotta slash in the right area. Hey, Syria, you're gonna get ready for work? All right. We'll see you later, Syria. It was nice to see you. It was nice to see you. Good luck with your work. Get ready, get ready. Oh.
Everybody was kung fu fancy.
It's fun. I've always found the like sword slashing to be very, very enjoyable. Oh, stage 2. Stage 2, here we go. Here we go. He is very cool. Very cool final boss. Ooh, sword time. All right. Are we gonna do some more of the sword play with your hand? Yeah! Okay, that wasn't it. That was not it, Lonk. I love how he's not even. He's just withstanding the blow. Okay, shield time? I doubt you need a shield for this boss battle. Because you might not have a shield at this point. I should probably stab him after that. Oh, quick. You do be quick with the blade. Oh, nice. Yeah. I think this combo works pretty good. If I can go fast enough. Ooh. What? Stab, shield, stab. Okay. Okay. Oh! Oh, he's doing a new thing. He's doing a thing. Oh, yo. Stop. Stop. Oh no, you gotta stop that. That's enough of that. That's quite enough of that, my good friend. Thank you. This again. This nonsense, really? I thought we were over this childhood business. Ooh, ooh. Let me hit your chest! Ah, no.
Oh, he's so slow. Why are you doing that so slow, man? You gotta stop that. Come back here. Oh, you stab that. Stab that. Chris. Oh, that. Let me hit you right near Cristale. Yada yada. Oh. Oh, you can knock him back. Sweet. Awesome.
You wretched brat!
Don't call me a brat. I'm not a brat, you're a brat. Whoa, big sword. Big sword. Love it. Love it. Loving the Ganon weapon. Oh, he stayed still. I wonder if that's the solution. Oh, I don't know if you can shield from this business. Ooh. Oh, too slow, too slow. I wasn't aware of how quickly he swung that thing. Holy moly. He be ready though. Huh. Oh, he's got there's a little bite out of the sword that you can hit. Oh, I see. Oh, sick! That is cool! That is cool. Nice. He cut his sword like it looks like a Minecraft sword with voxels. That is neat. Oh, he's changing the angles. Spicy. Oh, I'm running out of health. Oof. I don't even think I have I don't think I have a companion. Ah, he even turns it. What a nice guy. What a nice guy. I wonder if I can memorize the... Oh, he like switches it randomly. Oh man, no, he's smacking me good. This is a tough battle. Oh, he rotates. Stop. Hit me. Oh, that was a way bigger area than I thought he'd have. It's a really cool fight, but it's tough. Yeah, I just need to take my time on this part. They're always so much more forgiving than I think. Hey, oh, that might be it. Oh, I think we won. Nice. That's a really cool ending, but they do really let you go slow with those sword strikes. I was trying to rush it like it was gonna punish me, but it's not actually that hard.
This is preposterous. Driven to my knees by a simple child of a man. Laughable. No matter how many times we clash, I can't prevail. You think I can't defeat you? You think I can't win? Boy, what are you? Ah, but never mind that. Victory is still mine to savor. While we fought, the ritual I started continued. At last, it's complete. The Demon King shall devour the soul of the goddess and resurrect in his full glory.
Nom. Ruh-roh. Guess we got the bad ending, you guys. Looks like we shouldn't have done all those side missions. Oh wait, Groose might save her. Is this gonna be an actual boss fight? Oh boy. Oh boy, this has gotta be the biggest... If this is a real boss fight, this has gotta be like the thickest boss fight in all of Zelda history, dude. I sucked her in using his belly button. I'm sorry. Don't make me fight this guy again. Just have Groose kill him in a cutscene. Is Groose gonna kill him in a cutscene?
Don't you see? It's all over and you're kind of lost. This world and everything you know belongs to darkness. They belong to my master.
I hope I get health if we have to do anything else. Hi there, Snecko Gecko. What's up?
Oh, it's the final phase. Ganon moment, you guys. Ooh, sweet, dude. Those earrings are so thick. The absolute thickness. I know it's not Ganon. I'm joking. How you doing, Snecko Gecko? Avodago. How are you doing? Welcome back to us, Master. What's his name? Name's Enrique? Oh, he's about to absorb his life energy. That's what you get for making a deal with the devil. No violin for you. All right. Okay, gonna drive to work, so I have to leave you. All right, we'll see you later, Syria. Good luck with your work day. Hope you enjoy. Hope you have a good work day. Hope you have a good time. We'll see you later. Good luck. Good luck. His name is Demar. I call him Ganon, baby. Son of Ganondorf.
I'm not Ganon. I'm the son of Ganon.
I mean, let's admit it. The Zelda stories have Zelda, Link, and Big Baddie. Doesn't really matter what his name is. His name is Big Baddie, and he's just pure evil. It's just very, very bad for no reason. Just because he's evil, and he wants to get rid of good and destroy good and people and everything for fun.
So you are the chosen knight of the goddess. Intriguing.
I don't want to stress out my voice with my monster voice.
The goddess lowered herself to a mortal existence to keep me imprisoned. How pathetic. This bag of flesh pales in comparison to the magnificence of her previous form.
Okay, gee whiz.
He's like, doesn't look so great.
Watching this has been the best evening. Oh, wow, K-Tronics! I'm glad you've been enjoying, you sweet bean. Oi! K-Tronics, I'm glad that you're enjoying. I'm all about this story game. Hey, Asterius, how you doing? Oi, champ! What's up? How are you doing? Lenny, I caught her. She's okay. Groose. I love the facial expressions in this game. It's the most expressive Legend of Zelda game, except for the fact that they talk in Breath of the Wild.
So you and the other human would stand before obliteration to aid this goddess, would you? How curious. The humans I've known were weak things, hardly more than insects shriveling under rocks, ready to flee at the mere glimpse of me.
Has some pretty good expressions? Yeah, that was a game a couple before this, right? Yeah, Wind Waker's great. I love Wind Waker.
When the last I walked on this earth, they did little more than scream and cling to their goddess, mewing and praying, counting on her to protect them. How amusing to think that those cowards begot someone like you. Someone who was so cool and such a Chad, unlike those betas I fought earlier. You will interest me. Come to my side. You grow more fascinated by the second human. I never imagined to meet one of your kind that wished to stand against me in battle.
Nardavel, well, you want to take this part serious too? I can't do my demon voice, so I'm sorry.
Very well then, I shall prepare a place for us where we will not be bothered by distractions. If you have the courage to face me,
seek me there. Oh, do we get to get ready? Or we do it right now?
Lanny, it's all on you! Oh, and listen up, Granny has some information for you! The old girl says it'll take time for the grease wad to absorb Zelda's soul completely. If you could take him down before she gets her soul all sucked into that thing, you might have a chance.
We might have a chance.
I know you could do it.
He's a good man.
So yeah, you gotta do this. You're all Zelda's got. You gotta make this happen.
Fire earrings? Oh, mine? Yeah, I do have fire earrings on.
If you fear for your life, do not follow me. You can spend what little time you have in this world left cowering and crying as befits your kind. But if you truly desire to raise your blade against the world I would build, come for me. I've waited eons to return. I can spare a few moments to let you decide. You already fought through 2 phases of a boss, and now you need a moment to collect a fairy or 2.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me get my fairies.
It's up to you now, Lenny. No comment, Zelda? Nothing? No words of encouragement? Alright, fine. Fine. I'll save you anyway, even though you don't offer me any encouragement. It's alright. I've always been good at... Yeah, sleeping as always. I've always been good at getting things done. I'm a self-starter, alright? Let's go to the temple. Grab some fairies. I've got 1 bottle on me, I think. Oh, I've already got a fairy on me. This whole time I've been completely protected and I didn't even know it.
I did not even know it. I was not even aware of my own safety that I was living under. But I will totally just go ahead and
keep the shield on.
I'm going to leave Zelda to die.
Oh, ah! Groose, what are you doing in here? Groose, I just saw you. Free fairy? There's a seat? I guess this is as good as anything. This is how heroes get ready for battle, right here. This is it! All right, now I'm ready for battle. Boom, we're ready to go. Hey, Mingled Marionette. Nice to see you. Welcome to the chat. Did you say 12-hour stream? 12-hour stream? Anyone? Anyone? Any takers? No. We're just going to beat the game and then be done. Boing. Skirt. Boing. Ooh, even closer. All right, let's go. Hey, Soples, welcome back. How are you doing? I remember you. Master Lenny, I have important information for you. Once you enter, 0 chance that you'll be able to return. We did everything. We did everything. We got every heart container. We got every item. We did every side quest. We got every bit of gratitude. We did every mini game to its highest level. Yeah, we're ready. Understood, Master Lenny. Know that even in the place that lies the portal, I will be with you. I'll just be hiding in your sword because I don't want anything to do with that big boy. I don't blame you. I'd hide in that sword too. Nice! 100%! Yes. This is 100% as far as I'm aware. I did look over a Wikia page to try to figure out if we got everything. I'm quite confident we got everything. I will double check whenever we're done though.
Ah, so you've decided to meet your end in battle after all. It pleases me greatly to see such misplaced valor, human.
Now you can sell the game back to GameStop.
No! Take a moment to appreciate your surroundings, for where you stand shall serve as your tomb for eternity.
It's a cool battleground.
The hate for the gods has boiled in my veins. That has boiled in my veins. You will taste all the bite of... You will taste all of it in the bite of my blade.
So poetic.
The only question left is how long you'll be able to remain standing before I take your life. Try to keep it interesting for me, will you?
Okay.
But when you fall, know that the world and everything in it is mine to dominate, mine to subjugate, mine to rule. When I finish with you, you can take solace in knowing that your friends and kin will soon follow, as I wipe all that oppose me from the face of the world.
Cool.
It won't be long now. At last, the almighty power I've sought for millennia. I will take the Triforce for my own. And the world shall be under my foot for eternity!
Not the feet. You get your toes away from me. Ooh, he's got the shield thing on his arms. Exactly like the Forsaken or whatever it's called. He barefoot. Whoa, janky! Cool, but janky. How he moves his sword is kind of strange. No, there'll be none of that. I wonder if I need to parry him. He's parrying me. Parry the platypus. Oops. Dang. Oh, I don't have my shield out. It's so much harder to use it when you don't have it. Can I just do this a lot? Can I just... Oh, he got me, man. He got me good there. Got me good there, Ganondorf. But I beat you in Super Smash Brothers Melee, Trini. Oh, no! No, Super Derio. Let's go, Super Dead. Come on. Yeah, this shield is great, but the timing it is pretty tricky, to be honest. Pretty annoying. Pretty annoying to time. But it works great. I don't know if you have to do a true parry to actually be able to hit him, but I am doing true parries. Like timing it right whenever he hits. Oh, dang! Did he hit me there? He did knock me back, that's for sure. Ah, stop! I really don't quite get what his pattern is. I'm just kind of waving my sword. I'm just going sicko mode on him. Ooh, Thunder Lightning. Nice. Ooh, oh no, no, I hate this. Am I actually gonna have to figure out how his patterns work now? Oh, bro. Oh, 2 hits. 2 hits, big craps. 3 hits. 3 hits he goes for. Frick. Dang, dude. No. Oh, cool sound, though. Come on. What is this? Dude, this sucks. Stupid. Oh, he got rid of his charge. Oh, I see. So. That sucks. It even has a area attack. Come on. Okay, so I gotta get him to use the sword. Ay, what a pain. Come on, use your magic. Use your magic electric strike. Come on, chop. There is no heal. I didn't bring anything but a fairy. And fairies revive you anyway. No reason to bother with it. That sucks. Not gonna be able to beat him. Not this round. Next time I'll be able to beat this whole part without losing lives, and I'll get to this stupid electric part. I can definitely cheese him. If I got him to zap me over and over and waited forever, I could stab him like twice, then back up, I guess. Okay, come on. Hit me. Hit me. You're weak. You're weak and I've outgrown you. Oh, he shot it right at me. Sucks. Sucks to suck. It's hard to tell whenever he's gonna do that move. I can definitely defend against his sword strike, but he does 3 in a row, and then I still don't have coverage to actually hit him. Skyward Strike helps? Oh, that's a good idea. Man, I'm snoozing on you, man. Snoozing on your moves, dude. You gotta stop. Just give up. Link's got this. Ah! That pisses me off. I hate that. Stab, stab. I hate that so much. It reminds me of, again, everything reminds me of Batman. But there's these enemies in Batman that make me so mad with this stupid, electric. They've got like electric batons, and you have to jump over their heads. They ruin all the battles that they're in. Ugh. All right, we're gonna. It's the first game over we've gotten in like 10 hours of playing this game. Okay. What an annoying battle. Thank you for the follow, Link. Appreciate it. What's up? Let's go get our fairies. Ugh. That electric attack is so annoying. It's mostly annoying because I don't really understand how the sword play works in this game too well. It's just kind of, it feels so random. Like whether I'm gonna hit past this attack is so random, and whenever it's electric, it feels like a worthless attempt. Like even against the little the bokoblins that have electricity, just feels like a waste of time to even try. Honestly, I don't want to memorize their patterns. I'll try the Skyward Strike on the second phase. On the first phase, I'll just cheese it, you know. And it's not even cheese. I'll just beat him with the shield in the first phase, and then the second phase, then I'll just go for it. Hopefully there's a fairy in here. Fake cheese! Oh no, not the fake cheese. Is that vegan cheese? Might not be a fairy in here in this time period. We might have to go back in time. Yeah. Looks like we got to go back in time to get that fairy. We allowed to leave? Okay, yes we are. It'll just take a minute. Just gotta watch this animation a couple of times, that's all. I mean, I could go get more bottles, but we should be able to do this with one revive, right? Right. You beat Luigi's Mansion 3 yesterday? Ooh, Luigi Mansion, good game. Good game. We play it every Halloween over here. We play it every single Halloween. I can't help myself. It's so much fun. Hey, what's up, girl who bakes? Whoa, this late. Oh, hello there. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm excited to beat this game. We're so close to winning. I'm sitting down in the past. Nice. Yeah, Luigi's Mansion 3 is fun. Luigi's Mansion 1 is super duper short, but boy oh boy, it is a very enjoyable game. Easy to speedrun. And number 2, very fun. Never completed it on the 3DS, but the originality of the rooms was really fascinating. The 3D was really fun. And then Luigi's Mansion 3 is just Luigi's Mansion 2 with worse multiplayer. And a bigger mansion. And it's no longer a mansion. It's a hotel. So the title makes no sense, and Luigi doesn't even own it anymore, like he does in the original game. Luigi's Mansion speedrun for Halloween? Of course. Of course. We've done it for 3 years now, right? Or has it been 2? I don't remember. I thought we played it twice already. Maybe we played Luigi's Mansion during the year. I thought this is the 3rd time. Yeah, this year it will be 3, even though I haven't streamed for 3 years. I've streamed for like 2 years. The first Luigi's Mansion is the best. It is lots of fun, and it essentially makes all of the components for the other 2. The only thing that's better about the other ones is that they're bigger and they got better story and theme and that kind of thing. But the first one's got all the pieces, really. Can I skip this? Nice. I don't want to watch that long cutscene again and have to read that. Okay, so for this part... Oh! For this part, I get hit immediately! Shaking my head. I have to be less aggressive with. Oh, double hit, dude! Come on, dude! Savage, you're not allowed to hit twice. Hey! What are you doing? Let's try the Skyward Strike right now. Oh wait, what? Nothing? Fee wants to speak. You can just pause in the middle. A report, Master. My preliminary analysis of demise is now complete. Go for it. Tell me. It is clear that a Skyward Strike can be called down using your sword because it's placed on automatically. Attacks using Skyward energy will not be possible. Tell me more. It is highly probable that only weapon capable of wounding is the Master Sword itself. No other weapon can affect him. Tell me more. I need more time. Oh my gosh. Ridiculous. You get no more time. Oh, wrong button. Wrong button. Oh boy. Ah, Narihoronya. Please die. Ah. I hate. Oh, no. Oh, you stink. You smell badly. Oh boy. Ah! Just hit me. What is that? What was that move you just did there? Why so serious? Whoa, what is an upward strike that doesn't hit me? I like that. Do that more. Probably making your cape dirty, buddy. Probably making it all wet. It's gonna be all frayed. You're gonna be all frayed, messed up, man. Such a pretty cape. Did your mommy make it? Oh, that was a little soon. That was not a good parry. Nice! Kind of looked like he tried to take your sword. He's like, okay, maybe now I can use the Skyward Strike. I mean, he's doing his Skyward Strikes. I deserve one. Whoa! Ooh-ah! Stab. Aw, that's Bologna. Target lock. Yeah. Whatever. Don't tell me his whole backstory. Can I hit him like I did earlier? Yeah, you can, but it doesn't stun him now. What am I supposed to do? Just dodge him? No. I refuse to believe. I'm trying to do a Skyward Strike. They specifically said that I couldn't. What? What is that? What? Now I get to do it? But she said I couldn't. Dude, this is baloney. What is to indicate that I can now do this, huh? This is some serious high-level beef bologna. Yum yum. Stunning. Stunning gameplay. Yeah, what you want to do an electric sword battle? Ooh. Oh, this is not thunder, Arisa. This is lightning. Very different. Now you die. Fatal blow. Ay. Boyan. I'm out of here. Lightning battle. Do it. Now. So close. You gotta be really. What is that? What? What? No. Two lives. Come on. Give me a break.
Give me a break with these stupid dash. I don't even know how to deal with that. They don't even make it clear. There's no flurry strike in this game. It's shaking my freaking head, dude. Not even a flurry strike in this game. I'm so glad that they changed the combat for Breath of the Wild. So glad. Thank you. Thank you, Breath of the Wild, for not having this combat system, because this is rough. Oh yeah, Link. That'll be the difference. That'll be the difference. We got this. We got this. It's just frustrating. It's just frustrating, like so much of this game. So much of this game is just not apparent. And I mean, you could see that as a flaw maybe in the other Link or Zelda games, is that the bosses are pretty much like a victory lap. In like in most of the games, you're just like, hey, we already won. Now we're just fighting the boss. But this is definitely not that way. In fact, this is by far the longest boss battle in any of the games, if I'm not mistaken. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. I have not played Twilight Princess, so I have not played them all. But this seems like it's definitely the longest boss battle I've ever seen. Breath of the Wild, pretty short. Ocarina of Time, couple phases. I guess Ocarina is a little bit long. I don't even know if there's a boss battle in Majora's Mask. I haven't finished that yet. Hopefully we can play Majora's Mask soon. Maybe right after we play Ocarina. Maybe we could just do a little duo. I guess it kind of depends on how well the emulation works for Ocarina. We shall see. If I'm enjoying it and the controller's working good, then it's all good. Save after healing? Nah, we got it this time, Arisa. We got it this time. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about saving. We don't have to do that because we're going to beat him this time. So it's fine. So it's fine. Thank you, Rabascal. We got this. We got this. I just didn't know that you could do a magical electric fatal strike blow. But I pretty much beat him. Except for he got some free hits on me. He got some free hits on me, so... You know... This time... Won't be so easy for him. In fact, we'll probably do better in the first stage, too. You struggled with the teleportation final boss, but you struggled in Breath of the Wild, too? Really? Breath of the Wild was, like, an absolute snooze for me. But in a good way. Like, it was fun. I shouldn't say snooze. It was it was like a victory lap. Like, whee! You win! It was like, felt like a rail shooter portion or something. Give him the old 1-2 strike. Give him the old boom bap. Give me the old zip zap zup. Give me the old... What is it? The old razzle dazzle? What is it called? Is that the saying? The old razzle dazzle? Hit him with the old razzmatazz. Oh, he can't be too aggressive. Can't be too aggressive. You only get one hit out of that. Then he does that. Oh, hack. He does this thing. Oh, too slow. Too slow, Joe. Yikes. Bad moment to be Link right there. Sad times in the kingdom. Zelda saw her hero torn off this plane of reality. Come on, buddy. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? This little elf. Little elf's got your number. Got your number, and he's ringing right now. Open the door. Oh, open the door. One, two, three, four. Come on. Hit me. Hit me like you hate me, like you love me. Ah, too quick. Come on. Chop me. Hit me.
Stop. 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 Do that. Don't do that. Drude. All right. Electric fire. Now you will suffer by my hand, my boy. Lightning power, anyone? Okay. Two can zap at that game. Ah. Link puts up his sword like, give me some power. The sky cares not for Link's, maybe backward? I really don't quite get that, oh, it is back. Oh. It always scares me so much to jump backwards in these games. Stop that. Stop, it's so rude. It's so rude for you to do that to me. Can I have a little bit of juice? Is there a juice for a Link? Is there a juice? Hey, I want some juice. I want some. That's me, that's just me focusing on M10. Oh, maybe I gotta have an electric sword to do that. Nah, that's probably it, right? Maybe I gotta do it a couple times. Oh, you'd be slick. You can't kill me like that. I'm too powerful. Okay, there's gotta be some trick to this. Ooh. All right.
Extraordinary. You stand as a paragon of your kind, human. You fight like no man or demon I've ever known, though this is not the end. My hate never perishes. It is born anew in a cycle with no end. I will rise again.
Uh-oh.
Those like you, those who share the blood of the goddess and the spirit of the hero, they are eternally bound to this curse. An incarnation of my hatred will always follow your kind, dooming them to wander a blood-soaked sea of darkness for all time!
Well, he ain't wrong. But for now, he is just a fart. I have confirmed the eradication of the Demon King. His residual consciousness has been absorbed into the Master Sword and is now sealed away. For now. Wait till Skyward Sword 2 comes out this September. You guys, hey, thanks for all the hype in the chat. We did it! We did it. Mom grabbed the camera. Said, stay still, Link. Let's take a picture. Take a picture. We've done it. We 100% of the game. You have done well, Lenny. Lenny. Mission destroy Ganon, complete vibes. September 2024, let's go! Skyward Sword 2, Groose returns. Lenny, thank you. I think it's over. Finally, it's all over. Stop that, don't right now. This is not the appropriate time, Independent Oreo. Nice going, you two. You're totally amazing in the little adventure I like to call The Legend of Groose. Aw, yeah. The Legend of Groose. That's a little joke.
Joke or not, your contributions to our effort were heroic. You have my thanks. Oh, well, you know, just glad I could make myself useful. I'm happy things turned out okay. Hey, so things look pretty sewn up here. What do you say, guys? Ready to head back to our own time? Granny was really worried about you two. I wouldn't want to keep the old girl in suspense for too long.
They better kiss at the end of this game.
Y'all are why I drink. Hylia, your grace, or perhaps you prefer Zelda. It pleases me to know that you are safe. This is the best song.
Can we just stay here forever?
Where is this in the main game? I do not remember it. Ooh. It's a good one, for sure. This is the first one. I've definitely heard this before. Maybe I just heard it on a YouTube video. Hylia, your grace. Master, I must speak with you. Master Lenny, you have successfully protected the goddess reborn and defeated Demise, fulfilling your role as the hero of legend. My purpose here is complete. Therefore, I ask you to dissolve our arrangement as master and servant. Drive the sword into the pedestal before you, and I will return to the sword and enter sleep without end. Master, you have achieved the purpose that you were chosen to fulfill. Please set the sword in the pedestal and bring the goddess's mission to an end. Now, Master, it is time to conclude our necessary companionship. Lenny. Lenny, hear me. My purpose was to obey the command of the goddess and to lead you, the chosen hero of the land, on your quest. When I first awoke and began this task, I perceived it as merely serving a function as a servant to her grace. However, I have come to consider the information corresponding to our time together among the most precious data that I have on record. It's surprisingly sweet. You get me? I do not have the capability to fully understand the human spirit, Lenny. But now, at the end of my journey with you, I prepare to sleep within the Master's Sword forever. I experience a feeling I am unable to identify. I lack sufficient data to be sure of my conclusion, but I believe this feeling correlates closest to what you people call happiness. Our partnership is at the end, and even as we speak, I feel my consciousness fading away. Oh no! The timing. Cashman, how are you doing? We're at the saddest part of the entire game. Cashman, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. I'll say proper thank you and hi in a second. Before I enter the sleep that calls me to the sword, I wish to relay to you words that I recorded many times over this journey, over the course of our journey. Many have said them to you thus far, but I now wish to say them for myself. Thank you, Master Lenny. May we meet again in another life. Ooh. Ooh. I almost couldn't read that. that was very close. That was very close to me breaking down there. Holy moly. Mango Math, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Cashman, thanks for bringing your friends over here. Fishzilla, what's up? Louie, how are you doing? In the zone, what's up? We're completing this game. How are you doing? Zelda, your grace. You possess the memories of the goddess. You must understand why that is not possible. To do what? I am a being of this age. My place is here. Oh no, and now we're leaving behind Impa too. I know that, but... You must return to your own time. I will take care of the gate once you have passed through. I can't do that. You and I have been through so much together. I don't want to leave you alone. Please, Impa, come back with us. Zelda, at the command of the goddess, I passed through the gate of time. I did so to protect you, and to aid the fight to prevent the world's destruction. The last remnants of demise are decaying slowly within the sword. Somebody has to stay behind to watch over the blade. His spirit must not reawaken. We must never allow it to threaten the world again. This is the nature of the task given to my tribe. As a Keith! 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 There's no time for jokes! How you doing, Keith? What's up? It's too serious in here. It's true. What's up, Keith? How are you doing? As a member of the Sheikah, the goddess's chosen guardians, I gladly welcome this duty. Zelda, I shall watch over the Triforce. Its power is too great to leave in the grasp of man. Depending on its might. Dependence on its might is an invitation to disaster. When it has served its purpose, it must be secreted away to lie dormant once again, the knowledge of its existence hidden from mortal history. These are the words that the goddess spoke to me long ago. I remember them well, as do you, I'm sure. This is a lot of dialogue. Do not despair, Zelda. You and I will surely meet again someday.
All right, let's get out of here. Oh, wait. Oh, this is all going to be cutscene. I forgot. Game's over. Granny Big Hat. Oh, that is Impa. Ha! Nice. That is Impa. That's why she can't come back, because she created a time paradox. Why did I not realize that before? It's so silly.
Yes, look at my omelet.
That should have been pretty obvious. Don't know why I didn't realize that before. Hey, what's up, Joey the Gamer 69? Hey, welcome to the chat, my friend. How are you doing?
See? I told you we'd meet again.
No, I didn't know. Thanks for not saying it, though. Even though you accidentally didn't spoil it. I never thought about it. I never thought that hard about it. I thought that they existed in the same time period at some point. Arisa, but you beat the game, I thought. Did you not beat it? Impa, thank you. Thank you for everything. Impa died too? Jeez. Not even a happy reunion in this game. Hey, Sword! Sword! So, can anybody confirm if that's... Is that the first time in the series that Link ever puts the sword into the... Oh. Okay. Don't need to be so bombastic. Goodness. This is very, very exciting. Very exciting ending. The game's over. All right, I get it. Oh, do I have to click A? Where's my credits? I was promised credits.
And we interrupt this sad moment for trumpets. She died.
And then Zelda dies as well. Oh, I'm just gonna zoom in on this. Why is it not the whole screen?
How obnoxious. Thanks a lot for nothing, Nintendo. Zelda awakens alone in the woods. Nobody to protect her. Impa standing right behind her, menacingly. She speaks to an old woman with a large hat.
This is the stuff that we didn't get to watch.
She prays at the fountain that she prays to in Breath of the Wild.
Yes, dear Lord, please bless me with long life and many children.
Chronologically, this is the first of everything? Yeah. I was saying, is that the first time that Link in the entire series puts the sword at, like... I don't mean canonically. I mean, like, literally. That's the first time I've ever seen the sword be placed. Oh, she's about to get yoinked. Alright, I remember that part. She killed them?! What? Who? What? Oh, I think it's Impa that killed them. Oof. I thought that she had gone karate on their butt.
You have to put it in the stone and Ocarina of Time to go back to Child Link. Oh, forgot about that. Forgot about that. That's right. That's probably the game that we're going to play next. I would have had a healthy reminder very, very quickly. She's got her belly button exposed. I never noticed that. It's a very naval dress. I didn't know that you were a woman that was born on a ship. This joke doesn't make any sense. That's okay, because this game didn't make entire sense. Oh, jeez, that scared me. Hey! Hey! This ain't... We're not playing Five Nights at Freddy's. Don't hit me with that. Jesus. Jesus, it scared me. I need to turn that down. Holy moly. Surprise, you guys. Surprise sax solo from Link himself. You don't know the rules around here? There are no rules. It's a lawless land. It's a lawless land, Keith. You can do whatever you want. You do whatever you want. The only rule is that there are no rules. Just kidding. You guys, family friendly. But, yeah, essentially, I set up a bunch of things, Keith, that you can take care of. Oh, it's a full scene. Yeah, you can essentially take advantage of anything that I have, anything that I've set up that gives you power. Just go ahead and abuse that power, and I'll just take it away from you if it's actually annoying. Don't worry. I'm not scared of taking things away. I've done it in the past, and I'll do it again. So yes, go ahead. Play your songs. Play your songs. Have fun. These fish, I love them.
Daddy shark, daddy shark, daddy shark, daddy shark.
Hey, kind of a jam, I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Kind of a jam. Inappropriate time, but a jam nonetheless. Oh, look at those poosh moving. Look at those poosh moving in the chat. You dance, you crazy bear, you. You crazy bear? Well, anyway, what a great game. I'm not sure if I'm enjoying the song or if it's slowly killing me. Well, if you think about it, Independent Oreo, everything's slowly killing you. Tim O'Leary, you've done great with the localization, oh Tim O'Leary. You really know how to speak English there, Tim. There was actually tons of vocabulary in this game that I did not know. You're supposed to say the thing, streamer. Thought I'd keep you guessing instead. Gene Pencil. I like that name. I wouldn't mind being named Gene Pencil. If we could do some renames. Hold on, pick it. Producer, is that the last thing? Ah, the Hylian Crest. This is one of the first times that you see the Hylian Crest in all of the canonical. Sky Mama! 3 Doritos.
Yum yum. Yum yum Dorito.
Yay. Yay. Woo. Yay. Oh. Oh. Ow. Ah, loft wings, they're flying down finally. These big old clouds are out of the way. Voids.
Be boys.
It's his bird has a chili bowl like he does. I love it. Look at that bird's hair. Sweet, dude. The boys. The absolute boys. Song, please. No, sing. Anyone here sing? Yeah, give him some alone time. Look around us. As a child, I always dreamed of the world below. I wanted to see the surface with my own eyes. Feel the land's warm breeze on my skin. I think I wanted to live here. I always want to feel solid ground beneath my feet. See the clouds above my head and watch over the Triforce. What about you, Lenny? What will you do now? I don't know. Apparently he's gonna say, Hey, Asriel, what's up? I'm sorry that you caught the very end. You can always watch more. If you want to watch the VODs, you can. Also on YouTube. He'll go back to his love, Patrice. Finally. I did admit love to her. It's true. Yeah. What will you do, Link? Accidentally does a big spin. What will you do, Lenny? I'm gonna freaking school you in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate for the Nintendo Switch in 2020. Marie. We did it. We beat the game. The game's over. You can play again in hero mode using the save data. Do you want to continue? What? What do you mean the save data? What? What do you mean? You mean beat the boss as in hero mode? Or do you just mean restart the game right now? I don't want to replay this game right now. No, thanks. I don't want to replay right now, but I don't want to say no if this is the only opportunity to say it. What do they mean? Is it saved? Can I do hero mode later? What is this? Hero mode super hard? Well, that's great. Like maybe I'll play it later, but I don't want to lose the opportunity. Say yes. I don't want to play this. I don't want to play this game anymore. We're done. I just streamed for 8 hours. We just did an 8-hour finish. They make you create a second save file. Oh. So if I say no, then I can still do hero mode later, right? Without having to replay the entire game. I mean, that would make sense. I just don't want to have to go through all that, right? Speedrun 100% is only around 7 hours. That's great. That's sweet, dude. If you beat Demise again, what? Say yes. Save, quit. Progress up to this point will be deleted? What? What? Progress up to this point will be deleted. Are you sure you want to play hero mode? Yeah. Sweet. Yeah, boy! Whoa! Whoa! Whoa, dude! 100 gifted subs! Holy moly! Whoa! Dude! Holy moly, bro! Anonymous! Holy mackerel! Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. What is that? Who did that? Dude, holy moly. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Oh my gosh. That's one way to celebrate the game. I already... Okay, stop. I don't want to watch this anymore. Whoa. Holy moly, 100 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Hey, Human One. Thanks for the gifted sub for Moondrakes. Oh my gosh, if we can get one more thing, if we can...
Who does Human One gifted a tier 1 sub to Moondrakes?
If we can get one more thing, then this hype train will be insane. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Thank you so much to Anonymous. Whoever you are, I really appreciate it. Thank you for the insane support.
Alchemic Refuge gifted
There he
a tier 1
goes.
sub to Ryan.
Alchemic, thank you for the gifted sub for Ryan. Who does Human One? I super appreciate the gifted sub. I super duper appreciate you. Oh my God. It's at 1,000%. It's at 1,400%. Holy moly. Yeah, boy. Thank you so much. Hey, yeah, boy, yo. One topic. Thank you for the gifted sub for Mango Math. I appreciate it. We beat the game, you guys. We beat it. After how long? How long did we play this game? We played it for an entire 45 hours to beat this game. Oh my gosh, that's pretty big. That's pretty big moment, you guys. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the listen, Human One, your gifted sub does not mean anything less because of there being a 100 gifted subs right before. I super duper appreciate it. Thank you so much. And also one topic. Thank you so much for the sub as well. Hey, I appreciate it. Alchemic, thank you. And Anonymous with 100 gifted subs. Whoever that is, goodness alive. What the heck, dude? How is your evening going? It's pretty great. I mean, it's pretty late. It's midnight. It's midnight where I am. We've been streaming for 8 hours. 8 hours. We beat the game. We win. We win game. Now we can move on to other Legend of Zelda games, and maybe we'll take a break tomorrow. I don't know. We might play something fresh tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe we'll take like a 1-day break from Legend of Zelda, but I am excited about Ocarina of Time. Maybe if I can get it running quickly, then we could do that. Maybe we'll do a Stardew update. We could do that. We could update our Stardew town. See how it's going over there. I don't know. You've never seen a hype train this big? Seriously, amazing people in chat supporting an amazing streamer? One topic. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't have to say, what have I done to deserve this? Because it's not a deserving thing. It's just like, goodness. Somebody just making it rain. Just to be nice and super supportive. I mean, I don't have any idea who this person is that's gifting insane amounts, but I so appreciate it. It's so appreciated. There's nothing to say. It's just been a crazy month, man. It's just been a crazy month. I mean, August just started, so I guess it's on to another crazy month. I guess this is the start of another crazy month. But this is one of the biggest months that we've ever had ever. This is the most amount of support that we've received, except for my birthday month. Seriously. Like, I mean, and yeah, the gifted subs are so cool because it helps out the community and it gives all the emotes to them. It invites them to movie night for an entire month, which is like 4 movies that we watch. I mean, you get to have the pretty little badge. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. I know that I've been sucked into a lot of chats because of a gifted sub, and I'm like, oh, I want to see who this is so that I can figure out if I want to use all these emotes everywhere. Goodness gracious. If you got a gifted sub, you're totally invited to our movie nights that happen every Sunday if you want to. Holy moly. Anonymous. What's happening? What are the movies that are coming up? I don't know, Maria. Marie, I'm sorry. We watched The Red Turtle yesterday. We watched The Red Turtle, which was really good. I guess we're gonna watch Mary and the Witch's Flower soon. A gifted sub is how you got into OT's community, and because of that, I'm now here. What? Shiny, I didn't know that you got gifted a sub to be there. That's awesome. You think your head just exploded? I feel a little bit like that too, Keith. How you doing? You missed the movie night because you work too much? Aw, don't say that. It's all right, Tabby. Things be like that. It be like that. Sometimes, you know, sometimes in your life, it'll be busy. Sometimes it'll be a little bit more free. I mean, life just goes in, it just goes in cycles. I see how it is. Oh, I remember seeing Mary and the Witch's Flower in theaters years ago. It was really nice. It looks good. I mean, it's like faux Ghibli, so it's totally up my alley. You guys, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart for the support from the hype train. With 103 sub gifts and 200 bits. Dude, thank you so much. Hey, Alk, you got it. Yo, Alchemic. With a gigantic hype train, you got the cat. You got the cat, the final emote. Nice. Splendid. Splendid. It's made by somebody who worked at Ghibli. Yes, very apparent. It's exactly the same art style. Completely ripped off. I mean, I'm sure it's still a great movie. So not to say that the movie's bad. I'm just saying, like, it's a completely ripped off style. Hey, Kivy, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi! What's up? Hope you're having a fantastic day. A much good movie. Very watch. Much good movie. I did get, speaking of Ghibli, I did buy that Ghibli movie. I bought that Ghibli movie. All right, I'll grab it. I got it. I got that one. I got this one. It was, I couldn't help it. It was on Steelbook. It's Steelbook. Why'd they make the Steelbook of this so soon? Oh, I wanted to collect all the other ones before I bought this one. It's the newest one, human one, and it's 3D. It's 3D. It's 3D, and it's very poorly reviewed. It's not supposed to be good. It's not supposed to be good. It's supposed to be quite bad. But Steelbook looks cool, right? Fits in with the other ones. I still owe I still gotta get 8 more of these. Because there's a bunch of them out now. Holy moly, they're releasing so much. They're releasing so many at a time. I can't get them all. I still need to get, I don't have House Moving Castle yet. I don't even have that one. It's bad. It's that movie. I feel like I'll be able to suck some enjoyment out of it, but I mean, it's for the collection. It's for the collection. I already have 8 of them, so I might as well get them all. And they're much cheaper if you can find them in real life. So it kind of felt like a deal. You bought most of the Ghibli movies that you have at Suncoast before they closed here. Oh. Suncoast. I've never heard of that, Tabby. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what we're talking about right now. I have no knowledge. But yeah, I had to get it. Darn Ghibli bamboozled me yet again. But yeah, so it's pretty late. I guess we should go to bed, right? Right? I mean, tomorrow we're gonna be back at it again, you guys. We'll be back at it again playing some more games. Even though this was an 8-hour stream, no worries. We'll be up roaring and ready tomorrow, you guys. We'll be raring to go, and we'll have some new amazing, cool business. Like, I'm gonna finish up the lights over here. I'm gonna make them transition over to under there, and these are panels as well. So that means that I should theoretically be able to do animation of the lights going broop, 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 broop. I should be able to animate the panels in order and do patterns and stuff like that. I also have a heart that I'm hoping to put over there that can pop up whenever people follow, or it can also pop up whenever there's a hype train or something like that. Also, is that a bed I see? It is the well, to make the background look as good as it looks right now, I actually removed the bed frame from this room, and I put the mattress on the floor. So that's how I'm gonna sleep from now on, because it makes the setup work a lot better. So I thought, you know, it looks better. It looks better, works better. I mean, look, you get to have these nice shelves continuing along. In fact, I think if I switch out some of these shelves, I can jam this mattress into the corner even better. So I think that we're gonna, it'll work fantastically. I mean, at some point, I might be alone in this apartment, and then I can have a bedroom and a studio. But for now, this is the only room that I get. This is the only room that I can use. So, you know, we're making it work. And it's nice to have a queen size bed, even if it is inconvenient. If I had a single, then I could easily fit it in the corner. But this is a big bed. So it's worth it. It's really my fault that it doesn't fit in the corner. Slimy Salamander, we'll see you later. We're gonna raid somebody. We always gotta raid somebody. I wanna be supporting the community. Besides, we got some raids today too. We sure did. Your bed's bigger than mine. Oh wait, mine's not a queen. Mine's a full. I'm sorry. Did I say queen? I probably did say queen. This is just a full. It's a 2-seater. Okay, let me see who's online right now. 8th is on right now. Yeah, sorry, it's a full. I don't know why I said queen automatically. I just automatically said it. King size is better. King size is bigger. King size is not better, it's bigger. California king is also bigger than a king. You would love a bigger bed? Queen on the brain. I can't stop thinking about my queen, Risa. Hey, Daydreamer Dan. Dan! Thanks a lot. Daydreamer Dan. Always here to remove all the thirst from the stream. I appreciate it. Thank you, Dan. Can I be your jester? My what? My jester? You don't have to be a jester? What? Daydreamer Dan, I consider you a friend, not entertainment. Dan, how are you doing? What's up? It's late. I'm supposed to be off. Right now, but look at me staying online and all that business. But if it means that I got to say hi to Dan, then it's worth it. It's worth it. Thanks, you guys, for defaming my appearance with the stinking Mike Wazowski. You can lay on a king size at any angle, and your limbs will still be on the bed. Who rotates in the bed? Like along the I guess that'd be the y-axis. Why would you just rotate over that? What is that? Nobody does that. Why? Well, at least with a smaller bed, you know whenever you've rotated too far. At least you know. In a king-size bed, you're just rotating around in circles, and it doesn't mean anything to you. Corey Daniel, what's up? How are you doing? Tsunami Slayer, hey yo, what's up? You have to trap your bed so that you don't do that in your sleep? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you just get a small bed, then you'll be totally good, dude. You'll be totally good. You just need to cut your own bed in half, and then you can't go anywhere. It's wild to wake up on the other end of the bed. What? On the other end of the bed? What? You just like turn over completely? You can't turn all the way over and not realize you're doing that, right? Right? That's ridiculous. Once I slept watched the fridge to get pudding. Let's admit it. You just wanted pudding. It's okay. We're not here to judge you, Tsunami Slayer. If you want pudding, I say have some pudding. Have some pudding. It's totally fine. Just kidding. It's a size. I'm the size to sleep on a queen sideways. Yeah. Whenever I sleep, I pretty much curl up into a ball because I wish. I mean, like the womb was pretty comfortable, so I like to at least pretend like it. You're so glad I get to sleep in my bed tonight, Alchemic. I'm so glad that you're back. Oof. We missed you, but but in case you were dealing with something that was important, I didn't want to bother you, but we did miss you, and I told everybody, I was like, I gotta send him a message because I'm like, where is he? Where is he? I hope he's well. Sleep can do crazy things, man. It's true. Sleep can lead you to the most dangerous of activities. It's true. I walked down the ladder of my loft and then back up from what my siblings witnessed. What? Why you sleepwalk climbing? Is that even legal? One time I drove. Did you know that? I was driving along and then I started to fall asleep. And that's what I call sleep driving. And I didn't even hit anybody. Isn't that incredible? I did pull off the road and napped a little bit. It does happen sometimes. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful out there. Don't drive while drowsy. I can't sleep on a bed that if it isn't close to the wall, you like to sleep close to the wall. Yeah, I gotta say, so the question I have is like, if you're sleeping with another person, would you rather be pinned against the wall or would you rather be like floating off the bed? That's like the two different options is that you're either squashed against the wall and you're trapped. You're either trapped or you might fall off the bed if they give you a good kicking. If they accidentally roll over, push you off the bed. It's a tough one. You'd rather be pinned against the wall? It can be so uncomfortable. If you're awake, if you're awake and they're asleep, that's the worst. I hate that so much. Whenever I'm awake and they're asleep, then I'm like, oh, I don't want to touch you. Get away from me. I don't want to. Don't touch me. But they're asleep, so they don't care. So they're like, get closer to you, and you're like, oh, don't touch me. Don't touch me. I am referring to like sleeping in the bed with friends, by the way. Where's OT's wiggle finger for the sleep driving? I listen. I already said that it's not good. It's not good. You got to be careful. You got to be very careful. You sleep on a bunk bed and have a wall full of drawings and artwork. Hey, I slept on a bunk bed for like almost all of my life. Almost all of my life. I was sleeping on the top of the bunk bed because I was cool. Although there was one time that I switched beds with my little brother, and I was like, oh yeah, you can sleep on the top, I'll sleep on the bottom. And I was kind of like pushing on the bed a little bit, you know, like ha ha ha, what a funny joke. And I pushed a little too hard, and I launched him. I launched that sucker. That sucker was airborne, and he flew out of the bed and landed in the Lego bucket. Head first into the Lego bucket. He took flight. He took flight, that lad. I can't believe him. He is the most airborne lad I've ever seen. It gets a little toasty under here with the desktop sometimes. I do have the desktop in my room too. It can get a little bit spicy in here. Sudden death. You remember that story? Yeah. I assume Alchemic probably remembers stories about as well as I do. If something happens, I know that Alchemic probably remembers. Desktop under the loft. Oh, I've got my desktop right here. It's right next to me, old Bessie. Is that Trigun? It is. It is Trigun. I watched a good bit of Trigun whenever I was younger. I really like it. And I think that I've read almost all of that omnibus right there. Almost. The problem that I have is that if I start to read a manga, then I'll immediately like want to stop because I'm like, oh, I don't want to savor it, dude. That's how I always feel. I'm like, I want to savor it. Don't finish it. Then I'll have to buy more. But I never read them. Like, if I bought like 2 volumes of it, I never read them. So then I never feel like I have to buy any more. Except for I buy more anyway. It's really not a good system. It really doesn't work. It's not recommended. Doesn't work. I just don't read. Me too, Lupus. Yeah, I don't read, but I buy. I like to see them here. I think that they are gonna move though, because I want the light to come through here a little bit better. And this is just an absolute block. It's an absolute block. So I think that these are either gonna move down one, or they're gonna move over there. I don't know, but they're not staying here. They can't stay on this top shelf because this is like prime real estate for displaying figures or something like that. So I gotta move their butt. Also, hopefully I'll be able to get some like glowing signs and stuff that go behind. We're definitely gonna get a neon sign at some point for fun. Never go to the grocery store hungry. That's what I'm saying. But Tsunami, I also have the problem of not buying enough food. So honestly, I need to go while I'm hungry. That helps me. That helps me. I need to shop hungry because otherwise I don't get enough food. I'm just like, I'll grab a popcorn. I'll grab a bag of popcorn. If I go to the store, I'm gonna grab a box of crackers, one thing of peanut butter, sriracha sauce because I'm probably already out of it, and popcorn. That's it. That's all that I buy. That's all that I buy whenever I go. But today I like ordered it online and had somebody else shop for it, so I was like, me hungry. I was like, that jumped right in front of my face, didn't it? Right? Whenever I said, I was like, I was like, I'm hungry. I'm gonna get a bunch of this food. So then I got plenty of it. Yes, buy all the snacks. You hate a shopping list? You make a shopping list and you stick to it. Because otherwise my ADHD will buy yummy stuff and nothing decent for dinner. I need to get better at planning my list, honestly. Because I normally just trust myself to be like, I'll just walk around and buy something. But no, I really need to think about it because I feel the pressure to get out of there. I don't like loitering. I don't loiter at the store. I walk in and like you can hear my flip-flops flapping with like the speed that I'm walking to pick up exactly what I want. Go straight to the register and get the heck out of there. I don't like fooling around in the store. You have a tiny fridge next to your desk for snacks? That's dangerous. That's dangerous. No, thank you. I will not be doing that. I will not be putting any fridges in here unless Red Bull sends me one. Thy food hunger taketh over thy wallet when hungry at thy store. I say, you said it most indubitably, Tsunami Slayer. I couldn't have said it better myself. Thy must watcheth thy wallet, otherwise thou shalt be broke. And this, it does not pleaseth the Lord. Oh man, I miss having a mini fridge. You kept mostly, I thought that said war bottles for a second, and I was like, what? What is this? What is this? Brand? If I had a mini fridge next to my desk, what would it have in it? It'd have sparkling water and claw. You worked at Starbucks, starring in the produce. You work in a Starbucks, staring at the produce section of my store, so I know what to grab when it's on sale before I leave. Yeah, there's like, if you know Kroger, then you can like, it's a water bottle. You got a what? A Reese, you got a water bottle. Yeah, the Krogers. If you know when to go, then you know when the discounts are. My mom always tried to get those sweet discounts. They're now hidden in the back of the cupboard so that the hubs doesn't find and eat them. What? What are you hiding? Some Jaffa cakes? What's a Jaffa cake? What? Oh, I was bad and bought some Jaffa cakes. Mama Berry's Jaffa cakes? British Jaffa cakes. Okay. British. This text makes it look like it's macaroni and cheese. Yeah, it looks like macaroni and cheese. It's macaroni and cheese on a cookie. Nice. It's a cheese-filled Oreo. Yum, yum. It's a cake-like cookie with an orange jelly. Oh, orange jelly. Interesting. Does it taste very artificial? I'm not crazy about artificial orange normally. Not Kroger. Would probably never work in one. Oh, yeah, but I thought that Starbucks were in Kroger's. Tabby Stripes. I'm confused. You said that you're looking at the produce section. Yeah, I thought that there were Starbucks locations in a Kroger. Oh, Jaffa cakes. It's true. You gotta look out for the Jaffa. You always end up buying way more than you intended to. Well, Azrael, this happens. As long as it's stuff that you can freeze, it's not a big deal, right? You just gotta be able to freeze it and you'll totally be fine. It tastes like marmalade. I don't know what marmalade is. I've never tried that. So more like fresh orange. Fresh orange that's been gelled. That does sound good. I do like orange. I especially loved orange juice before the incident. Before the orange juice incident. We'll see you later, Marissa. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Oh, wait, no. It's like daytime for you. Hey, enjoy the rest of your day. Marissa, I'm excited to see the tattoos. I'll check them out after the stream. You're gonna head to bed? Yes. We need to go. Let's raid somebody. It's late, and I'll be here tomorrow. We'll be here tomorrow, you guys, but we should all get some rest. If it's nighttime for you, if it's not nighttime, then don't go to bed. Stay awake. But we're gonna raid somebody either way. We can raid. Darren is playing for 1 year stream anniversary. Is that true? He didn't tell me that it was his raid. Oh, Tsunami, I didn't know that you were a friend of Anti-Dark Arts. Nice. Awesome sauce. Yo, my friendo Darren the Wizard has a 1 year stream anniversary month, apparently. He's really milking this one, isn't he? But he's playing Morrowind. playing Morrowind. Y'all want to check this out? Y'all want to check out my boy playing some Morrowind? We could also watch us Stardew Valley at 8ths if we wanted to. But I'm saying I'm kind of interested in Morrowind. I've never seen this game. I've never gotten to play much of it. And besides, Darren's really cool. He does juggling and stuff like that. I say that we go say hi to Darren. He's a good guy. Let's make up a message. We're gonna say 1 year that's simply magical. Let's see. 1 whole year. 1 whole year. That's simply magical. Okay, sweet. Good morrow. What does that say? Good morrow, you. You mean good morrow to you? Oh, that's good. That is pretty good. Good morrow to you. May you have a good day and a good morrow. How about that? What about that? Have a good day and as maybe have a good day and a good morrow? How about that? Is that better? Did I just spell that as marrow? Or did I spell that as morrow? Is there supposed to be a comma in there, by the way? Is it supposed to be have a good day, comma, and a good morrow? Or is it just no comma? I always put too many commas. I'm not gonna commas. I didn't get it. It was nice seeing y'all. Peace out. Hey, Tsunami. It was fun to hang out with you. We're gonna be kicking it with some fresh game, or tomorrow we're gonna be the commas before and? Yeah. Okay, it is. You don't think that you need a comma? You're also attacking thy stream. Have a good day and a good morrow. Yeah, it seems like no comma. Yeah, you don't need a comma. I don't think so. Boom! There's the message. You guys, you gotta slap that in the chat. If you want to say hi, slap that in the chat. You guys, hope y'all had a wonderful time. I'm so glad. Oh, you said no comma. I was probably just reading it dumbly. Lupus, my bad. I'm bad at reading, okay? We're rating my friend Darren the Wizard. He does say bad words, keep in mind, but he's super, super wholesome, super chill. He's got a nice voice, and he also does contact juggling. He's got this cool wizard theme with a cool outfit. I mean, he's got like a little minion that's on top of his mic, and he's playing Morrowind. Like, he's just a great guy that you should totally check out if you haven't seen him before. So we're gonna give him a raid. He's a guy that I like to jump into his chat. We just randomly met because I played a game called Noita, and then he raided me, and then I raided him back, and then we've been passing it off a little bit. He's a really nice guy, and he likes to hang out in the chat. So I'm like, hey, what the heck? We can give some love to one of our friends. But I hope y'all had a wonderful time. Boy, oh boy, big stream. Lots of fun. Great end of the game. Lynn, it's nice to see you at the end. Hi there, Lynn. It's good to see you. But we'll be here tomorrow playing some more games. I'll have the background will be even more set up. We got big things. Big things. Thank you so much for the insane support. I mean, ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Today was already exciting with Merps just busting out in the chat. Bell Blue, Von Chick just gifting subs just all over the place. It was already exciting. And then all of a sudden, just Anonymous blasting in. Big support at the end. You guys I super appreciate it. Thank you so much for all the support. I hope that y'all had a fantastic time. I will see you guys tomorrow. Just have the best evening, best afternoon, night, whatever's going on. Shouts out to the mods watching over the chat. It's nice to have you back, Alchemic. Thank you for watching over the chat. Arisa, thanks for being here the entire time. You sorry sucker, go to bed. Die's probably asleep, but thank you, Die, for watching over. Lynn was here. Lynn's was here, not Lynn. And I didn't see Jedi tonight, but what the heck? Shouts out to Jedi anyway. And VIPs, Anti-Dark Art, Daydreamer Dan, Lupus, Malice, Shiny, thanks so much for hanging out with us for so long. I appreciate it. I appreciate you beans. Y'all are good beans. I am now canceling this raid very quickly so that I can assign a VIP that I had forgotten to do for too long.
but I'm gonna do it right now because they're a really sweet bean. Because they're a really sweet bean. Let me add them in here. Don't know why they're not VIP already, but we have got a new VIP. Bada bing, bada boom. We got a new VIP. We got ourselves new VIP is VODS Human 1, a sweet bean. A sweet bean. Human 1. Thanks for hanging out with us. It was lots of fun. Human 1. You're a VIP. You're a VIP. Immune from all the limitations that the chat can be put under. Listen, you're a streaming friend. You're a friend that we played games with. Like, you're just a great bean. You're a great bean. And it's always nice to hang out with you in the chat. Yes. We will add some more VIPs sometime soon, but VODS Human 1 was important enough that I had to pause that raid. I paused the raid, all right? Now I'm gonna resume it, okay? Let's get out of here. Of course, Human 1, it's great to have you here. I hope that you enjoy it. Always nice to see your name. It makes me feel like I've got a celebrity that's watching. Not gonna lie. It feels like a famous friend who's watching. Oi. But anyway, it's been great to hang out with you guys. Tsunami Slayer, it was fun to talk with you at the end of the stream. All right, let's get the heck out of here, you guys. Thank you so much. Let's jump into Darren the Wizard's chat. Let's go. We got some messages that you can put in the chat. Much love, VODS Human 1, our newest VIP. Please put some hype in the chat as we exit. I'll see you guys later. All right, bye-bye. Bye-bye, everybody. Hope you have a wonderful evening. Toodaloo. Much love. Take care of yourself. Drink some water. Love you. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oi. And then, bada bing, bada boom. Thanks for watching the VODs. Appreciate it.